A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everyone who's joining me here across different time zones for this very, very special IOD India's Global webinar. This is Ritika Jhanji-Jagtiani once again, and it's an absolute pleasure to be hosting another one of this very, very special Directors Dialogue series. On behalf of Institute of Directors India, it's always an honor to welcome you all, and especially to this 5th edition of the Directors Dialogue series, our very, very esteemed and distinguished IOD members, our associates, and IOD India Global family. Today, we have guests joining from different parts of the world and across time zones. Despite of that, you're with us. Thank you so much. I'm told that we have people joining us from USA, UK, Canada, Philippines, UAE, Hong Kong, Singapore, South Africa, and many more places. As you all know, that Institute of Directors India has a strong legacy of bringing together eminent and illustrious leaders, distinguished and esteemed thinkers, renowned experts, and policymakers across the spectrum of governments, businesses, and civil society to enlighten and illuminate all of us regarding the most crucial challenges being faced by the businesses across all verticals. IOD now, while providing platforms for these deep discussions and deliberations about the current major issues that are related to the Board of Directors, it's also on its mission to celebrate the development of boardrooms for effective and diverse leadership, which forms the very basis of the foundation of its identity. Now, during the ongoing pandemic, IOD India has been hosting a series of these special global webinars to discuss the opportunities and the challenges that lie ahead of the board directors and what role they can play and how they can overcome and come up with solutions. Now, today in this 5th edition of the Directors Dialogue series, the theme is ESG strategy for the board, turning rhetoric into reality, and also has special focus on defense and tourism sectors. We also have a special focus session today on Northeast India in partnership with the government of Manipur. Now, as you all know, that India attracted record FDI inflows during the pandemic. Today, global investors are increasingly confident about not just short-term but long-term growth prospects of India and are readying their plans to make more investments in the country. So while consumer model is shifting towards more conscious consumerism in making positive decisions, and also with the rise of ESG investing, what should be the board strategy to help companies achieve better sustainability? That is something that we're going to all focus on this together. So we bring together today for you a galaxy of eminent leaders and renowned experts to deliberate on this very, very critical issue. A big thank you before we get started to all our partners and all our supporters for their overwhelming support to this special program. We are very grateful to our principal state partner, Government of Manipur, and also to our principal strategic partner, ACCA Global, the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants operating in 180 countries. Thankful to our principal partners, the Indian Hotels Company Limited, Taj Hotels, and Bharat Forge Limited. Our platinum partners for today are Tata Sons Private Limited, the City and Industrial Development Corporation of Maharashtra, that's CIDCO, and Apollo Microsystems Limited. Our gold partners for today are Maharashtra State Electricity Transmission Company Limited, Uttarakhand Tourism, Advanced Weapons and Equipment India Limited, Munitions India Limited, and Tamil Nadu Tourism. Big thank you going out to our silver partners for the day. That's Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited and India Optal Limited. And also our associate partners, Rajasthan Tourism, BAE Systems India, and Mishra Dhatu Nigam Limited. Thank you so much for associating with the 5th edition of the Directors Dialogues, all the partners. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, may I please request Mr. Ashok Kapoor, retired IAS and Director General of Institute of Directors India, to please deliver the opening remarks. Over to you, Mr. Ashok.
Thank you, Ritika. Friends, good morning to all our India members, company directors, and IOD associates, and good afternoon or good evening to all our IOD global members, directors, and associates who have logged in today from across the globe in large numbers in various time zones. On behalf of Institute of Directors India, I extend a hearty welcome to you all to the global webinar on today, Directors Dialogue Series, 5th edition. The main theme is ESG strategy for the board, turning rhetoric into reality in a VUCA world. And sub-themes are preparing the defense sector for future, self-reliant India, and tourism prospects in India. A VUCA world, volatile, uncertain, complex, complicated, and ambiguous. Further, on behalf of IoT India, I have great pleasure in welcoming today some of our top global experts who will discuss about the future ESG strategy for the boards before a global audience. I especially welcome His Excellency Mr. Alex Ellis, CMG, British High Commissioner to India, Mr. Amitabh Kant, IAS, CEO, Niti Aayog, Mr. Ashok Lavasa, a very distinguished civil servant from India, and now the Vice President, Asian Development Bank, who is here with us from Manila, Mr. Sanjay Jaju, Additional Secretary, Defense Production, India, who are all the guests of honor and will deliver special address. Some of the other distinguished speakers and global experts who are participating include Mr. Arvind Singh, Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, at present held up for Parliament work, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, Chief Secretary, Manipur, Lord Karan Billy Moria, President, Confederation of British Industry, Chairman, Cobra Bear, London, Mr. Atanu Chakravarti, Chairman, HDFC Bank, and former Finance Secretary of India, Ms. Helen Brand, OBE, Chief Executive, Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, that is ACCA UK, London, Mr. Puneet Chatwal, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, the Indian Hotels Company Limited, Mr. William L. Blair, Vice President and Chief Executive for India, Lockheed Martin, USA, Mr. Banmali Agarwal, President Infrastructure, Tata Sons, Mr. Ravi Nirgudka, Managing Director, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, BAE Systems, Mr. Rajesh Chaudhary, IOFS, Chairman cum Managing Director, Advanced Weapons and Equipment, India, Mr. Dinesh Wagmare, IS Principal Secretary Energy, CMD, Maharashtra State Electricity Transmission, Mr. Praveen Kumar, Director General and CEO, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, CIDCO, Maharashtra, Mr. Rajiv Anand, Deputy MD, Axis Bank, Mr. Ravi Kant, IOFS, Chairman and Managing Director, Munitions India Limited, Mr. Rajinder Singh Bhatia, President, Bharat Forge, Ms. Carrie Sabin, Vice President, CSR, Santec Canada, Dr. P.K. Jha, Secretary, Tourism, Manipur, Ms. Helen Jorgensen, CEO, Competent Boards, Canada, Mr. Kamran Khan, MD, Head, Deutsche Bank, Hong Kong, Professor Colin Wilson Thomas, Director General, UK, Institute of Directors and President, Institute of Management Services, UK, Rear Admiral R.K. Rawat, CMD, Naval Group, India, Mr. A.K. Sai Kumar, Full-Time Director Operations, Apollo Micro Systems, and others. Friends, IoT is now regularly hosting the global conferences on ESG, both in India and in London, Dubai, and Singapore, for the reasons noted in India's ancient wisdom and its Vedic thoughts, which I'll share with you all. And I quote, knowledge shared globally would assure greater mutual understanding and create willingness to share global resources equitably. This, friends, was set 5,000 years ago. At the dawn of history, even the language as a form of communication had not been invented in the age of Vedas. Peter Drucker, arguably the Shakespeare of modern management, had famously stated that in the ultimate analysis, when all is said and done, the most tangible assets of successful enterprises are intangibles. Earlier, the conventional management wisdom was that the intangible goodwill was perhaps one of the most valuable capital assets of a company. In the beginning of 21st century, one of the greatest thinkers and management guru, Professor Mervyn E. King, Chairman King Committee on Corporate Governance, has replaced goodwill with the new concept of ESG, that is environmental, social, and governance reporting. The earlier exclusive financial reporting by the companies as a measure of performance is perhaps history now. We at IOD were fortunate that we received this wisdom in person from Professor King in our last physical conference in London, where he delivered the keynote address. He cautioned that limited liability companies all over the globe were using natural assets faster than nature was regenerating them. If this process continues unchecked, the world would be marching and facing not only a dangerous existential challenge, but march to a catastrophe. President Macron of France. According to the prevailing management wisdom, ESG has to move from the fringes to the core of boardroom functioning, as it has become a top concern, especially for today's investors. This is now increasingly being stressed by large corporate investors, particularly including institutional investors globally. They are not only backing and financing boards that have environmental and social concerns as the main focus, but are also voting against re-election of directors to the boards where ESG management is perceived as ineffective and uninformed. According to the United Nations Global Compact, empirical evidence shows that high ESG standards in companies positively correlated to stronger financial performance. According to the global CEO of UN Global Compact, Ms. Sanda Ojiambo, and I quote her, "A company can do well by doing good and outperform its peers," unquote. IOD were also fortunate that our last environmental webinar was addressed by Mr. Owais Sarmat, Deputy Executive Secretary, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. He listed out the key takeaways from the recently concluded COP26 and commended IOD specifically for the timing of the present global webinar on ESG soon after COP26. According to him, we need participation of non-state actors, he says, such as IOD, to reduce the carbon footprint globally. Also, to monitor supply chains for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The social aspects in ESG are increasingly becoming relevant to corporate governance and overall performance. According to a UN survey of the Fortune 500 company board members, the boards have been aptly described as the stewards of the future. IOD is already doing its bit, I'm glad to announce. Its pioneering initiative in training of corporate directors, including independent directors, that is Masterclass, which has so far trained more than 10,000 members all over India. A special guest lecture series is now being introduced in the compact course. Globally, there is a training deficit in the directors' training, as not even 10% board directors are ESG literate, so to say, in the formal sense, according to the UN Global Compact. In the ultimate analysis, responsible ESG reporting would only go to support our Prime Minister's commitment at Glasgow. That is India's commitment to non-fossils energy capacity to 500 GWs and 50% of energy requirement from new and renewable sources of energy by 2030. The state alone, through its government agencies, cannot achieve this target of net zero emissions by India by 2070 unless the private companies and their boards come forward. As the President, IOD India, Lieutenant General J.S. Ahluwalia, PVSM, retired, mentioned in our last global webinar on environment, that is, I quote, ESG is not only a business, ESG is not just a business buzzword, but a gateway for new frontiers of change. ESG has today become the foundation of future business strategies, unquote. I trust the deliberations later today by the global and national experts will discuss ways to integrate and embed ESG policy into overall corporate strategy. I end by quoting the father of the Indian nation, Mahatma Gandhi, and I quote, "Climate has not changed. We have changed the way we work and the way we live, the way we eat." Thank you all, friends.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kapoor, for the welcome and also for outlining the importance of ESG strategy for boards. Thank you so much. Now, moving ahead, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very special keynote address lined up. We are very pleased to welcome Mr. Praveen Kumar, retired IAS, DG and CEO of Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. Mr. Kumar is a 1987 batch IAS officer of Tamil Nadu cadre and has headed various responsibilities in Government of Tamil Nadu and Government of India. He has also headed a number of state and central public enterprises, apart from acting as nominee director in numerous PSUs and public-private partnership companies. He has also held board memberships in various educational institutions such as IIMs, IIT, and IISERs. He retired from Government of India as Secretary, Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship. Earlier, he addressed IoT boardroom community exactly a year ago in February 2021 during the felicitation ceremony of Golden Peacock Award winners for corporate governance and sustainability. We are very, very delighted to have him with us today to deliver a keynote address on ESG. Today, IOD and IICA work very closely on a number of areas of mutual interest. Thank you so much for giving us your time, Mr. Kumar. Over to you.
Thank you, Ritika. Respected Shri Ashok Kapoor sir, Ashok Lavasa sir, Vice President of ADB, Shri Dinesh Wagmare, Principal Secretary, Energy Maharashtra, Shri Rajiv Anand, Axis Bank, Ms. Helen Brand, I'm looking forward to hear her, Chief Executive of ACCA, other dignitaries and all members attending this IoT Director Dialogue Series on the ESG. As you all know, and which Ritika introduced also, IACA is one of the unique institutions not only in India, perhaps in the world, focusing only on corporate governance, corporate laws, and other corporate affairs. Its primary focus has been in ensuring that there's a fair corporate governance focusing on justice and equality for all stakeholders. Who have been the stakeholders traditionally? Initially, the owners who were also the managers, but then this universe expanded to include large body of shareholders, which saw divergence between the shareholders and the management. Both became the stakeholders in the corporate governance scenario. Then came the customers, and this universe kept on expanding to include employees and then the immediate environment. Now this has expanded further recently to include concepts like environment, climate change, sustainability, and that's how now that ESG has become a buzzword. We keep on talking and how we should be focusing on ESG, the board should be focusing on ESG. And this is happening in a rapidly changing world. It's a world which is very disruptive. Let it be technology or market or business practices, everything is disrupted. And over this, there's an overarching change prompted by climate change. And then there was an overlay of this pandemic, which killed many businesses, many skills, but generated many alternatives too. So as we see, both endemic changes and changes caused by external factors are occurring very fast. I like the word VUCA which you have used in short, and that represents the world as it is today. It is becoming volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. It's very difficult to predict what will be the world 20 years from now. So change has been there continuously, but what is happening that the acceleration is occurring in the change and it has become very fast. I think we used to say that the last changes in the last century has been more than total changes combined over the entire history of the mankind. But I would like to say that change we may see in the next 1 or 2 decades, maybe more than what we have seen so far. Already we are seeing the effect of the fourth industrial revolution in terms of what AI can do, data analytics can do, how they are changing the way we work, how we live, how we function, how we run businesses. Because of this rapid change occurring, and this concept of sustainability becomes important. And sustainability is no longer an archaic word buzzed around by NGOs and governments. Now it has become common in business houses, and business houses for whom the profit is the only God. There also, sustainability has become a very important word which they can't close their eyes on. Sustainability has many facets, I mean, there's SDG goal itself with so many points in it. But you have to summarize it in one sentence for the business. I will say it is collective responsibility to maintain a balance between economic goals and resource depletion. So the balance between our economic goals of our business and the resource depletion, so that the Mother Earth lives and the future generation can live a good quality life. Actually, we are borrowing presently resources from future generations, which cannot be sustainable at all. Everything will collapse one day and there will be neither be profits nor business if we are not careful now. Hence, the greed for maximization of profits at the cost of sustainable behavior requires a complete pause, or we will lose the planet for the human beings. Dinosaurs lost it probably because of an asteroid. We would lose the planet by our own doing, not by some external factors coming in. As Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United States, stated once, there is no plan B for action, as there is no plan B. We are still to make Mars or Moon habitable. So let us focus on making Earth livable today and in future also for our children and grandchildren. So what can be said to be the 3 components of sustainability? I will say there are 3 major pillars: economic pillar, social pillar, and environmental pillar. And our businesses need to reorient themselves towards it. Economic pillar basically means our focus on present carbon economy, new job creations. So economic pillar should focus on sustainable activities. The social pillars emphasizes on issues such as gender equality, diversity, inclusion, and that company effort should be directed towards the communities in which we operate. And the environment pillar emphasizes, as I said, obviously climate change, renewable resources, reducing greenhouse gases. So in short, we need to start stressing on the impact of our business and economic decisions so that they remain sustainable in long run. And I would like to stick my neck out in stating that they will also be financially remunerative in the long run. It's not that it is either or, both can be done together, profits and sustainability. It has been seen through renewable energy, how it has become cheaper and more sustainable than the fossil-based fuel. Even in the country, we see the states which have focused on education and health of all class and communities like Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. They have shown how business can flourish under such conditions. And they are the most industry developed states. In financial terms, you have to define ESG. I will define primarily by something by which the investors can evaluate corporate behavior, their environmental and social impact, which will determine the future financial performance of the companies, and for the companies to report their sustainability impact and measure progress. Basically, it reflects the firm's collective consciousness for social environmental factors. I mean, we can create a score, what's called the ESG, Corporate Social Credit Score, based on specific metrics related to various intangible assets within the enterprise. So, since all of you are IOD members, what is the role of the board here? Board members have a vital oversight role in assessing the organization's environmental and social impacts. They will be responsible for understanding the potential impact and related risks on ESG issues on any decision which they take when they sit in the board meetings. Not only for new decisions, but also existing activities need to be evaluated on this ESG criteria. And this needs to be done on ASAP basis. I mean, we can't wait. Good thing is that firms are moving towards this. The very fact that IOD is having this meeting on this theme, the proof of this importance, reflects that ESG has been started moving into the mainstream. I know it's a challenging task, how to connect global issues such as climate change, water scarcity, or human rights to the organization's operations, strategy, and risk profile. But as I said earlier, there is ample opportunity to leverage ESG for long-term good for the organization, stakeholders, and society. Both the management and the board need to undertake ESG initiatives for general betterment of those inside and outside the enterprise. India has been very conscious of it, and legal framework for it has been provided as early as 2013. The Companies Act 2013 casts a duty on the directors towards environment and community. And thus, failure to consider ESG factors will also constitute a breach of duty as far as the directors are concerned. So, what should we do? First step should be to disabuse ourselves of the notion that ESG and profits are either or scenario. According to a McKinsey survey on ESG published in February 20, 83% of C-suite leaders and investment professionals say they expect the ESG programs will contribute to more shareholder value. Investors also indicate that they will be willing to pay about a 10% median premium to acquire a company with a positive record for ESG issues over one with a negative record. So what should be the guiding principles on this regard for the directors and the board members? First should be that ESG practice growth. ESG practice shows that a company, if it operates with integrity, it grows. And the next 30 years, there will be inevitable $30 trillion shift in wealth from baby boomers to millennials. Who prioritize? The millennials prioritize sustainable business in their purchase decision. So we can focus on that, how we should leverage ESG for increasing our business. Second, as I said, ESG helps you save money. That can be a decision point which can guide you. As I said, renewable energy helps. And then if you practice ESG, it leads to fewer regulatory interventions which will get you government support. And there's a study that leads to a better high employee productivity. So ESG policies helps in that. And most important, a good ESG policy will lead to a better investment in your companies. Today there are over 2,400 funds controlling over $86 trillion in capital, focusing on responsible investment. And the world's top funds have pledged to transition their portfolios to be carbon neutral by 2050. So whether you are a big organization or a small one, so in order to continue in the future, we'll need to consider a strong ESG program to land investment. And thus, the ESG program can even help turn your company around in a crisis. So, as board members, I request you to first request a formal ESG assessment in your company. We at IICA have started work on such assessment, and we can always assist you. We have a separate school focusing on ESG work. I'm not marketing IICA, but I'm ready to offer the services if anyone wants it. Second, I will urge management to engage with the stakeholders, that what are their priorities on ESG, and we are ready to handle corporates to identify and effectively engage with the stakeholders. And we should have a high quality internal ESG monitoring. I mean, you have all reporting, financial reporting. ESG reporting also, there should be high quality and should part of your quarterly reviews and all that. ISE has been actively involved in the national voluntary guidelines on responsible business conduct and on business responsibility and sustainability reporting. We can help you understanding various reporting requirements. Then we should encourage more proactive disclosures and goal setting. And already BSSR has making it mandatory from FY 22-23 for the 1,000 listed companies to make it to make ESG reporting compulsory. Why wait for it to be mandatory? Start now and be an early leader. And then specific roles and responsibilities need to be fixed in the board and board level executives regarding ESG. I mean, there are different patterns. Some places there is a separate director in charge of the ESG. Somewhere CEO is interested in the ESG. So, and last, you can start capacity building of the board level and below board level executives. This is a low hanging fruit. It's very easy to arrange for this capacity building exercises, which will bring in usher in a culture of ESG. Again, here we can help. ISE is launching one of the first ESG certification course in India, along with preparing a database of ESG professionals that can meet the initial training requirements of board members in examining the right ESG roles and responsibilities. With this last marketing pitch, I would like to thank you all for listening patiently. And Shri Kapoor for inviting me to this session. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, for making time out from your busy schedule and being with us. If you can just spare a few more minutes, we've got a few questions from the audience, which I would like to take with you.
Sure, please, sure, go ahead.
Yeah. So the first question that's come for you is the landscape is changing for India to integrate ESG reporting with financial reporting. Are we prepared for such a transition?
We are not actually in a position where we can transition, but all preliminary baby steps have been taken to make us prepare. This, I will say, this IOD conference itself to sensitize the directors on ESG issues is a major step. Even in ISE, as I said, we have taken a lot of steps to bring ESG as apart from corporate governance and corporate law and market regulations. ESG has become a separate school for us. We are working on that and preparing a capacity development training program. We need it's a long overhaul, another 1 or 2 years perhaps. All boards should consciously work on it. And there is a peg in the law itself where the section 166 of the Company Act says that the board should be responsible for environment and the impact of the activities. So we can leverage that and bring it up front instead of just the bottom line. That's the thing. And one thing we have to make conscious efforts to convince everyone that it's not, again I repeat, it's not an either or. A good ESG policy will lead to a good profit in the long run. And a bad ESG policy will lead to a business collapsing, your whole shareholder value going to a zero. It has happened in many places, it has happened. We have seen companies just tumbling down, the shareholder will become zero because environment impact has finished it. So this may happen here. So, but the process has started. I'm saying we are not there. We have to work on it.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for sparing time. And it's great to hear how you emphasize that profit and sustainability both can go together. Thank you so much once again for joining us for this global webinar.
Thank you. Thank you very much again. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to move on to our next keynote address. We are very, very pleased to welcome Mr. Ashok Lavasa, Vice President, Private Sector Operations and Public-Private Partnerships, Asian Development Bank, Philippines. Now, prior to joining ADB, Mr. Lavasa was an election commissioner in India, a constitutional position appointed by the President of India. As a senior member of the Indian Administrative Service, he was associated with a broad array of public policy and program implementation initiatives covering finance, power, environment, climate change, civil aviation, infrastructure, and tourism sectors. He has served for nearly 4 decades with various government agencies in India and also led the official Indian delegation for climate change negotiations for the Paris Agreement at COP21. So I'm sure it'll be great to hear what he has to say, diving into his varied experience across the spectrum. We are very, very delighted to have you with us, Mr. Lavasa. Thank you so much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and greetings to all of you from Manila. First of all, thank you for inviting me to speak at today's virtual session. Let me begin by sharing with you a quote that I read yesterday, and I quote, "We are the first generation to feel the sting of climate change, and we are the last generation that can do something about it," unquote. I would like to believe that this IOD session is a step in the direction of doing something about it. The theme of the session, ESG strategy for the board, turning rhetoric into reality in a VUCA world, is a very relevant topic for today's environment. Volatile, it could even be vulnerable. Uncertain, complex, and ambiguous, cannot begin to explain the challenges the world has faced over the last 2 years and more. This is specifically true in developing Asia. The pandemic has inordinately affected the poor and vulnerable in developing countries. At the Asian Development Bank, we are working with our developing member countries to help restart their economies and recover quickly from the effects of the pandemic. While we help our developing member countries recover, we must ensure that the recovery is green, resilient, inclusive, and sustainable, with lasting economic progress that is shared across the population and restores advancement towards development goals. The best way to ensure that the recovery is resilient and enduring is by following environmental, social, and governance principles, or ESG principles. Before I elaborate on what ADB does in this regard, let me share with you the fact that when I came to Manila ADB a couple of months back, it was after a gap of almost 20 years. The ADB building was as modern 20 years ago as it is today, with beautiful architecture, greenery, smart lighting system, etc. But the one distinct feature which has changed is when I look at the roof of the building, you can hardly see any concrete. All that you can see on the roof are solar panels. So I think that defines the direction of the change that we are looking at. At ADB, we have dedicated sector groups with thematic specialists focused on environmental, social, and governance issues. And we have several policies and initiatives related to investing in and improving ESG practices in our developing member countries. ESG principles are central to our long-term development strategy. 4 of the 7 operational principles under the ADB Strategy 2030 focus on ESG. Number 1, addressing remaining poverty and reducing inequalities. Number 2, tackling climate change, building climate and disaster resilience, and enhancing environmental sustainability. Number 3, accelerating progress in gender equality. And number 4, strengthening governance and institutional capacity. Additionally, we have a robust safeguards policy, which aims to help developing member countries address environmental and social risks in development projects and minimize and mitigate, if not avoid, adverse project impacts on people and the environment. ADB's environmental safeguards aim to ensure the environmental soundness and sustainability of projects, and to support the integration of environmental considerations into the project decision-making process. The safeguards policy requires borrowers to identify project impacts and assess their significance, examine alternatives, and prepare and implement and monitor EMPs, or environmental management plans. It also requires borrowers to consult people likely to be affected by the project and disclose relevant information in a timely manner. Similarly, ADB's social safeguards require borrowers to carry out meaningful consultations with affected parties, and ensure that adverse social impacts are prevented or mitigated. Now, ADB helps in mainstreaming ESG principles in developing Asia and the Pacific through two main methods. One, through ESG investments, and second, through helping corporates develop their ESG frameworks. On the investment side, ADB has partnered with corporates and donors on several ESG initiatives. ESG has become a priority for many international lenders, and close collaboration with international financial institutions increases co-financing opportunities to leverage private capital for ESG investments. A few initiatives where ADB is investing in ESG projects, such as sustainable infrastructure, include through innovative financing platforms such as the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance and Green Recovery Platform, which will leverage funds from capital markets and private sector investors for low carbon infrastructure. Second, the Climate Innovation Fund, launched in partnership with Bloomberg and Goldman Sachs to support low carbon economic development focused on South and Southeast Asia to increase the pace, scale, and ambition of climate solutions and contribute to clean energy transition. And third, the development of a debt financing platform to invest in sustainable infrastructure in Asia in partnership with HSBC, Temasek, and Clifford Capital Holdings. ADB is also focused on strengthening social and gender equity. As per our strategy 2030, at least 75% of the total number of our committed operations should incorporate gender inclusive projects designs by 2030. ADB has recently launched the Community Resilience Partnership Program in partnership with the Government of the United Kingdom and Nordic Development Fund. The program aims to help scale up investments in climate adaptation at the community level, targeting the nexus between climate change, poverty, and gender. The program will include a dedicated gender window with funds earmarked for supporting women-focused investments. Focusing on women means prioritizing investment projects where the primary stakeholders are women throughout the project cycle, from planning, design, and implementation through to monitoring, evaluation, and learning. This is important in order to reduce women's vulnerabilities and unlock their potential as agents of change for adaptation and resilience. ADB also supports several initiatives to strengthen governance in the region. For Asia, embracing good governance to build economies that are socially inclusive and environmentally sound will be vital for achieving sustainable development. Despite the region's success in producing fast-growing economies, many countries still face a host of governance issues. One important initiative which ADB is supporting to strengthen governance is the Asia-Pacific Tax Hub. Effective, timely, and corruption-free delivery of public services can require a steady source of financing for many developing countries in Asia and the Pacific. One of the biggest challenges is how to pool more resources to improve public financial systems and enhance government capacity. The Asia-Pacific Tax Hub will be dedicated to maximizing international and regional resources of knowledge, expertise, and finance on domestic resource mobilization and international tax cooperation through close collaboration among finance and tax authorities, as well as our development partners and regional tax associations. ADB is in a unique position to improve governance at the national and subnational level, develop capacity, and share knowledge at the regional level, and contribute to the global initiatives in collaboration with other international organizations and sub-regional tax associations in the Asia and the Pacific region. In addition to supporting ESG principles in the region by investing in ESG projects, through the initiative I have mentioned, ADB also helps our corporate borrowers develop their own ESG frameworks and build ESG capacity. At ADB's private sector operations department, which I oversee directly, we focus on projects that help promote private investments that will have significant development impact and will lead to accelerated, sustainable, and inclusive growth. Every project that we evaluate for ADB investment undergoes assessment in accordance with our operational and ESG principles. And we help our private sector clients in ADB's developing member countries develop the environmental, social, and governance aspects of their businesses. ESG factors are a core component of ADB's investment framework. We believe that a strong ESG proposition can create value for companies and their stakeholders. In addition to the societal benefits, there is a business case for companies having a strong focus on ESG, something which the DG of the Institute of Corporate Affairs very elaborately emphasized. Building a strong connection with broad elements of society creates value, not least because it builds resilience into the business model. Compromising connections with stakeholders simply to make earning targets, on the other hand, destroy values. Businesses need to satisfy the needs of their customers, employees, and communities, these days often a global community, in order to maximize value creation. Thriving businesses concerned with long-term horizons fuel a virtuous cycle. They create jobs, increase tax revenue, and raise standards of living. ADB's private sector operations department has supported several corporate clients in enhancing their ESG capacities. Let me give you a few examples. In December 2021, ADB participated as an anchor investor in the IPO of Simuri. Simuri is a holding company of the Simuri Group, a leading manufacturer and distributor of dairy products and consumer foods with well-established household brands in Indonesia. ADB helped in strengthening the company's governance in preparation for its IPO. The management of Simuri greatly appreciated ADB's value add to their business on its environmental, social, and governance dimensions, including gender inclusion and reducing its carbon and environmental footprint. Let me give you another example. This is ESG value addition to corporates in developing market leadership in sustainability. Last year, ADB and China Everbright Environmental Group Limited signed a memorandum of understanding to cooperate on efforts to promote the circular economy and protect ocean health in Asia, a first of its kind. This initiative follows a decade-long relationship between the ADB and the China Everbright Group in developing a portfolio of pioneering sustainable investments across waste to energy, biomass, and renewable energy in emerging markets. At the onset, ADB also provided capacity building to strengthen the group's environmental and social management systems, which enabled the group to issue its inaugural sustainability report as a publicly listed company. ADB also supports our clients in raising debt from capital markets through green and blue bonds. The Green Bond Program enables ADB to support its developing member countries seeking to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to the consequences of climate change, whilst delivering environmentally sustainable growth to help reduce poverty, and improve the quality of life of their people. The Green Bond portfolio specifically targets projects that promote the transition to low carbon and climate resilient growth as set out in the ADB Green Bond framework. Similarly, blue bonds help to address the growing funding gap required to protect and restore ocean health. Blue bonds increase the amount of capital that can be invested in oceans to finance solutions at scale. ADB is also assisting some of our financial institutional clients to develop their own blue bond frameworks. In addition to the work done through various initiatives in the bank as well as the support provided to corporates on ESG, ADB publishes knowledge products on ESG investment. Recently, ADB published a book on the various risks and opportunities for ESG in Asia. These ongoing studies allow us to identify future trends and opportunities for investments in ESG. The study noted that there are several impediments to ESG investment growth, such as unclear criteria for sustainable development, low quality non-financial data, lack of disclosure, and resource misallocations. An optimized policy environment could help to facilitate ESG investment flows in the region, and ADB can work to fill these policy gaps and help our clients build their ESG capacity through systematic frameworks and tools. Finally, I would like to conclude by reiterating the importance of ESG in today's investment climate. ESG factors have become an important part of global investment decisions. Corporations and consumers are increasingly becoming more environmentally and socially conscious, and operating on ESG principles is now considered as a must-have rather than a nice-to-have. As the president and CEO of Harley-Davidson said, and I quote, "Sustainability is no longer about doing less harm. It is about doing more good," unquote. ESG investment is distinct as a desirable approach, even for investors who only consider financial returns. Long-term investment decisions benefit from investors having more information about companies, and ESG factors comprise a large part of this information. Investments now take place on a global scale, and helping investors be more educated and aware of companies' operating practices, reputation, and commitments can play a vital role in assessing companies wherever they are. We see a strong trend amongst our clients in our developing member countries towards operating on ESG principles, and ADB will continue to provide capacity building, knowledge, and financing to support our developing member countries in sustainable development. We must learn to look beyond the balance sheet bottom line, because the bottom line in the long run is to minimize the apparent and unforeseen liabilities that we accumulate in a unidimensional approach to financial profits. Eventually, we all profit if there are more gainers than losers in the world. Thank you, and my best wishes for fruitful deliberations on ESG, which is an important aspect of corporate citizenship and its role in the future of our planet. Remember what Edmund Burke, the Irish philosopher, said, and I quote, "Nobody made a greater mistake than he who did nothing because he could do only a little," unquote. I thank you for your patience and give my best wishes to the deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lavasa, for being with us despite your hectic schedule and sharing such deep insights on the issue. Your opening lines themselves, that we are the first generation to feel the sting of climate change and the last one who can do anything about it, I think that should do a lot to wake a lot of us here hearing them. Thank you so much, sir. But before we let you go, there are a few questions for you. If I have your permission, I would like to quickly take them up with you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So the first question has come for you, that recently we saw in the press that ADB ties up with IIFL Home Finance to promote green housing in India. What message would you like to convey to housing sector in India? And also, there's a lot of interest around 3D printing. And how do you think that will revolutionize the housing industry, which is to make it more sustainable?
Well, thank you for that question. I think the first and foremost thing that I would like to say is that this particular intervention of ADB and the support given is essentially for affordable housing and housing which could be categorized as green. So, couple of things are important in this aspect. One is the basic necessity of having a roof over your head. I think that is very important. And as we have, all of us know that there is a huge deficit of housing in this regard. Number two is that within the country and outside, there are a lot of initiatives which have come both on the technology front and on the regulatory front on identifying green features, features that bring in energy efficiencies in homes. So I think as we go along, we all know that, for example, in a country like India, where the Ishar Judge Ahluwalia report pointed out that almost 70% of the urban infrastructure is yet to be built. So if we are going to build all this infrastructure, and housing constitutes an important component of that, I think it is important that the buildings are more climate friendly and energy efficient. So ADB's intervention is in the direction of supporting this priority and this initiative, which is both global as well as Indian priority and priority with the Asian Development Bank.
Sure. So thank you for answering that. And secondly, I would like to extend the question, which also is kind of the theme for today's webinar, about turning this whole rhetoric into reality. So how can we actually turn this rhetoric around ESG into practical action, and how to ensure and make it happen on the ground? What message would you like to give to the boardroom community that's listening to you?
Well, I think first and foremost, we should all realize that even if it is understood as a global problem, the solutions cannot be found till every individual in his own sphere, everyone in his own little microcosm, in his own life, in his own area of responsibility, tries to do things which will benefit. Now, this can take two directions. One is in the area of your official responsibility. For example, if you're sitting as an independent director on the board, then obviously, one, there is a compliance with the laws. But more important than the compliance with the laws, is the development direction that you're setting out, the priorities that you're setting out for the management of the company, and how you're open to adopting new ways of doing what you have been doing in the past, so that you consume less energy, you generate less waste, you recycle more, you reuse more. I think these are areas in which, I mean, let's take a small example like water consumption in all the industries. I think it's time for every employee, every manager, every person sitting on the board of the company to start assessing how much water we are consuming, and can we save that little drop which will contribute to the sustainability of nature. So I think there are a lot of things that we can do, but the last thing that we should do is to think that I can't do anything and someone else will have to do it.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Ashok Lavasa, for being with us this morning and sharing your insights on the issue. Thank you again.
Thank you for inviting me, and best of luck. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So for the next keynote address, we're very pleased to welcome Mr. Dinesh Wagmare, IAS Principal Secretary, Energy, Maharashtra State Electricity Transmission Corporation Limited. Mr. Dinesh Wagmare is a senior IAS officer of 1994 batch. In the capacity of Principal Secretary Energy, he is also acting as Managing Director, MSEB Holding Company Limited. He was also posted Social Justice and Special Assistance Department, Government of Maharashtra. He possesses 26 years of experience in responsible roles in spheres of management and administration, and brings in rich expertise in team, project leadership, administration, and management. We are very, very delighted to have with you with us, Mr. Wagmare. Thank you for sparing time this morning, and I believe you're in a hurry, so quickly over to you.
Good morning to all. And this Directors Dialogue Series, 5th edition. The theme being ESG strategy for the board, turning rhetoric into reality in a VUCA world. First, I would like to thanks for the organizer for actually inviting me for this event. Honorable Mr. Ashok Kapoor, Director General, Institute of Directors, Mr. Ashok Lavasa, Vice President, Asian Development Bank, Sri Praveen Kumar, Director General and CEO, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs, and all the dignitaries present in this conference. And ladies and gentlemen, I am privileged to address this August virtual gathering on the occasion of Directors Dialogue Series on the theme ESG, Environmental, Social and Governance Strategy for the Board, Turning Rhetoric into Reality in a VUCA World. I am thankful to the organizer for giving me this opportunity. In terms of ESG, power sector has gone through a revolutionary phase and still in the continuous process of transformation. This decade would cause definitive change in the overall conducting businesses of power generation, transmission, and distribution. As has been seen in the past, this sector per se is very apprehensive in transforming in tune with the time. The very purpose of trifurcation of erstwhile state electricity boards mandated in Electricity Act 2003 was to enforce accountability amongst the three verticals is still missing in power sector due to various social and political constraints which are even beyond the control of operators and regulators. Growth and transformational changes in other sectors such as telecom, automation, retail businesses are really astonishing and certainly gives a lot of confidence to the power sector if taken right steps. In this VUCA world, that is volatility, uncertainty, complexity, ambiguity scenario, the operational efficiency in each of the three verticals of power sector, mainly generation, transmission, and distribution, is the key to sustain, survive, and grow in this era of fierce competition. Last couple of years, especially after onset of COVID-19 pandemic, are really challenging for the economy at large. And when it comes to power sector in India, more precisely in the state of Maharashtra, apart from COVID pandemic, we have repeatedly faced challenges from nature's fury, namely incessant rains in Konkan and Western Maharashtra, and cyclones such as Taukte and Nisarga. Particularly, COVID-19 situation actually, in fact, posed a lot of challenges for the distribution sector with the date and actually dues of distribution companies mounting to very high level. Currently, like MSEDCL has arrears of around 60,000 crore, and that is mainly because of COVID pandemic period. And during the COVID pandemic period, basically consumers were not able to pay to distribution utility. So that actually date and arrears has mounting manifold. And that is posing a lot of challenges for the distribution sector as such, particularly state-owned distribution utility. Plus devastation caused by the cyclones like Taukte and Nisarga has caused a lot of damages, especially to distribution sector. I would like to create awareness about the major challenges in the power sector and sort of corrective measures taken, identified by the Energy Department to overcome the challenges for smooth running of the business and uninterrupted supply of power to the ultimate consumers in the most efficient and effective manner. The intention is to optimize the use of resources, minimize wastages and pollution in such manner that it is in tune with the ESG strategy. Major challenges in the power sector, particularly for the transmission, distribution, and generation sector, is that, and particularly for state-owned utilities, is that old age infrastructure. The erstwhile MSED was established in the year 1960, and majority, almost greater than 50% of actually asset have served their useful life of 25 years. Some of the transmission lines and transmission towers are 35 to 40 years old, and they are still serving the purpose. We, power utilities, need to adapt to the life cycle management of the asset, wherein periodic asset replacement based on useful life of the product needs to be adopted. Proactive preventive maintenance policy is being adopted, and we are using modern technology for proactive preventive maintenance. In transmission company, we are using the latest technology of drone-based. Earlier, we used to do monkey patrolling, like technicians used to actually climb on the transmission tower, and that is not so now. We are using drones for that, and those are very effectively being used right from technician up to supporting engineer level, and that has become quite a success. And monkey patrolling is almost out. Strategic planning for replacement of aged asset in phase-wise manner is also very much essential for us. And recently, Government of India has come up with a scheme of revamped distribution sector scheme. It's a very ambitious scheme, and we are participating in a great way in that. And in that, actually, this scheme is mainly for the distribution companies, and our distribution companies, MSCDCL, has taken the participation in that. And we actually have prepared DPR of around 36,000 crore, which comprises of three major components. Namely, first is that replacement of meters, like in fact, the coverage of meters, particularly for commercial, domestic, and industrial consumers. We want to convert the existing meters to smart prepaid meters, so that actually there will be accuracy of billing and there will be no complaint from the consumer, and the accurate readings will be taken. So almost 11,000 crore will be spending in converting almost 1.5 crore meters to smart prepaid meters. Then for age-old infrastructure of MSCDCL, we actually propose loss reduction plan, whereas we are going to separate the agriculture feeders. We'll be having aerial bunch cables, upgradation of conductors, installation of multimeter boxes, provision of high voltage distribution system, installation of capacitor banks, IT/OT infrastructure, and covered conductor, electrical vehicle charging infrastructure. And particularly for disaster-prone area, we'll be putting a lot of disaster-resilient infrastructure. In modernization proposal, we'll be actually building new GIS substation. We will add power transformer, augment power transformer, HT lines, LT lines, distribution transformers, and so on. So this actually is around 30,000 crore project we have prepared for loss reduction and modernization proposal. In fact, Government of India is very positive about actually approving our scheme, and soon we will launching this scheme in a great way. Another major challenges which our power utilities are facing, like damages to infrastructure asset due to natural calamity. As I have said earlier, in the recent past, there is increase in incidence of cyclones, storms, heavy downpour causing sudden flood. As per the various international studies, global warming has led rampant increase in cyclones, especially in the Arabian Sea, which is never seen in the past, along with other climatic changes. Incidences such as fire, cyclonic storms, and natural calamities can result into damages to asset, higher repair and maintenance costs, chances of blackouts. Crisis and management plan issued by NDMA and the Ministry of Power needs to be scrupulously followed for addressing the risk associated with the electricity infrastructure. Necessary changes or modification in the existing infrastructure to successfully overcome threat posed by cyclones, floods, providing required devices, equipment to tackle fire hazard shall be ensured in line with the relevant policies. In fact, Ministry of Power has issued guidelines for cyclone resilient infrastructure, both for the transmission sector as well as for the distribution sectors. And we are following the specifications given by Ministry of Power. Also, our Relief and Rehabilitation Department, along with the Government of India, National Disaster Management Authority, has sanctioned some funds in cyclone-prone areas in coastal belts. Apart from that, we have also prepared 1,000 crore plus plan to be included in the revamped distribution sector scheme for cyclone-prone areas, which actually will be taken. Most of the overhead wires will be actually will be done in an underground cable way. Recently, there is a lot of actually cyber security aspects needs to be considered. SCADA and new technologies are being extensively used in our companies and now leveraging use of cloud computing, data warehousing. These technologies, as you know, are prone to cyber threats being remotely accessible. As such, the power industry has become the potential target for cyber attacks. Electricity being the most important source of energy, power plants, EHV infrastructure, namely EHV substations, load dispatch centers are prone to be targeted by hackers and even by enemy countries. Redundancy of IT systems, keeping data with multiple servers, and most importantly, an Indian server, has become very much important. The Ministry of Power has also given the various guidelines regarding cybersecurity preventive measures to be taken, and we are following that. Recently, there was power outage on 12 October 2020 in Mumbai, and there were actually some reports in the media that it could have been due to cyber attack. So we have done a cybersecurity audit, and actually, and it is not confirmed that it was because of cyber attack, but then we need to be vigilant about cyber attacks in the future. SCADA is the most important tool for effective operation and maintenance of EHV substation, along with judicious use of manpower. And we actually are also in the process of increasing our data visibility at our state load dispatch center. Delay in project execution is actually very important aspects, and in fact, basically people support is very much important for execution of transmission and distribution project. As far as the transmission projects, actually transmission towers and transmission lines take a lot of space, and particularly in region where a lot of urban growth is there, like Mumbai metropolitan region or Pune metropolitan region, there is a lot of resistance from the people because the compensation given they think is quite actually low as compared to like in the road construction project, the land acquisition cost is actually as per Land Acquisition Act. But for transmission tower and transmission lines, actually it is not an acquisition, it is actually right of way, and right of way compensation is a bit lower. We are actually proposing in the government to increase this compensation, but then we need a lot of people support in bringing power to the areas where the load centers are located. Typically in Maharashtra, the power generation is in eastern part of Maharashtra, where all the thermal power plants are located, and all the load centers are actually in the western Maharashtra, mainly Mumbai, Pune, Thane region. So it poses a lot of challenges for bringing power. And a lot of projects actually are stuck up because of right-of-way issues and other project management issues, contract management issues. Another challenges we are facing is apprehension of reduction in market share due to competitive business environment and existence as a state-owned utility. The power companies are 100% owned by Government of Maharashtra, and it is largely governed and pursued as a state-owned utility with inherent advantages and disadvantages of being government undertaking. The decision-making process and the pace of growth gets influenced and moderated by various factors. The very purpose of the reform in the power sector was to increase the efficiency, transparency, and the accountability of the system. Our three companies, mainly generation company, MSPGCL, transmission company, MSDCL, and distribution company, MSEDCL, need to focus on the change management practices and its implementation at all the organization level. Power generation, transmission, distribution sector is attracting big business conglomerates with access to huge capital and lower cost of fund with state-of-the-art technologies. This poses threat in the deregulated electricity market in India to old monopolistic government companies. Also, our companies are actually basically, in fact, a lot of private sector is also there, but our three companies, mainly transmission and distribution, are totally dependent upon distribution companies as the sole client. And the distribution company is suffering a lot of financial stress. The distribution company is suffering at present because of a lot of mounting arrears and mounting debt. But then other companies like transmission and generation companies are profit-making companies, fortunately. So we are making substantial profits as a transmission and generation companies. But then we actually have also focused on corporate social responsibility. We have contributed a lot in corporate social responsibility. The transmission company actually has donated 250 vaccination vans in backward regions of Vidarbha and Marathwada. And these vaccination vans basically are for those people who are not able to come to the vaccination centers. So these vaccination vans go to the villages, pick up people, mainly old-aged people, pregnant women, and those who are ill, and they take them to the vaccination centers and wait up to the period of adverse effect after immunization and take them back to their homes. And it has actually resulted into increasing the coverage of vaccination in those areas. So the vaccination coverage has increased many-fold, up to 90% in this backward region. I would like to proudly say that even after this corona pandemic and now even after this financial stress, this year we have actually catered to the peak demand of power. Like we have catered to the demand of 25,644 megawatt. So that is one of the highest actually recorded without any load shedding. And this was due to proper anticipation planning and better coordination between state and central government agency. Also during the pandemic, we have given uninterrupted power supply to COVID hospitals, COVID centers, railways, and oxygen plants. Not only we have given power supply, but then we actually also, under corporate social responsibility, our generation company has actually set up oxygen plants at least at 5 medical colleges and COVID hospitals. And our response to natural calamity is actually, we respond in a war-putting way. And the Taukte cyclone hit Maharashtra on 18 May 2021, and it affected almost more than 3.5 lakh consumers, 5,478 villages, 1,332 feeders. And in record time, on 25th May, we restored all the systems. In the power sector, Department of Energy is taking all the steps. And in the future, we are actually giving more focus to renewable energy. And we have decided that we will not bring in more of the thermal plant now. And whatever actually new power plant to basically will be solar power based. We have set up a target of 17,000 megawatt of renewable energy. Out of 17,000 megawatt, almost 12,000 megawatt will be in the solar power sector. I hope that, as in the past, we'll definitely overcome the various challenges in the power sector and will outshine and remain in the forefront as state power utility. In future, we have to grow matching with the best in the industry and also to ensure availability and reliability of the power supply up to the last mile. Thanks a lot to Mr. Ashok Kapoor, Director General, Institute of Directors, for calling me in this Directors Dialogue series and to give me chance to express my thought. Thank you very much. With this, I end my note here and wish to have a very interactive and knowledge-enhancing session with various dignitaries from different industries and sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bhagmari. Since there's paucity of time, very briefly, we would like to take 2 questions that we've shortlisted from the audience. The first question that's come for you is that the energy sector can greatly contribute to the ESG-driven initiatives. Now, how MSETCL is contributing towards this goal?
I beg your pardon, can you please repeat the question?
The question is that the energy sector can greatly contribute to the ESG-driven initiatives. How MSETCL is contributing towards this goal?
Yeah, actually, MSETCL, in fact, the grid is basically responsibility of MSETCL as well as the State Load Dispatch Center. And in fact, it's an important backbone of the power industry. As you know, the Maharashtra is basically industrial state, and we are at the topmost in India as far as industries are concerned. And mainly the power requirement in industry is growing manifold. So we are anticipating that by 2030, our power demand will grow almost double. Now actually our power demand is 25,000 megawatt. It will reach up to 50,000 megawatts. So actually, this much power actually requirement is a big challenge for transmission company. How to bring the power? Because setting up new generation plant is putting a lot of constraint, like we can't put new thermal plant because it will pose a lot of environmental challenges, and there is a lot of opposition from the people also as far as environment production is concerned. So then our focus is to give more focus on solar power. But then solar power has also got its lot of limitations in a way. So solar power can't be actually, in fact, the night time it is not possible to get solar power. Solar power is mainly actually available between 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Then actually to integrate that with the battery energy storage system is also one of the solutions. But now battery energy storage system is a very costly proposition. So the only solution is to bring in power from outside. So bringing power from outside poses a lot of challenge in terms of transmission constraints.
True.
Our transmission corridors are quite limited. And we are proposing and basically bringing power into Mumbai is posing more challenges. So we are actually have come up with a new project like HVDC project from Kudus to RA, which has given on tariff-based competitive bidding to Adani Power Transmission. And then MSCTC also having a new project like Velgaon substation project, and then Kalwa, and actually converting our present conductors to STLS conductors. So we have prepared a plan. We have prepared a state transmission utility plan, which is on our website. So it can be seen like, and if any suggestion of, to those that transmission plan is there, it's most welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Wagmare, for taking time out and being here for this global webinar. Really appreciate you sharing all the information that you did. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you much. Thanks a lot.
And now let's quickly move on to the next keynote address. We are very pleased to welcome Mr. Rajiv Anand, Deputy Managing Director, Axis Bank, who's here with us right now. He's also a board member. Mr. Anand, with an illustrious career spanning more than 30 years, has focused on various facets of the financial services industry. Having held key management positions at leading global financial institutions, he is widely recognized for his strengths in capital markets and for successfully building new businesses to scale. He is currently leading some of the most critical functions, including wholesale banking and digital banking, along with support functions like marketing and corporate communications in the bank. He is the co-chair of the Banking Task Force at CII Western Region, a member of the National Committee on Banking at CII, and holds several key positions in other communities and industry bodies as well. We are very, very delighted to have you with us, Mr. Anand. Thank you so much for making time out for this webinar.
Thank you, respected Mr. Ashok Kapoor, Mr. Praveen Kumar, Mr. Ashok Lamasa, Ms. Helen Brand, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. I thank the IOD for inviting me to share my views at the opening keynote session of the 5th Directors Dialogue Series. The theme of this series brings together three very critical business concepts: the board, the ESG strategy, and a VUCA world. And at a very opportune time when we as individuals, businesses, societies, and nations are just beginning to emerge from over 2 years of unprecedented uncertainties and challenges. VUCA, which as all of you know, stands for volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity, was first coined at least 3 decades ago, at that time referring primarily to transnational conflicts and geopolitics. But today, the most significant factor contributing to VUCA are the new and emerging risks such as climate change, rising socio-economic inequalities, extreme polarization and political discontent, and technology risks such as customer privacy and data security. The sheer diversity and scale of risks that we are collectively faced today require a fresh approach towards VUCA, and this is where a board-driven, ESG-focused approach can help businesses not just navigate, but really thrive in a VUCA world. The concept of ESG too has been around for decades, with its roots in realization among global investor community to understand if businesses were investing in, were recognizing and responding to the full spectrum of risks they faced, and if their actions were in line with the expectations of all their stakeholders. Today, the hot topic of stakeholder capitalism echoes the same sentiment. Stakeholder capitalism, that was a central theme at the latest Davos summit, and of Larry Fink's annual letter to the CEOs, put forth the notion that a firm's purpose must be to create long-term value for all its shareholders. Indeed, we have ample empirical evidence now showing that investors, markets, consumers, and society in general value companies that walk the talk on ESG much higher, perceiving them to be in a better position to manage uncertainties and leverage future opportunities. The COVID-19 pandemic, too, has amplified the call for greater adoption of ESG principles into corporate action that puts stakeholder rights at the forefront. I would especially take this opportunity to highlight climate change as perhaps the most significant contributor to a VUCA world, not only because of its ability and potential to significantly impact every aspect of the living world, but also because of its uncertainty and complexity. Highly volatile situations globally, such as rising incidence of natural disasters and floods in India, thawing permafrost in the Arctic Circle, and massive wildfires in North America and Australia, erratic weather patterns across many regions have caused immense damage to life and led to loss of livelihood. As diverse physical and transition risks associated with climate change continue to manifest further, businesses will have to find ways to be more resilient and future-proof. And I believe this can be achieved through collaboration. Today, the common goal, Global Sustainable Development Agenda led by the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDG, is bringing together governments, businesses, and civil society in achieving a common goal. I'd like to just briefly touch upon what is happening in our country. India recently announced its climate commitments at COP26 in Glasgow, headlined by its announcement to become net zero by 2070. Achieving net zero commitment by 2070 will likely necessitate deep policy and governance reforms that cover diverse aspects of the economy, including manufacturing, services, agriculture, technology adoption, innovation, supply chain, energy production, urban development, and most certainly financing. Certainly, India's regulatory mechanisms have been paying close attention. A task force on sustainable finance constituted by the Ministry of Finance with SEBI, RBI, and IRDA on board is currently framing the sustainable finance taxonomy for the country. The RBI is committed to integrating climate finance risks into financial stability monitoring, and SEBI's BRSR for the top 1,000 companies significantly scales up the quality and depth of ESG disclosures by the corporate sector. Almost in parallel, rapid strides in technology are expected. A recent study by the Berkeley Lab has predicted that India's potential leapfrog to carbon-free energy by as early as 2030 due to dramatic cost reductions in battery storage as well as wind and solar power energy generation. In fact, just last week, India announced its comprehensive green hydrogen policy with significant cross-sectoral applications and decarbonization potential. Are we, as India's corporate sector, ready to embrace the net zero economy? It would certainly require a paradigm shift in how we currently think, plan, and act, and boards are inherently in the best position to drive an organizational agenda and prioritize ESG, and not only unifies organization to a common purpose, but also drives greater collaboration. So how can boards turn this ESG vision into a reality? In my view, we as boards, we need to provide vision about the future that we want to see and direct all our efforts to achieving. Understand the complexity and interconnectivity of issues and harmonize the business activities to convert such complexity into opportunities. Bring clarity into our thought process, operations, and workforce to unify short-term business goals with organizational and national purpose. Unite the organization into having a singular purpose-driven thought and process and a harmonious process. Help adopt by promoting good work cultures, innovation, and build resilience. And lastly, provide an oversight that ensures decision-making aligned to prudent business judgment as well as stakeholder expectations. I'm proud to share with you that at Axis Bank, we have embarked on this journey. Last year, we became the first Indian bank to establish a ESG committee of the board, and among the first milestones achieved by this committee was the adoption of our purpose statement and levers for sustainable growth. The committee is now overseeing a series of ESG commitments that the bank has taken across its banking and financial activities, human capital, business operations, and CSR. Once again, I thank IOD for having me here today, and thank all of you for patient listening. I understand we will now be open for questions. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. Just one question very quickly we'd like to take up with you, that how banks are embracing ESG in investment and operations and also promote sustainable financial solutions.
I think the issue really is, as a bank, the fact that our operations can become net zero quite quickly is, I think, is relatively easy because, unlike a manufacturing setup, the amount of carbon emissions that we create is relatively small. But really the focus is really on how we can drive the behavior of our borrowing community. And therefore we engage extensively with corporate India. I mean, we as the third largest private sector bank in India, we bank pretty much all the largest corporations in this country and engage with them both, in a sense, through a carrot and stick approach to be able to drive their adoption of ESG. So, for example, we have adopted the IFC framework in terms of lending, and we now have a framework on the kind of companies we will lend to and we will not lend to. And I think ultimately, to us, ESG, climate risk, etc., is as much about risk management as it is about commitments to ESG. Because ultimately, if there is a project that is located in a vulnerable area which is vulnerable to floods, could potentially create credit risk for us. Similarly, in project finance, if we are financing a road project or a dam, for example, whether relocation of people at that point in time is actually happening in terms of rehabilitation of these people, because we've seen, historically as well, if that is not done, projects get delayed. People and communities around that particular project are will do everything to delay those projects, and therefore once again begin to create credit risk for us. So we have actually embedded ESG into our risk frameworks as much as sort of driving ESG behavior in the corporate community as well. And I think that is a responsibility that we have as large financiers of this economy.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajiv Dani. That was really, really very insightful. Thank you for sparing time for this webinar.
Thank you for having me.
And now we move on to the next keynote address. We are very pleased to welcome Ms. Helen Brand, OBE, Chief Executive, ACCA, Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, UK, with us right now. Ms. Helen Brand has built her career within professional bodies and has considerable experience and knowledge of the 180 markets in which ACCA currently operates. She's a founding member of the International Integrated Reporting Council and now serves as a co-vice chair of the Value Reporting Foundation, which was created through the merger of the IIRC and Sustainability Accounting Standards Board. And other than that, one of the few women to lead a global professional body. She's a regular media commentator on the role ethics and the delivery of public value play in business and society. In 2011, ACCA became the first international professional body to publish an integrated report on its performance, and she remains a strong advocate for the power of wider corporate reporting. Ladies and gentlemen, ACCA is an integral part of IOD India Global family. We are very delighted to have Ms. Helen Brand with us today, who's joined us today from UK, despite the difference in the time zone. As you could all see that this is early morning there, and she really took time out from her schedule, and we've already kept her waiting, but don't want to do that anymore. Over to you, Ms. Helen. Once again, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you for that kind introduction. And first of all, I'd like to thank you for inviting me to share this time with you all. It's a real pleasure to join you for such an important and timely event. And I send my sincerest thanks to the Institute of Directors for your support, and of course for our partnership, which I'm proud to say goes from strength to strength. I also send very special greetings to Lieutenant General J.S. Alawalia, the President of IOD, and to all the directors and leaders of business who are with us today. So I want to say a few words on a theme which is central to ACCA's purpose and is especially relevant to this audience today. And it's about the role accountants play in driving ESG, environmental, social and governance strategy for boards, and about the important function finance plays in shaping the way we think about the future of business in India and of course around the world. The urgency of this issue of ESG is not diminishing with time. Far from it, it's only accelerating. And I'll begin with the E part of the ESG equation, the environment and boards' responsibilities to serve as leaders in protecting the future of our planet. Now, there's a phrase that people in business often use to when they talk about challenges of adapting to any kind of change. And the phrase is, we're operating on a burning platform. And it sprang to mind when the UN published its latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report a couple of months ago. That painted a frightening picture of a world battered by an ever-increasing extreme weather events, of entire countries consumed by wildfires and floods. It pointed to a terrible future of a world that's both a burning platform and a drowning platform at the same time. And I don't need to spell it out for an audience in India. Just this month, an academic report entitled Extreme Wind Wave Climate Predictions for the Indian Ocean Under Changing Climate Scenarios was published by scientists from the Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, and the National Institute of Technology, Delhi. It highlighted the threat of rising tides and the future typified by routine flooding for vast regions around the Bay of Bengal, South China Sea, and South Indian Ocean. Unless that trend is reversed, freshwater supplies will be inundated by salt water, agriculture will be impossible, human habitation unviable. And of course, it means millions of lives ruined, entire cities doomed, and vast dislocation of entire populations. And it's in this context that ACCA talks about ESG, about the concepts of sustainability in business, and why we concentrate on what we can do as accountants and as business leaders to advocate for new ways of running our economic affairs. I'm especially happy to speak to this audience on this issue today because you're perfectly placed to serve as powerful advocates for sustainability and for taking a wider view of what success in business means. For grasping the truth that without a wholehearted commitment to ESG issues, a business is living in the past and doomed to irrelevance in a world where respect for the public interest is a corporate necessity. It's also important that we see ESG as good business sense. Accountants, given their role at the heart of businesses, driving good decisions and strategies, have a duty to demonstrate that sustainable business is also sensible business. There's a clear ethical case for placing ESG at the heart of your business, but there's more to it than the moral dimension. Every single person in the audience today owes a duty to their business to defend and promote their commercial interests. But there's no conflict between those aims and the drive for sustainability for a sharper focus on ESG. There's a compelling business case too. It's about risk. Ultimately, of course, it's about protecting the planet because the biggest risk of all, that if we don't, then all talk of business success is irrelevant. For individual organisations, it's about the danger of reputational damage and the danger that by not doing enough, customers won't want to trade with you, investors won't want to invest with you, and people won't want to work for you. This is happening now as more big institutional investors widen their criteria for allocating capital to include many more measures than simple profit and loss. There's a revolution in how value is measured in business, and this brings me to the next two elements in the ESG question. Along with environment, we talk about social issues and governance issues. I'm proud to say that ACCA has believed in this philosophy of business for a long time, since we were founded in 1904, in fact. We exist because a group of accountants decided that professional life should be open to all people, regardless of gender, background, or nationality. It's why inclusion is one of the 3 pillars which form the basis of ACCA's values, along with integrity and innovation. The issue of inclusion remains vital because it's the key which unlocks a world of opportunity for people who've been excluded from any chance of making a good career. It's the answer to the social inequality and the poverty of life prospects which are too prevalent around the world. And inclusion brings crucial new talent and perspectives into businesses, contributing to their success. Inclusion is a crucial social issue, and it's an area where ACCA is very active. Right here in India, for instance, where in August last year, our members launched a financial literacy campaign in schools, bringing knowledge and skills to children who would otherwise have been denied the chance to acquire a vital life skill. Maybe among them are future entrepreneurs who will lead the new green economy. I believe that the clamour for more change, for greater emphasis on operations driven by ESG priorities will only accelerate. The pressure for more action on ESG issues is coming from above and below, from investors and from consumers who are ever more discerning on how they choose to spend their money and who they choose to spend it with. I believe that as the climate crisis worsens before it improves and social inequalities widen, these attitudes will become more prevalent and more powerful. And I know business gets it. Accountants lead the way in this area as professionals who are perfectly placed to present a 360-degree vision of a business's impact, taking into account all the aspects of activity and effects on society, extending beyond income and expenditure and the bottom line. Accountants' unique perspective mark them as strategically irreplaceable in providing the wise counsel on ESG affairs which boards need. In ACCA's report called Mainstreaming Impact, Scaling a Sustainable Recovery, 90% of people we surveyed around the world agreed that organisations must increase efforts to be more environmentally and socially sustainable and to make more of a positive impact on society. Another recent ACCA report, Climate Action and the Accountancy Profession, set out some really practical steps on how businesses can build a successful ESG strategy. For accountancy and finance professionals and other business leaders, these include getting executive support for climate risk on the board agendas, leading net zero transition plans, placing ESG and net zero at the heart of organisational strategy, expanding strategic considerations beyond financial returns and competitive advantage, integrating ESG, climate KPIs and risk considerations, and identifying the source of what constitutes decision-relevant data, ensuring that financial and non-financial reporting are connected by a clear narrative, fostering integrity and trust in sustainability-related information with robust, transparent, and trustworthy methods of assurance, and to minimise greenwashing, and increasing awareness and education. Finally, I think that today's event is so timely and constructive because it brings business leaders together and reminds us that our efforts are not isolated. We're all part of a worldwide drive to build a business culture that respects sustainability, promotes long-term economic health, and protects the interests of wider society. We really are all in this together as business leaders and as citizens of the world. I know that the mood has swung behind the urgent need for change in the way that we run our economies and businesses, and they were pushing at an open door on this issue. The only question that remains for all of us to decide is which precise actions our own businesses can take to live up to these values. It's about how we make a positive contribution to promoting the long-term sustainability of business, serving the whole of society, and protecting the planet for future generations to enjoy. We no longer have the luxury of time to debate the merits of or otherwise of a robust and creative ESG strategy for our organisations. The time is now. May I conclude with my thanks again to IID India. ACCA hugely values our strategic partnership with you, and we remain committed to working closely with IID and sharing our insights and best practices on core challenges, issues and topics such as this absolutely critical one. Thank you all so much, and I hope you have a great day.
Thank you, Ms. Helen Brand. Apologies for the slight delay in the program, but thank you for sticking with us despite the delay and sharing your thoughts on this really, really critical issue. And I'm told that you have other commitments to attend. We will have to let you go at this point of time. And just to let you know that we are forever grateful for your continued support to IOD India family.
Thank you so much. Best of luck with the rest of the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I'm sure that everyone who's attending this webinar must be thinking that how do we actually integrate the ESG policy into corporate strategy? So that is exactly what our first keynote session of the day is going to be focusing on. So let's begin that with our very first distinguished speaker of this keynote session, Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, IAS Vice Chairman and Managing Director, the City and Industrial Development Corporation of Maharashtra, that's CIDCO. Dr. Mukherjee, a 1996 batch IAS Officer of Maharashtra cadre. After joining CIDCO, he spearheaded the mega projects of the corporation like Navi Mumbai Airport, Navi Mumbai Metro, Naina Palghar Headquarters Project, etc. While giving possession of tenements to the applicants of 2018 housing scheme, he also bought a special housing scheme for COVID warriors and uniform personnel as a tribute to the dedication towards nation. A great contribution. We are very proud to have you, sir, with us, and your wonderful leadership is an example for others to follow, Dr. Mukherjee. Delighted to have you with us. Over to you.
Namaskar. So firstly, I must thank the Institute of Directors, Mr. Kapoor, and everybody for inviting me here. And I must thank you for giving such a glowing introduction to me. I hope I am audible to all the speakers. So I'll give a very brief thing about the organization that I'm heading now. And then I'll tell you how we are trying to, institutionalize environmental awareness and social awareness, and of course, best governance practices within the organization. So this organization of CIDCO is a unique organization in India. It functions as a company. So whereas when it functions as a company, it has the the nimbleness and the speed that a company works in. It doesn't work at a loss. So as a government company, we don't work for profit, but definitely we do not work at a loss. At the same time, it is an authority. So it is two types of authorities. Firstly, it is a New Town Development Authority. And so our logo, we call ourselves Shaharache Shilpakar, which means the architect of cities, or we build cities. So that is to develop new towns. And secondly, we are also a special planning authority and a regional planning authority over large areas of land where we try to bring in planned development in a very, very crowded and populated part of the planet. So in CIDCO, to give an idea about the governance structure, the entire company is owned by the government of Maharashtra. And the moment it becomes a company which is owned by the government and the ownership is 100%, therefore, everything that we do is open to public scrutiny. We are subject to the right to information. So when we compete with the private sector, we deal with certain realities. I wouldn't say handicaps. I think they are our strengths. And that is that everything that we do is absolutely transparent. It's available to everybody under the Right to Information Act. Whatever we do, we are answerable to both the houses of the legislature of the state. We are also answerable to the parliament of the country, both the houses of the parliament. And all our activities, all our actions are, in fact, the report is placed before the parliament and the legislature. And that's how, whatever we are doing, it's open to public knowledge. Major decisions that we take are subject to ratification by the cabinet. Otherwise, all decisions are taken at the level of the board of directors. The decisions of the board of directors are mandatorily released to the media, and they are made open and known to the public. So essentially, there is a lot of public scrutiny. And I think that is our biggest strength as the stakeholders whom we work with. And our stakeholders are the poorest of the poor and the richest of the rich. So whereas we have partnerships with the largest companies of India, some of which are amongst the largest in the world. So whereas on one hand, we are working with them. On the other hand, we also work for the poorest of the poor, the economically weaker sections, the handicapped, the disabled, and all sectors of the society. So in our working, we have a system of reservations. We have reservations for handicapped, we have reservations for the disadvantaged and the deprived sections of the society. We have reservations for women, and also we have reservations for everyone else. So we try to see that everyone gets a piece of the cake that we have. CITCO currently is responsible for developing the Navi Mumbai area. And in this area, CITCO has developed several cities and towns. So the city of Navi Mumbai is developed by us. The city of Panvel is developed by us. The area between these two is being developed by us. And we have also developed several municipalities like Uran, Ulve, etc. in this area. In addition to that, we have developed the town of Aurangabad. We have developed the town of Nasik. We have developed a part of Nagpur. We have developed a part of Latur. We have developed parts of Nanded and several other such cities. And the city which we have developed very, very recently, which we, in fact, just about a year back, which we inaugurated, was the Palghar new town, which is designed the way the old king of Palghar used to live in, and the way the old town of Palghar, when there was a king there. So we designed the thing like that. Now, that brings me to the second point. Why did we choose to design Palghar in the way the king used to look? The king's palace was there, and the way the people used to live there. And the reason is that Palghar is a tribal area, and being a tribal area, it has its own very specific culture. And we felt that whereas everybody should get the right to opportunity, that is, everybody should have the access and everybody should have the approach to the outside world. However, indigenous culture is something that that should be made available to the local people, and the choice should be given to the local people. So that was the structure that was adopted in Palghar, and I'm happy to say that the city has developed successfully, and now we are developing an extended town there. So that is one of the projects that we are doing. Environmental sustainability is a big issue that we face wherever we work. Essentially, we are in the civil engineering business. So we are in the real estate business and in the civil engineering business. So when we develop towns, we acquire the land, we develop the town, we develop the land, and then we sell that land. So that is real estate. But along with the town, as we build facilities, like for instance, when you build railway stations and when you build airports and when you build a municipal corporation's building or a water supply system, then these are essentially works of civil engineering. And works of civil engineering are ones which are seen, as somebody said, greenwashing. So civil engineering works cannot be greenwashed. It's pretty messy. And since it is messy, so it's visible. And since it is city activity, it is visible to everybody. Like, for instance, I was discussing with a friend of mine who is an electrical engineer, and he was telling me about green vehicles. He said, do you think green vehicles are good? I said, well, any new technology should be welcomed. He said that when you have a green technology, electric vehicle is inherently discriminatory. That was the point of view. And his point of view was that when cities who can afford electric vehicles use electric vehicles, they are essentially transferring the pollution into the places where the thermal power plants operate. So he said that it is essentially a type of greenwashing. Whereas the jury would be out on that, and I do not want to get into that debate. Civil engineering is something which is messy and it's visible. So we have tried our best as we have developed this particular organization to ensure that environmental sustainability remains, at the center. In Marathi, we have a word called Kendra Bindu, and the environmental sustainability is at the Kendra Bindu of CITCO's existence. So 40% of the land in any of CITCO's city is a developed forest. So it's not a natural forest, it's a developed forest. And then gradually we hand this land over to the forest department. What happens is when you hand over the land to the forest department, then all other types of uses are banned there. So essentially that remains a green zone forever. So 40% of the city area is a forest department. As we go into construction, green buildings are a big fashion. I have my own views on this. I feel that, well, he who uses green technology at the cost of others has to pay for it. So technology transfer, I think, is the most burning issue in this thing, and I think there is a north-south divide in the technology transfer thing. And whereas those who have the technology feel that they have the technology, and so therefore they should be paid for it. Those who do not have the technology generally are the nations which have been free of foreign rule for less than 75 to 80 years. And they feel that we do not have the grounding to develop that kind of technology, so it should be transferred to us, because ultimately the planet is a single planet and everybody is breathing the same air which is circulating all around. So that is another debate that is going on. But within the small sphere of influence that I have and within the jurisdiction of this organization, we are implementing green building strategies. Our largest project now is the Navi Mumbai International Airport. To give an idea of how large that project is, that single project will increase the GDP of India, which is amongst the largest in the world, by 1%. And that single project will increase the GDP of Maharashtra by 5%. So this is the size of the project, and this is the impact that the project will have. And that entire project is a green project. So everything that is done there is, is certified, and there are independent monitors who are watching and who are observing and who are seeing whether we are doing the things appropriately. From the social point of view, we have a law, and as per our law, we have decided that this extent of development shall be given for social purposes. So we have in social purposes, whether it is green open spaces, whether it is playgrounds, whether it is stalls for the handicapped, whether it is employment opportunities for widows of war heroes, whether it is working women's hostels, or whether it is homes for the orphans, whether it is homes for the old and disabled, etc. We have a very, very well set formula, and this formula has been, it has been seen by our board, by the cabinet of Maharashtra, and then it has been placed before both the houses of the parliament. So essentially, it has gone through the full democratic process, and after it has gone through the democratic process, that formula has been, given to CITCO, and CITCO has adopted that formula, and now we have entire independence in implementing that particular formula. The social work that we do and our adherence to the social formula is reviewed by our board of directors every 3 months. So on the environmental, social, and the governance part, all the three parts, being a government organization, essentially governance is the key, and governance is the main thing that we do. And transparency, absolute transparency, accountability, and ultimately performance is what that matters. So that is how the thing is working, and I'm happy to say that today we are the largest city developer in the country of India, and we would be one of the largest developers, city developers in the world. I would think like that, and we have been able to do this without taking 1 rupee of loan from anybody, and we have been able to do this, and in all the cities that we have made, well, the proof of the pudding is always in the eating. So generally, people who visit our cities, they do say that I shouldn't, it's like, you are blowing your own trumpet, but since I'm the only one representing this part of the country here, so people do say that, the CITCO areas are far more greener, have much more social facilities, and generally there is a better governance there. And what can be a better, indicator of governance than the law and order situation. So in a city where you're having a problem of, if you take the law and order statistics, then it is, one will find that in the areas which are governed by CITCO, I'm in a meeting. In the areas which are governed by CITCO, the law and order statistics are much better. So that's all I would actually like to say, and as a practitioner, I would say that in this uncertain, in this disruptive world, the only thing which ultimately works are two things. Number one, you should have a system whereby there will be a system whereby things will happen automatically, and they would be, and secondly, and they would be monitored on a regular basis. That is one. And I think the second thing would be that it's for us, each of us, to keep this thing in mind. I don't think the second part, your own intention, I don't think that can ever be discounted, because ultimately a home is based on its residents, a village is based on its people, a city, a nation, it's all made by the people who live there. That's all I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, for taking time out from your schedule. Many congratulations on the commendable work that CIDCO has been doing. And it's really inspiring to hear from you how it's managed to do that with all the systems that have been established and everything. So just a few more minutes of your time, if you can take up two quick questions with you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So the first question that's come for you is, sir, that how can states contribute in incorporating ESG best practices in both public and private sector?
I'm sorry, I couldn't follow your question. The voice cracked.
The question is that how can states contribute and give a push in incorporating ESG best practices in both public and private sector?
The states are definitely contributing. In fact, like in Maharashtra, we have an organization called Yashada. Yashada is named after our first Chief Minister, Yashwantrao Chavan. And it's called Yashwantrao Chavan Academy of Development Administration. And Yashada has a separate cell. And this separate cell, it monitors whatever is being done in the environmental part. So they have a separate environmental cell. They have a separate social cell, which keeps in mind what is happening, on the social part. And then they have a school of governance within them. So they bear that in mind. Within the government, in fact, there are departments whose role is to, take these activities up. So you have a social justice department whose role is not just to look after the deprived, but also to see that all social goods and all the goods are delivered and all the social mores are discarded. So that is their job. The environment department and the forest department are supposed to look into the sustainability aspect of the administration. The states, through various institutions, does have a system of regular interactions with the private sector, with the academia, with the intelligentsia, and with the elected representatives. And in fact, within various tiers of the state, there is a very good interaction which keeps happening. And I think the state's role is very, very paramount, because whether one likes it or not, if there is something which is going to exist as long as humankind exists, it is the state. So we may have an autocratic state, or we may have a democracy, or we may have some other system, but we will definitely have a state, and we will definitely have a government. And nothing can move ahead unless the government takes a very proactive role on that.
Sure. And so if you talk about investments in the state, with investors looking for ESG-driven organizations, how is the state of Maharashtra attracting the investors?
Well, I don't think I am the very right person to answer that, because that would be attracting investment would be the job of the Maharashtra Industries Development Corporation, MIDC. But having said that, within the domain of the organization that I'm looking after, here in our whenever we take out a new project, so as we start developing the project and as we start our interaction with the stakeholders, we take inputs about ESG from them, right? And they are specific points in the tender, because everything happens here by a transparent bidding practice. So there are specific points in the bid. So like, for instance, in case of the Navi Mumbai International Airport, when it was bidded out, the the green components of that, the social components of that, and the governance model that will run the airport, since we are talking about these 3 points, are all set up in the tender document and later on in the concession agreement. So it's a part of an agreement. It's a legal thing which the private sector also has to bear in mind. So that gives you the framework, and then of course you take in the best practices and you try to do better than the framework that you have created.
Sure. Thank you so much, Dr. Mukherjee, for joining us this very afternoon and for sharing such deep insights from your work and your experience. Thank you.
Thanks, Uta. Thank you.
And now please join me in welcoming the next distinguished speaker for this keynote session. It's Ms. Hellebank Jorgensen, founder and chief executive of Competent Boards Canada. Ms. Hellebank Jorgensen is an internationally recognized expert on sustainable business practices with a 30-year record of turning ESG risks into innovative and profitable business opportunities. She works with many global Fortune 500 board members and executives, as well as smaller companies and investors. Competent Board offers online climate and ESG programs that draw on the experience of over 150 renowned board members, executives, and investors. Hundreds of directors and senior executives have enrolled in these programs to mitigate the risks and seize the opportunities presented by ESG and climate change. A very warm welcome, Ms. Hellebank Jorgensen, who's joined us today from Canada. Thank you so much for joining us. We are ready to dive deep into insights coming from your such vast experience.
First of all, thank you so much. And I'm actually in London, so I'm very pleased to be here with you and join you, if nothing else, then virtual in this session. And I have enjoyed listening to the other speakers. There's so much knowledge and so much insight. So first of all, I'd like to offer you a big thank you for inviting me to join you here today to exactly talk about how to ensure ESG is fully embedded into your corporate strategy. And I think that is the key we need to look at now. We can't have this siloed approach and say, well, someone else is doing it. It needs to be embedded to really make sure that we get the value, but also solve the world's biggest problems. So let me start by saying that my remarks are based on the insight from all of these directors from all over the world that are contributing to our Competent Boards programs, our training on ESG, environmental, social, governance, and climate issues, and therefore the opportunities that board of directors, as well as senior executives and investors around the world, gets through this. We have this faculty that you mentioned with leaders from over 150 board members, executives, etc., that bring their insight, bring their expertise to ensure that other directors around the world are learning from each other, learning from the peers, and therefore hopefully can leapfrog and not doing the same mistakes as we know we do from time to time. I should also say that there are some very fantastic leaders from India who are part of our faculty and of course also the program. So what I see at the end of every program is that the attendees leave with this knowledge, this confidence to put ESG at the heart of their company strategy, therefore value not only for the company, not only for the country, but let's face it, also for the individual director to further enhance the career. So the theme for the day, ESG strategy for the board and turning rhetoric into reality in a VUCA world, is, I have to say, close to my heart. I must also say it gives me a few gray hair the past 30 years where I worked with these companies and the board of directors on the topic. During that time, I've worked with these world-renowned leaders to help businesses, the large and the small businesses in many countries, as you were mentioning, turn sustainability or ESG or climate risk into innovative and profitable business opportunities. And I think that's what we need to look at. It's not just look at the downside. We need to see, if we do this, what is the upside? And many of the other speakers that I had the pleasure to listen to, I've touched upon that as well. And yes, 30 years ago, the world was also volatile. It was also uncertain. It was also complex. It was also ambiguous. It was also a VUCA world. but in a much simpler way, if we can put it that. We have seen an exponential growth in VUCA as well as in ESG issues. So 30 years ago, I remember we built higher smokestacks, we built longer pipeline, and we believed that Mother Nature would clean up our mess. Now we know that Mother Nature is saying, enough is enough, as I guess most mothers and fathers would do if their children didn't respect the limits and left such a mess in the house. So ESG is this major topic with major implications. There is I see a big knowledge gap at companies and directors around the world. We're not only leaving money on the table, we're actually leaving reputation and some would say our future on the table. But collectively, we must all face these problems head on if we are to confront these biggest challenges in our, and let's face it, our children's lifetimes. Impact on climate change, biodiversity, all of these issues. And as you all know, ESG and climate change are definitely on India's agenda. Last week, I read that your Ministry of Power launched a new green hydrogen policy, which aims to, if I understood it correctly, ramp up production to 5 million tons per year by 2030 and make India a global hub for green hydrogen production and expertise. So a policy like this will help, I believe, to move decarbonization of the economy and be a significant building block to a green, clean energy future for your country, but hopefully not only your country, but around the world. So bravo to you all. I think your children will thank you as well. And keeping to the themes of children, in general, children are starting to ask us questions about what are we doing? A few weeks ago, I heard the world-renowned anthropologist Jane Goodall describing on the radio a conversation that a business leader had with his 10-year-old, I think it was a daughter or son, but the conversation went like this. Dad, they say in school that your business is hurting the planet. Dad, is that true? Does what you do hurt the planet? You know, it is my planet too. And I think it's stories like that I see more and more, where it's the son or daughter or grandchildren or peers that start asking the questions. One of our fantastic faculty members, and I'm probably not going to get the name totally correct, Gopal Krishnan. So Gopal, he compares in my book ESG challenges facing boards today with that of the relationship with parents. And to quote him, he says, the purpose of good corporate governance is to see how your company can be a good corporate citizen for all stakeholders and yet make a profit. I don't see it being very different from a mother raising her child who probably does everything for her child to be a good, responsible citizen of society. And she hopes the child also will win the Nobel Prize or become a professor or whatever. It's exactly the same with corporate governance. We need to speak up. We need to, when we see something, say something. And I believe that the road to a greener future, brighter future, can only be paved by ESG and climate education. And not only for our children, but for us all, including us as board of directors. And yes, that is what we do at competent boards, but as board member, it is hard to make an informed decision. if you're not really informed about the most important things hitting business and society, your current, your future customers, your employees, those that finance the business, the suppliers, the regulators. And many of us have seen this coming, and yes, I've worked on this for 30 years, and people are calling me a pioneer. But the reality is that leaders in India has practiced sustainable business long before even I was born. Just think about the founder of the Tata Group. He noted more than a century ago, in a free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder in business, but is, in fact, the very purpose of its existence. So why did we not listen to him? Now we have so many issues to deal with, and it is not just climate, biodiversity, other environmental matters that are or should be on the top of board agendas in the years to come. Add social issues to the list. Although our world has been ravaged by the COVID-19 pandemic, we also have a mental health pandemic. Going back to the kids, it has hit our kids perhaps the hardest. The kids are our future. So we need to ensure we make informed decisions about all of these matters. And hopefully we get to a situation where we provide value and not, as some would say, steal from the future generations. The world needs a miracle, probably several. However, there is one that board of directors can deliver when they start to learn about and understand. It's not enough to learn. You also need to understand. You also need to practice. That the risk and opportunities that they face can be solved. But you need to start with learning the ABC of ESG and climate change issues. The issues that traditional has been excluded from financial analysis. I'm an accountant, I'm a business lawyer, and yes, we did not learn that much about that when I started. So now we need to address that by companies in India, but also all over the world. So my plea to you all, dear board directors, please deliver this miracle. You can actually do it. Board of directors are the most influential players in a company. As board directors, we not only hire and fire the CEO, but we are the guardians of a company's long-term success. We are the ones that should agree on the purpose of the business, set the strategic direction, make informed decisions about what is best for the company and its stakeholders. So the responsibility does not stop there. A company's success in 2022 and beyond will be, well, it will be contingent on how well it embeds ESG considerations into all deliberations and decisions. ESG cannot be an afterthought. ESG must be proactively embedded like a compass that every employee and business partner use. So a compass that must guide the employees, the customers, the shareholders, other stakeholders to that company's true North Star, its purpose, its value, impact on everyone and everything that it impacts. So with that, and I want to say that my book, I don't know if you can see it, but my new book, Stewards of the Future, Guide for Competent Boards, looks closely at these dilemmas that we face and how the fiduciary duty of boards needs to be taken into consideration. So I urge you all to think about those dilemmas and ask yourself and your fellow peers in the boardrooms, how can we proactively embed ESG into our strategies and therefore reap all the benefits of doing so. So with that, thank you very much and for having me.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Ellerbank Georgeson. It was great to hear you sharing the deep insights you have coming from your experience of so many years on this very, very critical issue. And the way you said it needs to be the compass the board of members they need to use. I think that gives a lot of clarity on the road ahead that they need to look into as far as planning the strategy ahead goes. Thank you so much again for joining us despite your early hours in London. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay, moving on to our next speaker, we are being joined by another very distinguished speaker now. That's Mr. Kamran Khan, Managing Director and Head of ESG Asia Pacific Deutsche Bank, Hong Kong. Mr. Khan is responsible for defining and executing the bank's ESG strategy across all business divisions in Asia. He is a member of the Global Sustainability Council of Deutsche Bank. Previously, he held senior executive roles at the World Bank and helped establish the World Bank Group Regional Hub in Singapore, comprising the World Bank, International Finance Corporation, and Multilateral Insurance and Guarantee Agency. He's a frequent speaker at events such as World Economic Forum, ASEAN Summit, APEC Summit, and in major international media. A very warm welcome to you, Mr. Kamran Khan. You're joining us from Hong Kong today. We're all excited to hear your insights and you sharing your knowledge on this issue.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you to IOD for organizing this and inviting me. I am the third and last speaker in this series, so I have two responsibilities. One, to wake you all up, and two, to give you an extremely transactional market view perspective on what is happening in ESG in the marketplace. I will touch on four areas. One, I find it very useful regardless of who I'm talking to, whether these are the biggest institutional investors in the world or corporates or regulators or board directors like yourselves. It's always good to deal with the nomenclature. There are a lot of words being used all the time in the ESG space, and a lot of them are used interchangeably. So what's sustainability versus what's ESG? What does the World Bank do versus what does an ESG fund does? So I want to touch on that. It'll help you to clarify the dialogue in your board deliberations. After all, the name of the game is to help you make informed decisions. So you can then, clarify what is somebody talking about when they are mentioning ESG. Second, I will talk about corporate strategy and ESG. How do the two connect? Certainly in terms of real life transactions, and I'm happy to give you some examples as well. Then let's not end any conversation on ESG without talking about greenwashing or whitewashing. It's a key responsibility for a board member when the company is going down the track of calling something ESG and making claims or making commitments. It's very important for the directors to know what the risks are if it's not done right. So I want to touch on that. And then finally, us being here in Asia, it's very important to think about how does this global ESG movement, how does that interact with Asia? Where is Asia today? Where is Asia likely to be going forward? So 4 points. Let me just first start with what is ESG. So as I said, we all know, you all in India know development finance very well. You know what the World Bank does or ADB does or various organizations of the Indian government at the central level and state level do. But the way to think about this is that a sustainability program can be financially viable or not viable, but it still has huge economic impact, positive impact. Therefore, it's worth doing. Let's say you're building a highway, or we had Vice Chairman Mukherjee talking about building new cities. It may or may not initially pay for itself through a pure project financing, but eventually for a state, it's easy to do because they have taxing powers, and eventually the investments pay off. But it's important to understand that ESG comes from a very different place. It does not come from development finance or economic development theory. It comes from the investor side, mostly from Europe. So it started off with the notion that not in my name, not in my money, will you do XYZ things. And many of those XYZ things that were not desired were actually taking place in places like where we live, in Asia and in other emerging markets. So the investors said, no. If you use my money, I prohibit you to do this activity or that activity. Sometimes these were entire sectors like arms and ammunition. And sometimes it was about how you conduct business. For example, how do you treat people when you're building an infrastructure project and you have to move them? What standards do you apply, and what kind of grievance room do those people have? So it started with this, what are called negative lists. You will not do this, you will not do that, you will not do that, and you will certify to me on a periodic basis that you're indeed not doing those things. But it has now very decisively moved into an active investment strategy. What do I mean by that? We have moved from do no harm to do more good. And that's what ESG signifies. A lot of people confuse ESG risk with ESG. It's best to think of environment and social risk, which are inherent in many projects and many investments. Not all of them are ESG compliant transactions. So the way I look at it, if you can imagine an x-axis, there's a zero and everything to the left of zero is negative and everything to the right of zero is positive. If a team within Deutsche Bank comes to me and they say, well, we have a project, fantastic project, great returns, but we have a few environment or social risks, I immediately file that to the left of zero. So at that point, the role of the team is to put in the mitigating factors to bring it to zero, so that the investment committee can feel comfortable that the key risks have been hedged and mitigated, and that it's safe to approve the project. But that is not a conversation of an ESG project. That is just environment and social risk management and mitigation. If you want to call something ESG, you have better be on the right of that zero, where you are doing more good. Are you actually improving something beyond what perhaps the local laws require you to do, or federal government laws require you to do? And so that's an important distinction between, because you'll hear a lot people talking about ESG risk, and you have to say, okay, is that an ESG risk or is just an environment and social risk? The ESG risks are the risks of being called out for greenwashing or whitewashing. That's an ESG risk, where we claim that a transaction was ESG compliant, and it turns out that it actually was not. Okay, so that's I hope that gives some clarity. And impact investment. Another point, if you look at the buy side, the asset management community, they are having a lot of trouble trying to define what is ESG. Is it ESG if I have the right to appoint the right people on the board and ask the board to only vote negative on bad ESG things and vote positive on ESG things? Is it ESG to exclude certain companies? Can I then call the whole fund ESG? Or is it where I have to have controlling interest in a company and be actually able to dictate what they will do and be able to share data to prove that it has been done? The impact investment is, as you can imagine, about actually measuring impact and then using that as a non-financial indicator of success in your investment. That does not mean you don't make money. It just means that if you just make money and you don't have impact, you don't have an impactful investment. You just have an investment, and you need to then apprise your limited partners and other investors that that's the case. Yeah. So impact investment is call it a subset of ESG, but it's a very, very focused area. And the pressure from the market now is to get the rest of the ESG market to also start showing impact and demonstrating that impact did take place. So if you look at the debt capital markets, the one instrument that has really taken off over the last several years is the green bonds. If you look at the original green bonds, like even as early as 2020, you will see that these are general descriptions structured as use of proceeds type of arrangements, where there's no data being provided after the fact to prove that all the greenness that you thought you were gonna, you said you were gonna execute actually did get done. But now we're moving towards an era where more and more bonds, the ESG bonds you will see, would be sustainability linked or sustainable development goal or SDG linked or KPI linked bonds, where the issuer is required to provide data on the specific KPIs that are identified at issuance on a periodic basis, and the rate that the bondholders pay them can change if they do not meet those KPI targets. So that's what makes it real and brings it closer to what we refer to as impact investment, although impact investment is like I said, remains a sub category which is very specialized. The third thing I wanted to now run to is this idea of corporate strategy and ESG. So what I usually tell clients is that if you're looking at the sustainability strategy plan or framework for a company, and you cannot figure out how that strategy makes the company more nimble, more profitable, better managed, then chances are you're looking at a PR strategy, not an ESG strategy. Because the whole idea of doing ESG is not just to do something that will give you good PR points. It needs to be something that actually improves your operation. At the least, you should have better visibility as a result of an ESG strategy. So as board members, I would encourage you to press upon the management to demonstrate to you, how is this ESG strategy going to make you a better company? What factors are in place? What data are you tracking? How are you going to know that all of these things that you're saying you will do are actually happening? Which brings me to greenwashing. So you all know what greenwashing is, but the question is, how do you solve for it? The way you solve for it is how you solve for almost any allegation, which is with evidence and data. So let me give you an example. If I today make an announcement that from next week, I'm going to be a good guy, I will do nice things. My colleagues here will say, well, that's great, Kamran. Very happy to hear that, right? Now, next week, somebody sees me not holding the door open for somebody else, or buying coffee and not asking a colleague with me whether they want coffee or not. And they'd say, you said you were going to be a good guy, but I saw some behavior that doesn't look like good guy behavior, right? Now imagine if I said, from next week, I will go to a homeless shelter and teach English to underprivileged kids for 10 hours a week going forward from next week. Now I have very specific commitment. I am not open to all kinds of questions and definitions of what I said I'm doing. I said something very precise. And now, as long as I can show data that I did go to this underprivileged shelter and that I did teach English for 10 hours, I have something to back myself up with. That's what a corporation needs to do. When you think about an ESG plan or a strategy, you better be very specific about what you're going to do and then have data to prove that it is being done. And that's why I said the trend is towards KPIs, metric, data, and evidence. And last part, ESG in Asia. So the common thinking around is that, well, Asia is a little bit behind the rest of the world, but eventually it'll get there. You'll see behind me the Deutsche Bank ESG Center of Excellence. We set it up here in Asia for the specific goal of ensuring that our global and regional clients are able to do sustainable or ESG compliant transactions in Asia, transactions which meet international standards, but are also able to adjust to on-the-ground realities of Asia. That requires understanding of the region. It requires understanding of sustainability 3-4 layers deeper than your standard bank would. And then it, of course, requires an ability to work outside the box in terms of structuring the financial transactions. And that trend is going massively. I can tell you just in 2021, we did 131 transactions, ESG transactions in Asia. Okay, notional value of about $51 billion. And that's Asia. And many of them were international clients who raised money here, did the transaction here for investment here. And then there were some that, that raised money in Europe and brought the capital here. But the 51 is transactions done here, the 51 billion. So just to give you a sense that this is not a trend that is going to go away anytime soon, but it is not something you can just jump in and kind of wing it. You got to prepare for it. You got to make sure you have the right advisors by your side when you structure these things. And you got to really question the management team to make sure that they are not putting themselves in harm's way by making announcements and pronouncements which they cannot defend with evidence and data. So let me stop here.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kamran Khan, for that learned address. Lots to learn from you, specific to the sector and how we can't just wing it, but we need to plan ahead and move in this direction, which is much needed for all the board of members. Lots to learn from your speech today. Thank you so much for joining us for this global webinar.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our next distinguished speaker for this keynote session, Colonel Ashwini Pundir, Additional Chief Executive Officer. I have with me here present right now from Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board. Colonel Ashwini Pundir is a serving colonel from Indian Army on deputation to Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board as Additional Chief Executive Officer at Venture. He has 26 years of service and vast experience in handling of logistics in Indian and foreign missions. He's heading the newly created Adventure Wing of Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board since last 1 year. The officer, due to his vast procurement experience, is also presently heading the procurement wing of UTDB. A very warm welcome to you, Colonel Ashwini Pundir, to this global virtual session.
And thank you so much. And at the outset, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Shri Ashok Kapoorji, the DG of the Institute of Directors, General Ahluwalia sir, the President of the IOD, and of course the other esteemed speakers who are there. I would like to extend my welcome, warm wishes to them as well, for primarily giving the Uttarakhand tourism an opportunity to present our point of view. I would today be talking to you about, firstly, as Uttarakhand as a global tourist or investment destination, and also integrating the ESG perspective, the policy, how we are trying to do it in our corporate strategy. As you're well aware, the UTDB is a corporate kind of a body. It is not exactly Uttarakhand tourism, it is a part of it. And we do have our own corporate strategy, how to go about it. Uttarakhand was formed in the year 2000. I'll go a little fast so that I don't take up too much of your time. And you know that it's a relatively new state. Mother Nature, so as to say, has been very kind to us. And the state is endowed with abundant natural beauty, and we have rich water and forest resources and mountains. But to that extent, I would say that 70% of the state is under forest cover, whether it be forest cover or it's a forest land. But then the issues of environment and all those things are there, and we are very much concerned about it. Okay. Now, just on that note, sirs, I would like to tell you that not much of development has really happened in terms of tourism in most of Uttarakhand in the past. So we do have a lot of natural virgin forests and all these areas, but now is the time that the development is required. However, the carbon footprint already has been taken up by someone else. So that is a concern which we always have. And of course, sustainability and as far as the environmental concerns are there, they form top priority of our government. Now, as far as we do have a lot of film shooting locations, and we are rejuvenating the adventure sports. We just had a skiing competition, a nationals at Oli, and we had the river rafting competitions at Rishikesh, all these things. You're well aware of Jim Corbett, who's very famous, and we have a national park on his name, again, a very, very famous destination. So what I want to tell you, sir, is that, we have 3 tiers. We have the plain area where you have Dehradun, Rishikesh, Uttarkashi, and all these areas. Dehradun, Rishikesh, then the hinterland, that is Udham Singh Nagar and all these areas. Then we have the lesser Himalayas, where the popular destinations like Mussoorie, Nainital, all these are located, even Rishikesh for that matter. Then we have the hinterland, or the area towards the higher Himalayas. Now the higher Himalayas, as you are aware, are very famous for the Char Dham Yatra. And people who go there either go for high mountaineering expeditions, or we have the army and the ITBP up on the borders. We do share borders with China. You're well aware of the strategic situation which has started last 2 years. And of course, then we had the pandemic. And as rightly said, in a VUCA environment, it is a it was a very volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous kind of an atmosphere. And as you are aware, tourism is our mainstay of the economy of Uttarakhand. We have about 15.45% contribution to the state's GDP, and there has been a constant growth of 12%. Now, sir, with the coming of the NHI roads, as you see, a 9-hour journey from the national capital of region of Delhi has been reduced to virtually 4 hours, and I think it's going to come down to 2.5 hours. The ground pressure and the kind of environmental impact it would have in terms of so much of population coming down, maybe even in the weekends, we are facing it now. In the times just about a year back, when we had what we would say revenge tourism, or people who are fed up, we had to literally turn back the tourists. And on top of that, the Jila Prashasan and the other mechanisms of the government were battling the testing procedures for COVID, and of course the pandemic itself. So there has been a loss of livelihood, sir, because of these reasons. And of course, the state's agriculture and the manufacturing sector has suffered. But I'd just like to tell you the initiatives of the government. In the year 2020, 21, and 22, the tourism department has sort of helped all these people we spent about 97 crore to give financial aid to the people who are associated with the tourism industry, like river rafting guides, hotel dhaba owners, and others. And of course, there was a relief package of 200 crores for the tour operators, guides, boat operators, and other stakeholders. And we developed, since we had to think something new in this VUCA kind of an environment, we did develop a concept of workation, where a lot of incentives are being provided, and we're trying to develop other regions. So as far as sustainability is concerned, what we are trying to do is, from the hub centers of tourism, we are trying to take them to smaller villages and smaller places. We are trying in one way to develop our homestays rather than larger hotels. That too more in the hinterland, smaller beautiful locations, and we are providing them a lot of subsidies. In fact, recently, just a month or two back, we have increased the amount of subsidy from 33% to almost 50% for the development of homestays. And we are conducting a lot of training at par with the industry standards from the Institute of Hotel Management, which is also part of us. Okay. Rather than that, in our policies, so we are reducing the cement concrete structures. We are going more towards the traditional sustainable architecture, the ones which we had earlier, using more of stones and such like things. They are beautiful structures. And as I told you, that we are trying to shift the ground pressure from the pressure hubs like Mussoorie, Nainital, Almora, and all these regions. We're also strengthening the social security networks where the community is being developed. The community, we have the adventure community, or rather we have the structures at the district levels, where these committees are giving sustainable livelihood to the people who are there on ground. And besides this, the service industries are being developed more. Instead of making roads, we are trying to plan for ropeways, which I find is more of a sustainable option for alternate connectivity. We're also going in for livelihood protection measures, because one of our major challenges, as you know, is migration. And as you're aware, another issue which dogs us is a lot of disasters, mainly because of environmental issues, climate change. So we have a lot of loss of life because of these disasters, and loss of livelihood, leading to migration. And of course, as you're aware, low quality of life, low quality of service by the government, litter solid waste management is the issue, loss of biodiversity, and high cost of living. Now the issues are, in case it has to be sustainable, we have to see how we can improve our connectivity by alternate means. So we are trying to have a lot of the airfields and the helidromes. We currently have about 27 of these helidromes, and we are increasing the helicopter service. It's becoming quite affordable under the regional connectivity scheme, or the Ure Desh Ka Aam Nagrik scheme. And of course, like I said, ropeways. As far as the initiatives of the government for the ESG policy is concerned, we have the Vision 2030 document for the Sustainable Development Goals, the tourism policy towards sustainable and responsible tourism. We also are trying to develop sustainable destinations like small hill villages, pilot projects. We have the Trekking Traction Center Yojana, which is out to develop smaller places from where the trek routes emanate, and give them a lot of subsidies so that these areas develop, and tourists would go in the interiors, and the pressure is minimum. Also, we are trying to develop a large number. Since I've come here, I'm looking after adventure since last 1 year. A large number of adventure destinations in aerosports, in water and land-based traditional sports. We also have the 7S strategy of recognizing the best practices in terms of the 7S translates into Swagat, Suchna, Suvidha, Suraksha, Sahyog, Samrachana, and Safai. Safai being the most important component, of course. And we give additional subsidies to these the hotels which have a green building certification. Besides that, we also have, since a large number of area is forest covered, we have clearances mostly from the Ministry of Environment and Forests. And of course, we are now getting into the PPP. We have a PPP policy. We're trying to get private investment to develop these various locations in a sustainable manner. In addition, we have certain townships which are newly developed, like Tehri, which are coming up as a major hub.
Right.
And to that extent, I would also like to showcase Uttarakhand as having been recognized by the World Responsible Tourism Awards in a ceremony in London in 2021 as the state to watch for, and in the category of sustaining employees and communities throughout the pandemic. So as far as the tourism facilitation is concerned, we also have a investors facilitation portal, which is linked directly with the single window portal under our tourism policy of 2018, and we do provide subsidies up to 1.5 crore, up to about on an investment of up to about 10 crores, and of course 1.5 crore as the interest subsidy to the new investors. To promote film tourism, which is, as you would be aware, Akshay Kumar was recently here in Mussoorie and Dehradun for a shoot. And to promote film tourism, the state not only provides the single window clearances, which was well appreciated recently, but also discount packages, subsidies up to rupees 1.5 crore in the shoot in the state, along with the hotel subsidies. So this really makes it lucrative for the film industry. Okay, besides this, I hope I haven't overshot my time.
So actually, we have the next speaker ready.
All right, sir. So thank you so much for giving us an opportunity. And I do welcome you all to the state of Uttarakhand to please do come here and have a trip. You will be mildly surprised. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Colonel Ashwini Pundir, for your learned address. And like you said, that you're doing so much in the state, and the workation thing really caught on. And I think a lot of people ended up exploring Uttarakhand a lot more because of the whole workation concept, which is so new, and that gave a respite to a lot of people. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
A very, very special session where a special focus is on Northeast India. This is in partnership with the government of Manipur state. They have a very special session which is going to be focusing on this. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that Northeast India is one of the most fascinating places, not just in India, but in the world. It's located at northeastern region of India, consists of 7 states called collectively, of course, the 7 sisters, and we also call it the growth engine of India. We are very thankful to the government of Manipur for being a principal partner for this special session, and we are honored to have the Honorable Chief Secretary of Manipur himself with us. Now, apart from being nature's gift to India, Manipur is also a melting pot of culture. It is the birthplace of polo, the sport, and the birthplace of Ras Leela, a classical dance form. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our guest of honor, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, IAS, Chief Secretary, Government of Manipur. Dr. Kumar is a very distinguished civil servant, a 1988 batch Senior Indian Administrative Service Officer of the Manipur cadre. He has held very important portfolios in the state government. We are privileged to have him with us today to deliver the guest of honor address. Over to Dr. Kumar, please.
Thank you so much. I guess the IOD would have a reasonable time for us because I'm looking at the clock. I'm left with 7 minutes for closing the session.
So that's all right. Please carry on. We'll adjust the timeline. All
right. Thank you so much. I welcome Sir Ashok Kapoorji, who was instrumental in dragging me into this webinar. I am having my team on tourism and IT. And since I know that you do have paucity of time, because I'm looking at the other speakers also, including Sir Amitabh Kant and my batchmate Arvind Singh in next session, and your lunch is also waiting for you. So I will do one thing. I may like to squeeze the time, and without taking much time, I'll request my Director IT, Mr. Nabam Devin, to make introductory remark, which will be followed by a little small presentation on IT Special Economic Zone by our consultant, So over to you, Deven. You just introduced about ITSEZ. Let the consultants take over.
Hello from the Department of IT, Government of Manipur, to all the distinguished speakers, invitees, and viewers. We are delighted that IOD has taken the initiative to place Manipur on the IOD platform to showcase the various initiatives of the state governments in tourism as well as in the IT sector. The presentation that you will be seeing would highlight our efforts to make Manipur a favorable investment destination in the IT sector. We started with a focus on building up physical infrastructure for the IT industry, but after various rounds of deliberations, engagements with various stakeholders, including local IT entrepreneurs, as well as the World Bank, we realized that the perspective has to be a little bit more holistic. It has to include aspects like skill development, skill enhancement, incubation, entrepreneurship development. So after these deliberations, we have now refocused on making it a more inclusive scenario, which will ensure that tomorrow when investors come, we have trained manpower as well as local IT entrepreneurs that could be a supporting role to the investors. So over to our project consultant, Primus Partners, who would be making the presentation. The project, I feel, is a little ambitious, but very much doable. And we hope to make Manipur a favorable IT destination in the Northeast India. So over to Primus Partners, please.
So thank you, sirs, for giving us the opportunity. Here, we are going to present a project that ticks a lot of ESG, checklist boxes. If we take a look at, what is Manipur? Manipur is more than 77% forest. It's one of the most forested states of India. And a lot of care and effort is being done to develop Manipur in such a way that not trees are cut, but trees are planted, and the environmental, social, and climate goals are kind of met. So based on this kind of thinking, wherein we are good to the environment and we support the poorest of the poor, this project has been envisaged and it has reached a stage which is worthy of investment. So I'll just take you through the project very quickly. Now, Manipur has a population of almost 2.9 million, and 77% of them are literate. But if we peel the onion, a bit more, almost everybody who's there in the plains is literate, and more effort needs to be done in the hilly areas, in the more tribal areas to get the education level up. The good education institutes have been there for quite some time, over a century, and that has resulted in a workforce that is very good in English, that is having a lot of engineers, doctors that are studying in Manipur and outside, and are a very good pool of resources that are available for industry to develop. The state has developed to a stage now where it has reached a critical mass to support industries that are ESG compliant and that are high tech in nature now. the Imphal airport is on a flat land. It's a 24-hour airport. Over 30 flights come there per day, and hence going in and out of Imphal has become much more easier than it ever was. The railway line has already reached the border of Imphal, and it will soon be in a situation where it will cross entire Manipur and even connect with Myanmar in the next 5 to 7 years. The digital connectivity is already quite good with more than 5 big fiber pipelines of very different coming out of very different routes already available in Manipur. And the demographic profile of Manipur is now kind of ready to support a high-tech IT kind of project. The way the government is approaching this is a very holistic way in which to create an ecosystem wherein a IT industry can flourish. It just does not talk about infrastructure, but it talks about capacity building. A lot of effort is being done for improving the IT skilling. For this, 2 new training institutes are being set up. There is already a triple IT working out of Imphal, and more training and capacity development policies are being rolled out as we speak. There is also a lot of effort from the government as under the guidance of World Bank and other institutions to develop the capacity building in terms of developing entrepreneurship, putting up accelerators and incubators to help the industry kind of develop within from Manipur, and also a lot of investment promotion activities that are being done in order to attract companies from outside of Manipur. The project is fairly in an advanced stage. The land is already in position and it is developed. The first building of this project is kind of ready, and we are already scouting for companies for occupation. There is a lot of incentives as well as support that the government is willing to give in order to attract investment and in order for people to set up this industry. We do believe that it's a triple win for all, because the cost of operation in Imphal, both in terms of real estate and cost of building, as well as the cost of labor being low, it's a very, very economically sound decision for any private company to be setting up an IT facility in Imphal. It also kind of very well dovetails into the ESG investment because here a lot of population that is below poverty line will get employment, and a lot of care has been taken so that this project is very environmentally compliant, and I'll take you through this later. We are trying to develop this project so that the entire ecosystem is there to help the industry. The core of the project is going to be the processing zone, which will have almost 1.3 million square feet of space that can have 10 to 12,000 people directly working on IT and ITES. Not only is the physical infrastructure going to be an attractive investment opportunity, but also a lot of help is being done in terms of developing the entrepreneurship and making everything work in the processing zone. In order to support the processing zone, there is also other projects, which is the hospital, the school, the hospital, a hotel, a residential area, a training institute. This is going to help the entire project be, the different aspects of the project to help the IT industry flourish here. Already there is some investment that is happening as we speak. We have a 200 crore investment coming in for developing a innovation, incubation, and training center. This should be operational by the middle of the year, and the work on the building has started. The building is going to be built on a very fast and prefabricated structures, and this will be operational by the middle of the year. We have already the groundbreaking of the residential complex going on, and in a couple of years' time, there will be more than 200 houses available in this facility. Over and above that, around the ITSEZ, the city is kind of developing, and more residential options are getting available. We are also got a investment of more than 12 crores for incubation hub and technology development hub through a PPP partnership. So if we take a look at the project, we are having a lot of facilities in the project that will have the processing zone, the non-processing zone, a hospital, hotel, residential, training. This will be done on a very environmentally friendly way. The water harvesting as well as water recycling is going to be at a very high rate. The buildings are all going to be very energy efficient, and good care is being taken so that the entire project is very eco-friendly and has a low environment footprint. We do not envisage any trees to be cut and any polluting industry or activity to be done in this area. Hence, this takes a lot of ESG checklist items. So here we invite our first building is almost ready and should be ready for occupation by the middle of the year. And here we are inviting the industry to come and set up IT offices in this building. We have over 1.4 lakh square feet of area in this, and we can accommodate more than 1,200 people in this building. The rest of the 4 more buildings are planned in this area, and here we invite investors to come on a PPP mode or on a hybrid mode, wherein the government as well as the multilateral agencies can help with funding of this of construction of these buildings. And it would be quite attractive for a private player to develop and make these buildings here. The overall area of these 5 buildings is going to be almost 1 million square feet. So it's a fairly decently sized development, very manageable size for an investor to come in, and there is support available on capital to get this done. As I said, residential project is already underway, and we should have livable dwellings in this in about 2 years' time. We are also looking for investment in a business hotel about 100 key hotel with a built-up area of close to 1 lakh square feet. And this will be on PPP mode, and we invite investments for this project. We also invite investments for project for hospital. This should not only cover the IT SEZ area, but also for the general public outside the SEZ. And this area being short of hospitals should meet the development goals, as well as make a lot of business sense to be putting up a hospital here. For IT, for skilling and for entrepreneurship development, as I told, we have already development in place, and the buildings are getting made, and we should have this operational in another 6 months' time. So with this, we are very, very happy to say that here is a ESG friendly project which has a lot of investment opportunities, and should help the core reason why we are meeting today, to find real opportunities to invest. And I invite the industry, as well as I invite the support of all the people present here to help and promote this project. Thank you.
As the participants can see, we thought instead of having academic kind of approach and presentation, we should come out with the real projects. I will still not interject at this stage. I will invite my tourism team to make a presentation. There will be a brief introduction by the Director of Tourism, followed by our project consultants to make a presentation. And thereafter, our Commissioner Tourism is there online. He was away. Pradeep?
Yes, sir. I'm here, sir.
Yeah, you make an opening remark followed by presentation by our consultant, then I'll come in.
Thank you very much, sir. And I would also like to thank IOD for providing us this platform to showcase our unique tourism potential. Much has already been spoken about the connectivity and the present day advantages that Manipur is already having, and various tourism projects are already on way. Our unique location and the mosaic of ethnicity and the kind of diversity in terms of terrain also that we have to offer. Other than the conservative way of tourism, adventure tourism, sports tourism, Manipur can be a great location for all these. So, sir, as you have mentioned, sir, that we have our project consultant here. He'll be making a presentation on Manipur ecotourism project. So I'll welcome and I'll request Mr. Subramaniam to make a brief presentation on the ecotourism project.
Thank you, Dr. Jha. This is Subramaniam from Fishner Consulting. We are the leading German engineering consulting firm in the world, and our objective in this project has been to develop a project that is in line with world-class standards and gives tourists an opportunity to have a world-class, memorable experience when they visit Manipur. I also would like to thank IOD for giving us an opportunity to share more details about this landmark project. I hope my screen is visible, and we get an opportunity to talk about the Manipur Mega Ecotourism Project, which is truly a landmark project in the ecotourism field. In line with the overall agenda of ESG around this conference, one of the guiding principles that we have looked at in this ecotourism project is that while it creates huge economic opportunities and benefits for improving the livelihood of people in the state, and also creates employment opportunities, at the same time, all of this is being done while keeping all environmental safeguards and compliance in place. So economic growth is one of the central guiding principles of the ecotourism project, as it tries to create local prosperity and encourage local entrepreneurship with the local community at large, and at the same time creates sizable employment opportunity currently and towards perpetuity, as it engages the community in various services that will be involved for delivery. At the same time, besides the economic growth and livelihood creation, which is a key part of the project, it also tries to ensure promotion of the social and cultural ethos of Manipur for the first time to the country at large, as well as to international tourists that should get exposed to this opportunity. In sync with the government thinking of looking east and looking at Northeast as a growth engine for the country as a whole, this ecotourism project ensures and tries to provide social equity by providing benefits to society at large, and also creating tourism opportunities for people from all strata of society. So while there is good opportunity and tourism attraction for people from the rich and the higher strata of society, both from within India as well as internationally, at the same time, it also provides tourism opportunity and attractions for people from all strata and from all segments of the society. Also, in relation with the significant connect that Manipur has with Japan and East Asia, with certain elements of shared history, the project also looks at providing attractions to tourists from that region, and with infrastructure being created in terms of connectivity and in terms of access to people from across the country and from outside, we believe that the backbone has been created for this ecotourism project to be successful. Lastly, in addition to the opportunities for economic development and social appreciation that is being created, the eco element or the green element of the project has been kept very much in mind during all of the project design and engineering. And we have ensured that the project does not in any way adversely affect environment. So all aspects of the project involve recycling. So all of the wastewater and other components getting generated through the project are being recycled and used back in line with the best practices, best environmental practices globally. Solid waste management is kept as a key part of the project. So all waste, all plastic waste and other forms of waste are being segregated, used back, and not adversely affecting the environment in any manner. Thirdly, there is extensive usage of local material like bamboo and other material in order to again ensure that green aspects are being kept in mind. And lastly, renewable energy is being extensively used in the project. So whether it is in terms of usage of solar and other forms of energy for driving the energy requirement of some of the project components, or whether it is in usage of electric vehicles for transporting people without any use of conventional energy, which could be adversely impacting the environment. So all of these aspects have been covered as guiding principles in this landmark project. And this project looks at a rich mix of tourist attractions, which gives a holistic and rich perspective to the people. All of this is based around the key aspect of the scenic beauty of the Loktak Lake around which the project is built. And this truly gives a unique experience to people coming there, which is not really available in terms of the pristine beauty and richness that is there in the state around the lake, which is an incomparable experience compared to any other part of the country or the world really. Now, there are various project components that have been built around the lake without touching the lake directly in any manner in terms with the environmental standards, but there are a rich set of projects. So there is an entrance plaza that people come in where they will get an understanding of all of the project components that are getting built in the next few years. There is a bird sanctuary and a bird watching tower where people will get a chance to see exotic bird that come to this part of the country. There are tourist villages and handicraft villages where the rich handicraft and woodwork and artisanship of the Manipur culture will get available and get showcased. And there is also then an opportunity for tourists coming here to be able to buy some of these traditional handicrafts at competitive rates. There is a butterfly garden and an orchid garden, which I'll talk about in more detail, which again give an opportunity to show the local fauna and flora of the state and showcase the uniqueness around that. There is an interpretation center which is being built, which will give a platform for the rich traditions and history of the region to be showcased, a museum to be built, and give an opportunity for individuals and for corporates to come together and bond. There are various resorts, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star resorts which are getting built, where we are inviting private sector partnership to invest into this opportunity. There is an 18-course golf course and clubhouse which is getting built, particularly to attract tourists from Japan and the Eastern Asia market, but also for tourists in India to get an opportunity again in the backdrop of the hills and the green scenic beauty that is there in the region. There is a ropeway project which is envisaged as part of the project, and there are water and adventure sports that are built in. So the whole project is envisaged as giving a variety of tourist attractions for people from different age groups with different interests. And there is therefore an opportunity for corporate tourists to come in, as well as for family tourists to come in, where there is project components of interest to different people within the family. The project components are interconnected together so that once one comes in one at the entrance plaza, there is an opportunity with convenience for people to be able to walk through or use e-vehicles to be able to go to other project components. So all of them are put together as part of an overall project plan which is there, which gives people an opportunity to get a varied experience and spend a few days at the project site. There is a major role envisaged for private investment and partnership in this project. So while the government has created the backbone of the overall project and has created the infrastructure in terms of roads, in terms of land, in terms of the building infrastructure which is being invested in, there is significant opportunity for private investment and partnership to come in through various resorts, through water adventure sport activity, through homestays and resting areas, corporate resorts, interpretation center, golf course, and other project components. And private sector partnership is invited and envisaged for the creation of the assets in certain cases, but also then for the long-term operation and maintenance of these assets once they are created. Attractive revenue streams should get created out of those. And we believe that once the base has been created and sizable tourist attraction is there, this is a great opportunity for the private sector to invest as a part of this growth story and to invest in an opportunity which has great business sense, but also is a green project which allows for green skill development and for doing something which is environmentally compliant and sensitive. There are significant incentives which are being offered by the Manipur government to attract this investment, and there is a single window clearance that is available to facilitate all approvals and to ensure that there is an ease of entering and doing business. We believe that this is an excellent opportunity, and we invite all investors interested to know more about this project to reach out to the Directorate of Tourism and to become an active stakeholder in this landmark project, which we believe will become a showcase for future projects in ecotourism in India as well as in other parts of the world. few visuals just to capture what I have spoken about in more detail. The master planning and the engineering for the project is now complete. We have now reached a stage where from next month we will start the bid management activities. We invite the private sector investors and those interested in this region to come to us and discuss in more detail. And these project components will get built and become a part of the ground activity within the next 2 years in phases. In addition to the physical infrastructure that is being created, the Manipur state government is also actively creating the social infrastructure that is needed through various skill development, training activities to ensure that the local base of population is available to be able to operate, run, and maintain all of these assets and give a unique service experience to the tourists when they are visiting and enjoying the attractions that are being created. Thank you very much. And on behalf of the state of Manipur, I invite all of you to visit Manipur and see the wonderful experience that we are trying to create. Thank you so much.
I thank IOD to engage with the state government of Manipur into this very excellent webinar. ESG is important, and we in the government thought that we should focus on two key industries, which are also the focus of the government of India for the entire Northeast. In Manipur, we feel that we are leading from the front. The participants shall be glad to know that we have proactively worked despite of 2 COVID waves in last 2 years, even the third wave just waning away. So much of work has gone to these projects, it speaks for itself. Manipur is gateway to East Asia. We border with Myanmar. We are trying with the Ministry of Civil Aviation to start international flights to Bangkok, Mandalay, Singapore, and other places, including Kunming. The railways shall come up to state capital. The goods train will land by end of March this year, and the proper trains will come with a broad gauge by September or December 23. The Union Railway Minister was around, and in 7 years, they are trying to reach the international border of Manipur, Myanmar at More Town, which I am requesting them to squeeze by 1 year, and which is feasible because, as Surya mentioned, we believe in work and single window clearance, and I have assured all our support to the Railway Ministry to squeeze the 2 years preparatory work into 1 year so that we save 1 year's time. The IT SEZ is an ambitious project of Manipur government. I, on behalf of government, wants to request the investors to come and have a look at it. The land is 27 acres, totally owned by government. We have invested a lot of money from our own side into the land development and compound walls. The first building, which was shown to be 80 crores, in fact, has consumed 120 crores so far. We are willing to offer on a long lease. Yesterday, I talked to somebody who was chairman of ICAO. As my director mentioned, we are going to train 2,000 boys and girls within the state with IT knowledge to how to run and work in a call center or BPO or KPO. My request with the industry will be that please have a look, because we are not going to earn money out of this. We are going to add to GDP and create employment, both the projects. So the lease fee or the revenue sharing will be token, symbolic or nominal, whatever you say. The government is not here to make profit. Government is here to go for development, create employment and add to the GDP and attract people. And that's, I think, the biggest offer any state government can offer. If I go to the Loktak tourism project, this is also getting funded by Asian Development Bank. The lakefront development we have projected will cost about 1350 crores, about $250,000, $250 million. And it's a very advanced stage. When the presentation was last made to the Asian Development Bank, they were quite happy to see the amount of development. As Mr. Surya mentioned, we are going to go into the bidding process now. The lakefront is 5.5 kilometers long. We are not touching an inch of the lake, which is a Ramsar site. One good news I want to say that the ADB, seeing our energy and the efforts, is willing to expand the assistance, and that another technical assistant team is going to come. The team leaders already appointed by Manila headquarters. They want for this lake conservation to become a global model. It's a wetland under Montreal Convention. There will be an add-on project of, I have a gut feeling, 1,500 to 2,000 crore, which will supplement in preserving and conserving the lake, also taking care of the 4 rivers draining into the lake, river basin management. And this 5.5 kilometer long lakefront, which has been just presented, gives an opportunity for the investors to invest and grow their business. Manipur is a very safe place. It's incident free. There were days when it was difficult to walk in the evening. There's hardly any militancy. Whatever is there's namesake. Other cities in the different part of the country are much more troublesome. People are basically peace-loving. The culture is so rich. If you see the ethnic park, the cultural performance promenade, if you see the handicraft village, we are requesting people to come and build resorts. I will just give an example, Kumar Kum Taj. I think we are going to offer much better landscape. The lake is the largest freshwater lake in Asia. And since I just mentioned about lake management is being an add-on project will come, I think it's the right time to come and engage with us. We are election bound. Our election results will come on 10th of March. I would request both the consulting firm to engage with the participants here in today's webinar as well as others. We can have a combined workshop of 2 days at Imphal on 21st, 22nd March. I know there will be assembly, but I'll squeeze the time so that we can have a workshop come site visit and we engage into a fast-track mode and without wasting time, make this a global standard tourism resort, the Loktak Lake front, and also the IT SEZ, a model SEZ in the entire Northeast. I think this is the fastest moving IT industry business in the Northeast, though Manipur is a very small state. I also want to flag an issue. Manipur is endowed with people with very fine skills. Is the cultural performances, is the handloom, handicraft, woodwork, bamboo, whatever you take. But nowadays with modern education, English is spoken by everybody. Even interior hill villages, they are very, very comfortable with English. Our boys and girls are not only working in India, every part, they are working globally. If you actually look at somebody with this kind of facial feature in other countries, maybe every 4th or 5th person will turn out to be from Manipur. In bigger cities of India, no mall, no multiplex, no restaurant, no 5-star hotel will run without a person from Manipur. They are highly skilled. To increase the people who are skilled into hotel industry, our Institute of Hotel Management is also going to start the first course within Imphal city this year only. So we shall churn out lot many boys and girls engaged. So by the time the private sector comes and sets up the hotel industry in the Loktak side, or you set up IT industry, you will have trained manpower within the state. When I mentioned about occupying my first building of IT special economic zone, I know the building completion will be by April if I engage with the private partner, selection of private partner engaging. It can be April, May. The partner will like to furnish and put their own equipments and furniture and fixtures, their management 2 more months. We can happily occupy and commission the building from 1st July because we are going to train about 2,000 minimum people within the state with IT knowledge to work into a call center. The other buildings we can engage, as it was mentioned, that we can have a 70-30 partnership, because World Bank has suggested that. We are looking for people who can come for setting up data center, the cloud business, electronic assembly, LED assembly, or whatever the industry wants. It should be a green industry. The buildings are also green. Please take it from me. We are not going to ask exorbitant kind of rentals from you. We'll have a nominal revenue sharing from any investor. We are giving prime land, prime building. In fact, the processing zone, we are asking for about 450 crore assistance from World Bank, if not from our own side. And if it goes into PPP, about say 250 will come from government, private may give 100. So with these, I think I'll conclude. I'm conscious of our time slot. I think I'm left with 2-3 minutes still. I do count minutes, so I'll stop here. If there are some questions in this remaining 3-4 minutes time, we'll be very glad to answer. But we do welcome the IT and tourism industry people to come and join us in Manipur.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rakesh Kumar, and your entire team for sharing such comprehensive and impressive presentation on all the opportunities that Manipur has to offer. And if you actually see the chat box, you'll see how much interest just this presentation has generated. I have so many questions. It's actually difficult. Which question should I pick up and ask you? But we really appreciate and we really think it's very clear from the presentation that after Hyderabad and Bangalore and Pune, Manipur is going to be the next IT hub. We at IOD completely support it, fully support it. And we also urge the boardroom community that's here to please come forward and support Manipur and the Northeast Mission. Having said that, let me quickly go across to the questions since there's paucity of time. So my first question to you, of course, is since you're doing so much work and there is so much progress, but with progress comes the challenges as well. And here the challenges are about sustainability. And when you're promoting tourism and asking more and more people to come in, investors to come in, of course, there are certain things that we have to take care of. So the question is that how is the state preparing to shift to more renewable energy and sustainable measures for promoting tourism? Also, how are green vehicles being incorporated in a plan?
Coming to renewable energy, in fact, I'm glad you asked this question. After the new government is formed, we are going to also have our own solar power plants or into PPP mode. 2-3 cabinet decisions will be taken. Now it's a time to roll out. Maybe by June, we'll have the first person officially engaged to have one solar unit in Manipur, which will not be less than 50 megawatt. We are thinking of 50 or 100. I was in talk with IRIDA also. So if we own up the project, we are going to get funding for IRIDA, and that should be coming, at least having LOI signed by 30th June. And I forgot to mention about one more thing. The Manipur has also Indian Institute of Information Technology, one out of 20 triple ITs in India. Right now, we have 2 courses in computer science and electronics. We are expanding. We got a new director from Anna University who retired and came and joined. We are also looking for a private partner to come and take over the triple IT. We have 155 acres, the main campus, where government is pumping in 150 crores of construction and other things. We have a city campus. The previous CM was generous. He gave a lot of land. So it's for the taking, and private contributions very, very small. And triple IT will churn out lots and lots of students for the IT special economic zone. So we have an Institute of Hotel Management. We have a triple IT. I think both will feed to the tourism and IT industry, the resources.
Great. Thank you so much, sir, for answering that. And I have to ask you this, if you could just request you to throw some light on the Manipur's iconic village, which is the first one to get the carbon positive tag in India, and that has now become identified as the carbon positive eco model. Could you please share some more information on that?
I'm sorry, I'm not aware of the village. If you can name, then I can do.
I think Fayeng, sir.
Fayeng.
Yeah.
Speak about that.
Yeah. Regarding this village, we have a very traditional village. This is a scheduled caste village called Fayeng. The villagers, since time, many years, through their forefathers, they used to plant trees into that particular hill. So nowadays, after generations, the entire hill has been covered green.
So I think recently one award also has been given to the village. This village is very unique in terms of environment, in terms of its culture, tradition, and cuisine also is very unique. So it is a scheduled caste village called Fayeng.
Regarding this village, I would like to mention that we are also comprehensively addressing the 90% hill area of the state. We are in engagement with JICA on a livelihood project, which will be also conservation and afforestation. We are discussing one village, we are discussing entire state now, and that is where also some private investment opportunities will come. Like if we have bamboo area, the bamboo processing industry will come. A lot of fruit products and spices. We have seen dragon fruit cream color. Manipur also has a dragon fruit which is beetroot color, which no other state has, or no part of the world. Our fruits from different geography, it has a very different kind of geoclimatic, from oranges to banana to passion fruit to cherries to strawberries to dragon fruit, avocado. Our avocado is bigger than what comes from Africa. We have to market it. I will really request IoT to come forward and help us. This is another strong area of Manipur, the horticulture and spices.
Great, thank you so much.
As a part of the ecotourism project, we have tourist villages as part of it, which are built around the concept of the traditional Manipur village, and will give tourists an opportunity to engage with the community and have a similar living as the traditional villages of Manipur.
Right, right. Thank you so much, sir. It's been great. So much you have shared through your information, and visually, if you actually go to the chat box, you'll also find requests. People are asking for sharing the presentation that you actually showed with them so that they can actually delve deeper into it. So you can go through the comments in your own later. Thank you so much to you, Dr. Rajesh, and your team for sparing time and giving us this really, really valuable, comprehensive presentation. Thank you so much.
Team can engage with us. Sorry, I would request you to share this PPT with the participants, but I would like to get the list of people and their contact details who will find some interest. I want to invite them on 21st, 22nd March for a field visit come workshop and let them interact with the new government, the new chief minister, us. And I'm very sure IOD will be quite happy to associate with us. I believe in result more than debates. So I think let's move forward in delivering something. The questions which you have got, plethora of questions, shows that the people are keen to know, and nobody invests unless their money is secure. And we will convince them how they are secure, rather they are making more profit by investing into Manipur. Because I'm not going to earn out of them. I'm just going to give them land almost free of cost, land and building, to come and invest.
Great, so we at IoT are very happy to be the platform where you can actually connect more and more people from the board community with you, and we'll sure pass on the details and let them engage with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, after this very, very immersive session, we're letting you go for a lunch break, but a short one though, because we just have a 15-minute lunch break because we have some very, very eminent speakers lined up for our next session. That is the second half of the day. So make sure that you're back by 3 p.m. You have about 15 minutes. You may remain logged in, or you can also re-log in with the same link that we've shared. The link details are also on our website. That's iotglobal.com. Once again, a big thank you to all the partners for the overwhelming support for making this program so special. Thank you for joining us. Have a good lunch and be back by 3.
Welcome to Manipur, the land with the perfect balance of nature and modern city life. Manipur has the world's only floating national park, the Kaipul Lamjau, which is home to the rare Sangai deer. The largest freshwater lake of northeast India, Loktak is the identity of Manipur. Scale the Shuri Hill ranges of Ukhrul to see the blooming Shuri lily flowers. Or visit the heart of the city, to Kangla, the ancient capital of Manipur. Blessed with an incredible landscape for adventure, fall in love with the natural beauty of Manipur. The people of Manipur welcome you to meet its vibrant people and unique culture. Witness a land of unity and oneness. Get enchanted by the many dance forms like the Ras Leela, Hum Cholom, Thangka, and Amai Bijaboy. Listen to ancient folk songs passed down over many generations. Experience the solemn tranquility of the temples and churches of Manipur. Visit the women's only market dating back to the 15th century. Try the unique local food and the many dishes of Manipur. Participate in local festivals like Yaosheng, Haiku Hidongba, Kut Festival, and Ganrai. Or be a part of the state festivals like Sangai Festival, the Shore Festival in Ukhrul, which hosted international bands like Extreme and Nazareth, Barak Festival in Senapati, and the many dishes of Manipur. Participate in local festivals like Yaosheng, Haiku Hidongba, Kut Festival, and Ganrai. Or be a part of the state festivals like Sangai Festival, the Shore Festival in Ukhrul, which hosted international bands like Extreme and Nazareth, Barak Festival in Senapati, and the Orange Festival, which is celebrated in Tamenglo. Relive history of Manipur and the world by visiting these important landmarks of the past. See ancient stories come alive in paintings at the RKCS Museum. Manipur is one of India's biggest contributors to the handicraft industry. The handloom industry here is famous around the world for fabrics like the Rani, Moirang, Wangkai, and Lerumpi. The indigenous products of Manipur like the Longpi black pottery is unique and one of a kind. The modern game of polo has its origins in Manipur. Manipur, which is known internationally for sports, has many indigenous games like Yubilakpi and Mukna Kanji. Manipur has some of the finest hotels and homestays in India, like the Sandra Resort, Hotel Imphal, the Classic Hotels, and the Eco Marine Homestay. Manipur, the jewel of India, awaits you.
The future moves faster than it used to. The speed of innovation in the digital age puts businesses at risk of falling behind. But it's these challenges that excite ACCA and its members. For us, the future means opportunity. We're the home of future-ready talent, creating trusted finance professionals to safeguard and future-proof your business. In a fast-moving world, our leading research, qualifications, training, and recruitment tools can give your organization a competitive edge. But what does future-proofing look like? How does working with ACCA benefit your business? The letters ACCA represent the world's leading finance qualification. They're letters you can trust. Our competency framework enables businesses to better understand the financial opportunities and challenges of their sector. Our CPD keeps your finance professionals at the forefront of knowledge, so you'll always be ahead of the curve. Find the future-ready talent you need to drive your business forward. With the world's largest specialist finance and accountancy job board, over 500,000 ACCA professionals and students ready to help expand your business. Powered by our unique global network, our cutting-edge research program provides vital insight to make the right calls. We're ready for tomorrow to help businesses succeed and improve systems, to change lives and safeguard environments, to be a force for good. ACCA is ready for the future. Are you?
At Bharat Forge Limited, we don't believe in pause buttons. 50 years ago, we hit play, and we haven't stopped since. We move, we go places, and we take our legacy with us. We started small, but our dreams were big. And we chased them tirelessly with all our heart. That's what brought us to the top. To the world's biggest names. And to people's lives. We're committed to partnering greatness, no matter where we go. From India to Germany, to France to Sweden, and now USA. We always go that extra mile and bring the best to wherever our clients are, and we never settle. Over 50 years, we have pioneered innovations across fields. Our expertise keeps sharpening. Our credits keep increasing. And our relationships, they only keep growing. We are fueled by our dreams. Inspired by the next possibility. We nurture ideas, give them wings, make them soar. We seek to build a better, smarter, and brighter tomorrow. And we will. Because that's just who we are. Driven, caring, innovative, and unstoppable.
Apollo Microsystems is a renowned defense systems supplier. With its design lab headquartered in Hyderabad, India, AMS is one of the first few companies to offer electronic systems of mission-critical and safety-critical applications. The state-of-the-art facility offers design, assembly, and testing as end-to-end solution. With emphasis in signal integrity and high voltage designs. Every material component on receipt is bonded in stores only after inward inspection, and data is maintained using ERP. The stores are maintained with all safety standards. AMS is having complete mechanical production facilities. Our machine shop is equipped with CNC vertical milling machines and can handle jobs up to 6 microns accuracy. Unit assembly and harnessing is done by IPC trained technicians to meet IPC standards. 5S methodology. After completing the reflow process, all the boards will go through automatic optical inspection (AOI), X-ray done for the BGAs, wave solder machine for through-hole components. We will clean the boards using automated machinery, followed by conformal coating. In-circuit testing looks at the functioning of individual components. Our ESS facility is equipped with vibration shaker and temperature cycling chambers. A detailed review is carried out on each project. AMS is an employee-friendly company.
In 1868, the Tata Group was founded on a philosophy that put the community at the heart of its existence. Today, we are a $100 billion global enterprise. Our today has been built on enduring values. Our today is about delivering excellence across business sectors. Our today is about building a future-ready nation. Our today has a strong foundation with community at its core. Our today is dedicated to the communities we serve. Our today is always about more than just today. Our today is a continuous journey for a better tomorrow. Tata, leadership with trust.
Advanced Weapons and Equipment India Limited, or India, headquartered at Kanpur, will be a dominant supplier of critical weapons and equipment to the Indian Armed Forces and will serve as an important cog to war readiness. All India's 8 production units are at Kanpur, Jabalpur, Kasipur, Korwa, Tiruchirappalli and Ishapur. All India has an expertise in manufacturing rifles, naval guns, armored vehicle gun system, rocket launchers, machine guns, shotguns, grenade launchers, carbines, mortar, sniper rifles, anti-material rifles, and pistols and revolvers. All India's aim to grow and assist India in achieving self-reliance in weapons and equipment, increase product diversification and export. It currently attains revenue of 1,660 crore rupees and is expected to attain a revenue of 4,000 crore rupees by 2024-25.
Devabhoomi Uttarakhand, the land of majestic snow peaks. Uttarakhand offers a rich diversity of flora and fauna. The snow-covered slopes of Oli provide world-class skiing experience. The rapids of Ganga offer challenges to the most seasoned whitewater rafting enthusiasts. Tourism has been the mainstay of the economy of Uttarakhand. The state government's seriousness can be judged from the fact that tourism has been awarded industrial status in the state. New tourism policy lays down the objective and strategy of developing Uttarakhand as a world-class tourist destination that is safe, sustainable and inclusive. Through all this, the Uttarakhand government plans to handhold the local entrepreneurs in their engagement with big investors.
Shri Dinesh Wagmare, born on 26th of June 1965 in a common family, was brilliant in studies. He is BE Electronics from Vishveshwaraya National Institute of Technology, Nagpur, and MTech from IIT Kharagpur in Computer Science. He has also completed a master's degree in Development and Project Planning at University of Bradford, England, United Kingdom. He brings an abundance of expertise in team building, project leadership, administration and management.
Emphasis on digitization and communication infrastructure in MSCTCL brought down the transmission cost and transmission losses down, and the benefit of which ultimately were passed down to the consumer. Also, the restructuring of manpower and reform in HRD policy brought a lot of energy and enthusiasm into employees of MSCTCL, which ultimately paved way to their career enhancement.
Mahatransco has transmitted uninterrupted supply of 25,800 megawatt, which is a record on its own. Electrical supply, which was disturbed due to Nisarga and Taukte cyclones, was restored at war footings. On 12th October 2020, the electricity was restored, which was affected by partial grid failure. Electricity supply was kept uninterrupted to COVID hospitals. Digitalization of substations and other innovative programs were implemented. The program has been recognized with the Scotch Award. It was his idea to use drones for rapid maintenance and repair works.
Mahatransco is using GIS, modular GIS, HTLS conductor in their many projects.
He now serves as Principal Secretary of Energy Department and Chairman and Managing Director of Maharashtra State Electricity Transmission Company Limited. Green Tech Foundation salutes Shri Dinesh Wagmare.
Munition India Limited, MIL, fully owned by the Government of India, is one of the newly carved defence public sector enterprise. MIL, consisting of 12 production and 4 non-production units spread over 5 states, engaged in the production of a variety of ammunition. The product portfolio ranges from cartridge 5.56 mm to large caliber shells of 155 mm, rockets, anti-tank and anti-personnel mines, a variety of aerial bombs and naval ammunition. MIL has inherited the experience of manufacture of ammunition for over 200 years. MIL is committed to serve our armed forces by equipping them with quality ammunition. We promise not only to meet the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat through indigenous production of ammunition, but also to make the country a net exporter of ammunition.
Jai Hind.
Once again, a very warm welcome to all the guests who are joining us at this hour, 3 p.m. India time, post-lunch. Thank you so much for having a quick lunch and getting back to this very, very special IoT India's global webinar. Once again, this is Ritika Jhanji Jagtiani, your moderator for this very special edition of Directors Dialogue series, in which we are concentrating on ESG and the various aspects of it as far as the boardroom community is concerned. On behalf of IoT India, a very warm welcome to all the members who are joining us, not just from India, but all across the world, all across time zones. Thank you so much. It's time for us to quickly move into the next keynote session. And to take this forward, could I please request Lieutenant General J.S. Ahluwalia, the President of Institute of Directors India, to deliver the President address. He's someone who's been spearheading the vision and the mission of IoT India. General Ahluwalia superannuated Indian Army as the head of the engineering division as Director General of EME Corps. He's a guided missiles specialist and now mentoring many boards on governance. He has been chairman of the Institution of Engineers, president of Delhi Management Association, and many other such accomplishments. Let me also add here that apart from his vast and diverse experience, he is also ISO 14001 EMS certified auditor and mentor to many industries in this domain. And we're very proud to have taken so many strides under his guidance. Thank you so much, Lieutenant General J.S. Ahluwalia. Over to you.
Thank you, my dear. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all after two special sessions before lunch that we have had on ESG policy, corporate strategy, and tourism in various areas. I have taken great special attention to welcome British High Commissioner in India, His Excellency Alex Ellis, CMG, the CEO of Niti Aayog, Shri Amitabh Kant, also the Distinguished Fellow of IOD, the Chairman HDFC Bank and former Finance Secretary, Mr. Atanu Chakravarti, IAS, Secretary Tourism, Government of India, Mr. Arvind Singh, IAS, President, Confederation of British Industries, and founder of the chair of Cobra Beer, a well-known global beer, Lord Karan Bilimoria from UK, the Managing Director and CEO of Indian Hotel Company, Mr. Puneet Chatwal. Well, the COP26 in Glasgow, they declared in November 21, the final declaration, covered nature-based solutions, the infrastructure pathways, which covered various international coalition of sustainable infrastructure, then clean transport, land and sea. These are the major areas that they covered under the Glasgow Declaration. The COVID-19 pandemic lingers on. The pandemic to endemic will require a momentous social shift. The digital dominates the growth agenda. Sustainability gains stream. Crafting a new normal. The sustainability commitments are rising, but the net zero still remains elusive to most of us. For corporates, ESG is one of the top concerns today, a gateway for new frontiers of change. The stakeholders are judging their companies by their commitment to the 10 principles of UN Global Compact and also the 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals for 2030. IIM Ahmedabad, it has set up a ESG center for research and innovation action. The Unilever in India announced that half of their new growth last year has come from brands leading to sustainability agenda. It shows where ESG stands. The ESG agenda continues to grow as strategic business imperative, heading to growth and higher profit margins and inflow of ESG funds. The environmental concerns, minimize environmental footprint, including shift from wasteful extraction to regenerative systems, optimizing use of natural resources and energy consumptions. The social dimensions lead to diversity and inclusion, including gender diversity, and concern for employees and the community. The governance concerns lead to transparency, ease of doing business, but also include the important aspect of R&D expenditure, which has remained between 0.6 to 0.7% in India, to move up to nearly 2%. The corporate board's role and attention to environment, social, governance, and economic challenges are great. The future-ready boards today need multiple stakeholder-centric ESG strategies and practices. They create a ESG committee. Number of them have already abroad started coming in, and we are also moving in that direction, creating a ESG committee to help the board provide oversight in ESG concerns. Upskilling the value chains throughout. That's a very vital area. And a whistleblower policy, again an important area, to flag off ESG deviations. This is important. The ESG accounting standards, of course, the lack of consensus on ESG criteria in capital markets has held ESG investments down. Intangible financial materiality to long-term factors is vital. An international sustainability standards board has been set up, and it is likely to come up with the final ESG standards by the end of the current year. The SEBI's BRSR reporting, already something in this direction, has been made mandatory for the top 1,000 companies from 1st April 22 onwards. The sustainability reporting, GRI 4, and certain part of even international integrated reporting systems will all have to merge with this final standards on ESG, which are likely to be finalized by the end of this year. As far as investments are concerned, today we have ESG compliant mutual funds with special tax benefits. ESG assets are likely to reach a height of $53 trillion by 2025, of 1/3 of the global assets under management. Even LIC going IPO had to wait for it to gain its ESG scores in a proper numbers to attract more foreign funds. Today, investors are showing increased interest in ESG compliant companies. And ESG has become one of the top concerns of corporates. So without taking any more time, I would like to welcome His Excellency Alex Harris. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, General Ahluwalia, for your warm welcome and sharing your insights and words of wisdom. As just did General Ahluwalia, let's all join and welcome our guest of honor, His Excellency Mr. Alex Ellis, CMG, British High Commissioner to the Republic of India. His Excellency shall be delivering a very special keynote address on COP26 and climate action. Earlier, His Excellency worked as Deputy National Security Advisor for the Integrated Review on Foreign and Security Policy. He was also Director General in the Department for Exiting the EU for 3 years. He has extensive experience in security issues, EU, and strategy. He started his civil service career as part of the team supporting the transition to multi-party democracy in South Africa following the release of Nelson Mandela. Ladies and gentlemen, London is the world's financial capital and among the oldest of the world's great cities, its history spanning nearly 2 millennia and one of the most cosmopolitan as well. Today, UK and India cherish a new golden era in bilateral and strategic relationship. And of course, we all know that London is second home for all of us in the IOD India family and also our boardroom community. IOD India has been hosting its annual London Global Convention for the last 20 years in every October, November. We are very privileged, His Excellency, today to have you with us to deliver the guest of honor address. Thank you for your time. Over to you.
Thank you so much. I'm delighted that London is still second home to so many here. Having a mother who's a power-class region, I always think of the other great cities of the United Kingdom. But it's great to hear that that's the case. And thank you so much for inviting me here today. I've taken a liberty, if I may. I'm going to broaden a little bit beyond the COP. Lieutenant General Adewale very kindly spoke about it. I'll just broaden a little bit for a second, because the invitation got me thinking a bit about ESG. And I guess the sort of first points to make is the power of companies and business people in transformation of societies. And most of what a government wishes to do, for example, on climate change, it can't be done without companies, without capital, without private sector leadership, the sorts of people who I hope are on this session for the IOD today. And it's all very well for governments to sort of pronounce and say, well, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, but the governments don't actually do most of the doing. And many of the really good ideas and the innovations that come out, which help you to achieve, say, on climate change, what we're trying to achieve, they really come from private individuals, researchers as well, but mainly companies. There is no way, for example, India can get anywhere near its extraordinarily ambitious renewables targets without private capital. And Lieutenant General was I agree with him very much that there's an awful lot of capital kicking around, waiting to be invested into these kinds of projects. And actually, the hard thing is getting the right sorts of projects at the other end to receive these vast amounts of capital, which are sloshing around, waiting to go into countries like India. So that's a general observation. We all know it. And I was thinking, well, why is it that companies, private sector individuals, why do they go in for ESG? And we can take climate change as an example. And obviously, doing so is good for themselves, or they perceive it to be good for themselves. You want to, and many people on this call no doubt would feel this, you want to grow and develop talented people in any organization. That includes in the private sector. I was recalling, I think I was given a statistic the other day by Hindustan Unilever, it had already been mentioned, and are a good example of investment in people. I think 450 global CEOs come out of the stable of Hindustan Unilever, and that's just Hindustan Unilever in India. Never mind Unilever in the rest of the world. So the growth and development of talent has enormous externalities, benefits for outside of the original purpose, but it's also good for the company themselves. And as you see the power of companies and of the private sector, when you look at anything like procurement, for example. My twin sister happens to be a food writer, and the transformation of developing healthier eggs in the UK, niche subject, I hope some of you are interested in it, comes really when McDonald's, the fast food chain, decides to buy free-range eggs. And their procurement power is so great that it transforms the egg market, something people have lobbied for years. So, but why is it that companies do that? Why is it that you, as private sector individuals and leaders, are doing this as well? And obviously, I think you know the answers better than me. Sometimes it's just very good for business. If you had started a sustainable fund 10 years ago, if I remember rightly, they outperform most other funds in terms of investments. You actually make good money out of going into ESG. Linked to that can sometimes be, I guess, the brand which you want to run and the brand which you want to create, which people will perceive and your customers will perceive as being something which they want to align with, and people are, I think, very sensitive to that. So it makes good business sense. Sometimes it's just who we are, who you are, who companies are. I don't suppose anyone could say that Robert Clive or the East India Company was exactly a bright, shining example of ESG in the early stages of capitalism. So maybe not, but let's have a look at say, Cadbury's in the UK, the chocolate firm in the UK, it comes from Quakers, if I'm not mistaken, and they have a concept of who they are, which means that they are doing ESG from the word go. I was listening the other day to think about the story of the Sassoon family moved from Iraq. I think Sephardi Jews from Iraq come to Mumbai in the 1830s, 1840s, and they just think it's part of who they are as a family that they need to be involved in the community around. The business sense and who you are linked together sometimes. Some of the great philanthropy of the late 19th century capitalists in the UK was partly because Lever Brothers, going back to Unilever again, a good example, because they wanted healthy workers and they wanted well-educated workers. And to do that, they couldn't depend on the state to do that. They needed to do it themselves. They needed to build proper accommodation. They needed to make sure their workers were healthy. Even in India today, I would think, there are plenty of firms who are investing in education and health around them because they need more talented and healthier workforce. Now, that's got enormous benefits as well. So it's I think it's kind of good for both sides. But there's a sort of culture thing, there's a business sense thing, and occasionally because you're required to. And I was thinking, well, who requires that? Occasionally the government can come in, there are laws, certain laws in Brazil, I think there are in India about where you need to invest your profits or a small percentage of your turnover sometimes into ESG. Sometimes it's when you're wanting to come into a new market and you need to show your bona fides as a business. I guess I remember El Corte Inglés, I don't know if people know them, when they came to invest in Lisbon, the very wise then mayor of Lisbon said, that's fine, but what I really want you to do is to renovate. They said, what can we do to help the city of Lisbon? So you can renovate a magnificent old theatre, which they did, and the city's benefited from it ever since. So, there can be kind of legislative requirement, there can be polite hint from the politicians. But the requirements come from elsewhere. Certainly on climate change they do, I think. They can come from your customers, what your customers expect of you as a brand, as a company. They can come from your staff, I guess. I want to work for a company which is investing in this. And I think that can be very inspiring for colleagues. And that's true. British High Commission in India as well as for anyone else, that people feel, yes, I want to not just buy this, but I want to work with these people. And you can attract some really talented people by showing yourself to follow ESG route. And climate change would be one example of that. Sometimes it's from your shareholders, in the case of the private sector. And again, I think there's an interesting discussion to be had about the nature of ownership and which kinds of ownership are most likely to promote effective ESG. Does that vary according to the kind of ownership that you have? The more patient or the more impatient capital. But perhaps the kind of most powerful, and there are examples of companies which do all of this. I'm sure there are many listening to at the moment. And, so some of the UK investors in India. If we move on beyond Robert Clive, I think of HSBC these days. They have with him, some Unilever, a Suvida station, the centre in Mumbai, which they've just opened. I think Pearson, the publishers, they also do quite a lot of work in terms of supporting. And many companies will be doing this kind of thing. But I never forget, just to conclude, what I heard when I was talking about this with a big group of Indian investors in. And I said, why are you moving toward climate change? And they talked about, the requirement. They talked about make good business sense. They talked about the consumers. They talked about their staff. But one of them at the end just said, because we want to survive in a generation's time. And that sense of a family company in that case, or with at least with significant family ownership, that wanted to continue to exist in 30 years' time. And they said, well, this is what we have to do if we're going to continue to exist. And if you have that feeling, I think that is a very compelling motivation. What can the public sector do? What can governments do? I think the best thing they can do is to point to the future and to point with some certainty to the future. If I think about climate change, and I first worked heavily on climate change about just over 15 years ago, that's what at the time the public authorities were trying to do. To develop the analytical base, to share it, and to say to private capital, this is where we think we're going on climate change. And that, I think, had a very big and beneficial effect once the investors, individuals had confidence that that was a solid future, that was a future which had a solid analytical base and broad political support. So that's something I think for people like me who work in the public sector to make sure happens. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you so much, His Excellency, for joining us today, making time despite your schedule and being with us and sharing your deep insights. We're just going to wait and source a few questions from the crowd that's attending from the boardroom community. If we have questions here, I'm just going to request the tech team to forward me questions, if any. So, sir, I have a question coming in very quickly, which I would like to take up with you. It is that, would you like to share an insight on the latest UK-India trade deal, which we commend, has an ambitious target of achieving double the bilateral trade. In 2020, it was $18 billion, and we're looking at 2030 as the target. Would you like to talk a little bit about that?
Sure, it's perfectly timed because I see the arrival of Mr. Amitabh Kant, so I can, speak straight to the Indian government as I answer that question. So we've just launched free trade agreement negotiations, launched last month. We're going to the second round of negotiations in a couple of weeks' time. India and UK, as roughly about the 5th and 6th biggest economies in the world, India will grow to be the 3rd biggest, hopefully pretty soon. We underperform in terms of our trade. Our trade actually is worth rather less than you might imagine it would be. The investments side of things, there are very big investments both ways and growing very fast in the UK and in lots of interesting areas. And I think that we actually have a great opportunity to increase our trade, and I think there's benefits come from that. But also through that, create greater security, because I think one of the tests of the world of the next 10 to 15 years is going to be trust. I think there's declining trust actually between nations. That's partly because of the nature of China's rise, the US reaction to that. And I think India and UK can show trust in each other through a free trade agreement, as well as good economics. This will be a new experience in the UK. We've been negotiating a lot of trade deals actually in the last few years since leaving the European Union. I think we are a different shape and size to the European Union now out, and that creates opportunities, I think, for India. India, UK, a similar size of economy. India's GDP per head obviously is a lot lower than the UK, so this is a new thing for the UK to do. My experience is negotiators can always find reasons not to agree stuff. What it needs is a little bit of a political vision to do it. Because in the end, I think a trade deal it's just one of the many contributions to what I think is the really big question, which is how does India use the next 30 years to make the great, and I am unashamedly quoting him here, the great leap, the great economic transformation, which I think India has the potential and the opportunity to achieve. I think it's one of these great moments when a country actually can do this great leap forward. And trade deals are part of contributing to that. And we, the UK, benefit a lot from that leap by India. It's not zero sum. We benefit enormously if that happens.
Excellency, before we let you go, just one more question. Considering the large number of UK companies contribute tremendously to the Indian economy as a key ally in India's growth story and vice versa, what advice would you like to convey for the global boardroom community to integrate agenda items working towards climate change?
Climate change is one of those happy issues on which it makes economic sense to do it. It makes sense in terms of your brand. It makes sense in terms of recruiting the right staff. It makes sense including to cheer up your customers, and it's good for the planet. There aren't many things where you can actually say all of those things are very well aligned. And I think that goes also back to the point about trust. I think India is kind of one of, if not the global center of easily deployable technology is a huge opportunity. Climate change is just one of those examples. Telecoms would be another. And there, I think India has a particularly sweet spot in terms of offering the world quite a lot of what it's learned about frugal innovation, about rapidly deployable innovation. So I think that, climate change is perhaps one of the sweetest spots when we can actually do, we know the direction of travel, it's clear, and Prime Minister Modi really set that out when he was in Glasgow. And now we need to turn it into things that happen. And I think India can do that better than almost any other country in the world.
Thank you so much. A big thank you to our guest of honor, His Excellency, for taking out valuable time for us from your busy schedule to address this called August gathering. Thank you so much. Gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our guest of honor, Mr. Amitabh Kant, IAS Chief Executive Officer, Niti Aayog, Government of India. He shall be delivering the address on India's commitment to the SDGs. Mr. Kant is a very distinguished civil servant and 1980 batch Senior Indian Administrative Service Officer of the Kerala cadre. He has been a key driver of the Make in India, Startup India, Incredible India, and God's Own Country's initiatives that positioned India and Kerala state as leading manufacturing and tourism destinations. These campaigns have won several international awards and embraced a host of activities: infrastructure development, product enhancement, public-private partnership, and positioning and branding based on extensive market research. Not just that, he is also the author of Branding India, An Incredible Story, and has edited The Path Ahead, Transformative Ideas for India. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kant is a distinguished fellow of the Institute of Directors and also recipient of the famed Golden Peacock Award for Leadership in Economic Transformation 2017. A true agent of change and a reformer. Very, very privileged to have him with us today. Thank you so much, sir, for making time out of your busy schedule. Over to you.
My distinguished colleague, Mr. Atnu Chakravarti, Mr. Alex Ellis, the British High Commissioner, Mr. Aluwalia, Mr. Raut, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. The Sustainable Development Goals represent the most comprehensive and holistic development paradigm. They encompass the social, economic, and environmental dimensions of development and were adopted by India along with the world community in the year 2015. The Prime Minister had expressed deep commitment of India to this UN resolution on the 2030 agenda at the UN General Assembly Summit. And he stated that India holds the key to the world achieving the SDGs, and the SDGs are perfectly mirrored in our national development agenda. The core SDG principle of leave no one behind resonates with the essence of our development agenda of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas. Now, India is home to 1/6 of all humanity. It is cognizant of its role and responsibility in working towards a sustainable future of the planet and all its life. It is indisputable that achieving the targets set under the framework is imperative for the country to develop faster and sustainably, as well as to merit the aspirations of its large, young, and vibrant population. We are pledged to accelerate implementation to achieve the SDGs by 2030. Niti Aayog is the nodal agency in Government of India for overall coordination and supervision on the SDG goals, and this involves building preparedness across the nation for adopting and integrating the SDG agenda in the overall policy planning process, monitoring the progress on SDG achievements. I think more important, localizing the SDGs at the states and union territory level, and building capacities of the state governments in SDG implementation, and further localizing at the district and below levels by intensive engagement with our states and union territories. The SDG framework has actually redefined development policies and government priorities across the world, and India, together with the world, has marched into the decade of action. With less than 10 years left now to achieve the global goals, nations are accelerating the design and implementation of sustainable solutions to the world's biggest challenges, ranging from poverty and gender inequality to climate change. Our commitment to SDGs has only strengthened in the wake of COVID-19 global pandemic and amidst our efforts to chart a new course of development for the post-pandemic future. Our states are active stakeholders in our SDG action, And it is our firm belief that India can achieve these ambitious goals only if our states and union territories take the lead in adopting and steering the process of SDG localization. Through our SDG localization efforts, we have actually taken SDGs to the states and to the districts on the ground. And fostering subnational peer learning and competitiveness is the approach we took when we released the world's first government-led subnational SDG index in 2018. The SDG India Index and Dashboard, with all its 3 editions till now, annually ranks our states and UTs based on the SDG performance. This comprehensive policy tool captures the progress on our SDGs, considering the complexity of the interlinked global goals and their reflections in our national priorities. Now in its 3rd year, the index has been comprehensively documenting and ranking the progress made by states and union territories towards achieving the SDG goals. The index has reshaped the SDG framework, adoption and localization discourse in the country. It has resulted in states and union territories instituting monitoring systems and preparing development strategies aligned to the goals of the 2030 agenda, which are customized to the local and hyperlocal content. Through the localization efforts in the index and now the country's first district level SDG index for the 120 districts of the 8 northeastern states, we continuously foster cooperative and competitive federalism both for our states and union territories and also for our districts. Our goal is to ensure that the fruits of India's progress and development percolate to all our citizens, leaving no one behind. States and union territories play a crucial role in localizing the SDGs. There are many exemplary interventions which have taken place at that level, including the institution of SDG-focused units in the Planning and Finance Department of States, thematic working groups headed by senior officials, and periodic reviews by the political leaders. This has engendered a whole of government approach towards the SDGs with both horizontal and vertical convergence across multiple government departments. The pandemic and its multifarious impacts have further intensified the endorsement of this approach, which appreciates the interlinked nature of SDGs. This cross-sectoral approach prominently features in our national agenda and flagship programs. While governments are key actors in this journey towards achieving the ambitious targets under the 2030 agenda, the global goals cannot be realized through efforts of the government alone. Civil society and the private sector have a very critical role, which is embedded in the agenda itself. During the formulation of the SDGs, civil society organizations were acknowledged and recognized not only as a conduit for the voices of the most vulnerable, but also for their operational capability as localizers of the SDG. Their role is unique in a country like India, where geographic and socio-economic specificities and diversity, all of them require a highly localized approach towards development. The partnership between CSOs and community organizations and the government plays a very vital role in working towards ensuring that no one is left behind. Strengthening and consolidating India's position as a global leader on SDGs at the highest SDG forum of the United Nations, we presented the country's second voluntary national review to the UN member states, which comprehensively encapsulated national level SDG achievements and good practices. As part of this process, Niti Aayog, along with UN and India, curated one of the largest listening exercises through regional and national consultations with over 1,000 CSOs, NSOs, and community organizations. Niti Aayog has also engaged with subnational and local governments in the private sector. India's SDG localization model, which is founded on close partnership with the states, was much appreciated by member countries. Similarly, and As an engine for growth and innovation, the private sector and private sector investment is crucial in galvanizing the market forces. Increasingly, private sector investors are seeking investments that meet both financial objectives and non-financial objectives. These investment strategies include environmental, social, and governance investments, responsible investments, impact assessments, and green finance. While different in mandate and scope, the investment strategies aim to achieve positive social, environmental, or developmental outcomes in addition to financial return. The Indian markets have seen considerable momentum in the sustainable finance society over the last few years. We are also witnessing corporate action which go beyond corporate social responsibility activities. Companies have begun adopting the SDGs in their core operations and procurement with the aim of embedding environmentally sustainable and socially conscious practices in the entirety of the value chain. In this journey of ours, especially in expansion of social infrastructure and climate change, technology and innovation will continue to play the crucial disruptive role. While we take pride in our accomplishment, we are well aware of the path ahead in our journey. To meet the targets under the SDG framework on time, India needs to progress faster on nutrition, learning outcomes, women's active participation in the economy, and reducing pollution. Various government-led initiatives have been rolled out in these areas in conjunction with establishing monitoring and review systems for tracking the progress. The COVID-19 pandemic has taught us that the resilience of a nation is severely tested when faced with unprecedented adversities. Efforts from all walks of society and the government are being channelized in the fight against the pandemic. We have put forward the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, through which we are building forward better. Through focused effort, we are bringing the economy back on track, building world-class and resilient infrastructure, putting in place technology-driven systems to fulfill the new ambitions and aspirations, and fully utilizing the energy of our vibrant democracy and taking advantage of the power of our market demand and supply forces. We must remind ourselves that we do not have the luxury of time. We have just under 10 years ahead of us to achieve the goals and targets. We have set ourselves together as one community. A true whole of society effort towards realizing the SDGs, which include everyone, government, civil society, private sector, and citizens, is the need of the hour. We cannot leave anyone behind in this endeavor. We must remind ourselves that our efforts in the coming year will determine the kind of planet to our children, their children, and generations to come will be born into, and the quality of life they will inherit. Our access and actions in this decade will have a strong bearing on our future generations' scope of aspirations and ambitions. And therefore, this alone should motivate us and do our best. I wish the best possible achievement and implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals by all of us, and I wish this conference all success. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amitabh Kant, for being here despite your busy schedule. If you could spare a few more minutes, we would quickly like to take two questions that have come from the boardroom community for you. May I?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So the first question that's come is that India has always been committed to SDGs, whether it's the hike in the current union budget for education or our commitment to climate change or innovation in clean energy and sustainable cities. How can India Inc. contribute and drive the SDGs?
Well, India can be a leader in many ways. We've taken leadership in climate change. We are one of the few countries in the world, probably the only country in the world, which is able to fulfill its targets of NDCs, which we are committed to at Paris COP21. We believe in short-term action. We believe that the green hydrogen is the future. We are pushing for clean mobility, and we are pushing to ensure better learning outcomes, health outcomes, and nutrition for all. Our actions during COVID-19 demonstrates that we took care of people below the poverty line. So we are committed to growth with sustainability. We are committed to the commitments we have made at COP26, and we are committed to making India fossil-free by the time it turns 100 in 2047.
Sure. And while India's ESG story is gradually unfolding, how private sector can play an important role towards sustainable development goals, also by integrating such development policies with SDGs and ensuring the proper monitoring, implementation, and execution.
So we have a very strong monitoring framework, which we do. We rank states in the performance of the SDGs. We name and shame them. We put this in public domain. And I'm particularly delighted that all the states have played a very key role. Our teams are constantly in the field. We work in partnership with the states. India is a very large country. It's bigger than 24 countries of Europe. And therefore, much of the action is in the states, it's in district. And our implementation of the aspirational district program reveals that where there's good data, there's good governance, there's monitoring, there's putting out of data in public domain, and there's ranking, you get results. So the country has moved towards output and outcome-based governance. The country has moved towards data. The country has moved towards ranking. All this was not possible when I was a young officer. All this is now, technology has made this all possible, and technology, we are using it to make a quantum leap forward in better outcome delivery, better governance, and better performance on ground. And that is what is leading to better delivery on ground. And that is why the country is pushing for saturation of various schemes on ground at the field level, whether it's housing, whether it's nutrition, whether it's electricity. We have ensured that there is saturation of all these activities at the grassroots level. Thank you.
Right. And Mr. Kant, a great momentum has been set up by our government. How ESG can play an important role in improving our economy and meeting the 5 trillion economy target?
Well, the country has taken various measures, GST, IBC, RERA. We've come out with the production-linked incentive scheme. Mr. Atanu Chakravarti is here. He drove the national infrastructure pipeline. We are doing the asset monetization. All these are path-breaking schemes to make private sector as the key driver of India's economy. And the Institute of Directors should ensure that the private sector, our belief is that the Indian economy will grow if the private sector invests, private sector creates growth. The government should be a facilitator, government should be a catalyst. So all these reforms, including the reform for lower corporate tax and very many other reforms which I talked about, all these will lead to India becoming both a driver of manufacturing and services. And that should lead to our achieving $5 trillion growth economy in the days to come. But it's an economy which should be driven in the long run on the basis of both sustainability, on the basis of digitization, on the basis of use of technology to leapfrog. And all these things, while government is doing its best for digitization, for reforms, for sustainability, all this in the long run must be driven by the private sector of India for it to be a sustainable growth over a long period of time.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Amitabh Kant. Just before we let you go, your one message that you would like to leave the boardroom community that's watching you right now with?
The only message that I have is go digital, go green. That's the future.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amitabh Kant. That was a guest of honor. Thank you so much, sir, for taking time out from your busy schedule and being here for IOD India's global webinar. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time we move forward to our next very, very special speaker. We are being joined by Mr. Atanu Chakraborty, Chairman, HDFC Bank and former Finance Secretary, Government of India. He'll be delivering the address on driving ESG and managing climate-related risks in India's financial sector. Mr. Chakraborty served the Government of India for a period of 35 years as a member of Indian Administrative Services in Gujarat cadre. He has mainly worked in areas of finance and economic policy, infrastructure, petroleum, and natural gas. He has held various important posts in the Government of India. As Secretary DEA, he coordinated economic policy making for all ministries and departments and managed entire process of formulation of budget making for Union of India, including its passage in the Parliament. He was responsible for fiscal management policies, policies for public debt management, and development and management of financial markets. We are very privileged to have him with us today. Over to you, Mr. Chakraborty. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks very much for your kind introduction. My fellow distinguished speakers, Shri Amitabh Kanji, General Ahluwalia, Mr. Puneet Chatwal, Excellency Mr. Alex Ellis, Shri Ashok Kapoorji. The topic given to me is driving ESG and managing climate change in the financial sector. I do not intend to see the two of them separately because more or less managing the climate change risks would and should form largely a subset of ESG itself. Otherwise, seeing two of them would only compound the risk. Therefore, in my talk, I shall sort of concentrate on ESG in the financial sector, which inter alia would cover management of climate risks as well, which I will separately allude to as well. However, I have recently seen during this budget itself a very interesting development where the finance minister in the budget has announced green bonds. As I understand, the green bonds would also go towards alleviating the risks or sometimes what the growth impinges on the climate change, and those risk alleviation would be carried out by these green bonds. That's a great signaling impact on the market because government bringing in green bonds would in a sense set benchmark rates also. As far as financial sector is concerned, largely it would encompass the banks, non-banking finance companies, insurance companies, rating agencies, financial markets, and so on and so forth. However, I'll limit myself in the limited time to make best use of it to banks, non-banking finance companies, regulators, and the rating agencies. I shall allude to the others as well, however, in a very limited way. In a sense, if the financial sector has to push the ESG agenda, if I may put it that way, it's important that we need to see how internally they are doing themselves as corporates. As of now, there is no set system of financing green projects. If they are viable, they do get financed, and frankly, most of the financing of green projects in India have taken place through our banking system as well as the bond market. But till so far, as will come subsequently, there are no set systems for doing so. On the social side, the banks work through the CSR and, very importantly, regulation-driven priority sector lending, which helps the marginal farmers, micro enterprises, self-help groups, and weaker section of the society. A very, very important component of the social pillar of the ESG concept. Similarly, at the board level, all these companies are driven by the regulator for the financial stability and as well as the mitigation of the risk, which is done through the risk and audit committee and largely overseen by the regulators. It's very important for the financial stability, which is critical overall for the governance as well as the environment side of the ESG vertical. Coming to the external part, which is, I guess, the critical part of how we see ESG can be driven by the financial sector. Frankly, banks and financial sector there can make lots of difference. And till now, overall, across the board, across the world, here the performance has been largely below par. India is no exception. Even though there's certain large PE funds, private equity funds, etc., have brought in ESG criteria, some Nordic funds also talk about it. But again, it is peripheral at best. Let's look at each of the verticals separately so as to get a comprehensive idea about how ESG agenda can be driven. Banks have historically borne brunt of the environmental disasters, tempests, pestilence, plagues, and other disasters. And their assets have taken hit, and so have their balance sheets. Adverse environmental impact have lasting impact on many of the projects they themselves have funded. Imagine an oil spill, how it could affect a facility as well as the community nearby. And similarly, many gas leaks have an impact on households, where most of the households are again funded through bank finance, and so on and so forth. Therefore, for every project, there need to be a mechanism to rigorously evaluate the risks. But again, those risks are separately evaluated and seen in a very segregation rather than in a comprehensive fashion. One of the big things which has happened post the recent COP is the PM's vision of net zero by 2070, and more importantly, significant reduction of carbon footprint by 2030. That would involve solar, wind, carbon sequestration, use of, just now Mr. Amitabh Kant talked about green hydrogen. I guess those are big changes being driven by the government, and very important because that would be a very important signal. I had alluded to green bonds, and these are the kind of things that would pave the way of greater innovation by the corporate sector as well. However, looking to the humdrum of life where ESG needs to be driven, it is critical to see as to what kind of risk that the climate change poses on the entire financials or for a company's own health. They can largely be segregated in two parts. One is at the company level, they normally get what is known as a transition risk. Just to explain this thing further, let's take a coal-based plant. A lot of investment would have come into it, and they may be expanding, but their risk would come from the fact that sooner than later, world will move out of coal and start getting towards renewable sources or reduction of carbon footprint, etc. Now, that enhances the risk profile of that particular company. And that needs to be factored in by banks, non-banking finance companies, and other financial institutions. Similarly, take case of automobiles. Now, automobiles driven by your internal combustion engines. EVs are already being talked about. Now, if EVs are coming in and someday ICE have to go out of business, then obviously, there the costs would be high. There would be a lot of sunk costs. And again, certain amount of risk profiling from that angle needs to be done. I've taken these two commonplace elements just to drive home the point as to how a company risk needs to be seen by the banks, because they are the major financiers, or any other financier for that matter, including rating of the bonds. There are rating agencies today who are now rating individual companies. The rating models which are being used by various financial institutions. I'll revert to that subsequently. The other type of a risk is at a segregated level, which happens on account of, that's post facto, on account of already climate change that is taking place. For example, water stress. Water stress in an area where diesel engines are being financed would only create further problems, and maybe one day make all those financed diesel engines or similar kind of assets completely worthless. Possibly funding a drip irrigation could be extremely useful there. Similarly, we have coastal areas where there could be a case of inundation by rise of water level. Mapping of that has been done across the globe, but data there is lacking, but certainly that poses a risk. That brings in the case for a very strong risk modeling by banks and financial institutions. My own bank is carrying it out because only after risk modeling can you assign capital to it. As you would appreciate, unless financial institutions are able to attach certain capital to a particular factor that is posing risk, it becomes very difficult to price that product. Therefore, risk modeling is key to not only understanding the risk, but also key for the operations of these banks when they are wanting to fund the products, because unless there's a financing of all these products which reduce climate change, whether they are at a gross level of power plants or automobiles, even change of packaging systems, and even projects where there is a replacement of certain commodities by commodities which cause lesser impact on the climate. One would need their access to financial system, and vice versa, the financial system driving those projects through a robust risk modeling system, which I just talked about. This is a work in progress and shall continue to be for some time, and that's a situation all over the globe. India is, again, as I mentioned, no exception. And I guess we'll have to continuously see and work towards that. On the social side, there is a need for, and has in India has happened in a big way, financial inclusion. Again, banks have to play a big part there. India is a very large country, and the larger the financial inclusion, the better, the benefits, financial products, credit can be reached to the population at large. Actually, during COVID-19, the financial inclusion that was carried out during past few years helped in a great way in reduction of destitution. This also helps in making available products like insurance, pension, and other risk-based saving scheme. That brings us to the issue of access to financial product, again a very important part of the ESG framework. India has a history of small savings, UTI, etc. And with increase in the range of financial inclusion, possibly, as I mentioned, one can reach out to products of like pension, insurance, etc. However, presently, reach of these products are very, very limited. And this is an area where, as financial intermediaries, banks can do lots of work. Again, the other issue on the social side is access to healthcare and education. Government can only do as much in this area. It continues to fund healthcare and education in a big way, but the time has come to finance them. There's certain strata of the society, which is fairly large today, which is willing to pay certain amount of user charges in this case. I mean, fees in the case of schools and fees for doctors in case of healthcare, etc. Banks are funding healthcare, they are funding education, but again, the lack of viable products, the collaterals which cannot be invoked do pose issues which do call for certain amount of innovation. On governance side, largely it's regulator who would push companies or government towards reporting as well as bringing on balance sheet the ESG goal. That's very critical. Unless there are disclosures, and disclosures which are continuously made and expanded every year, I guess the risks would continue to be there hidden. And if there are risks, financing becomes very difficult. Therefore, the disclosure norms on ESG related issues, I'm not getting into details of those indicators. Just a mention that XYZ is doing something on ESG and would only qualify as a lip service, frankly. This also involves disclosure on geographical risk, especially if the company is working in an area where there are large geographical risk, such as water stress, or company working in an area there is possibility of landslides, so on and so forth, which need to be disclosed. And that disclosure actually reduces risk for those companies because product pricing becomes that much easier. For doing all this, within the governance of companies, it's having an ESG committee independent of CSR committee, I guess, is now the need of the hour. This committee possibly can then funnel the other compliance which comes from audit, from risk committees in case of financial companies, and others, CSR committee, etc., to the board, so that board has a better visibility on the entire ESG framework that the company is following, and is able to push and drive the policy in that direction. This would help the financial institutions and banks to develop climate risk or ESG risk-weighted overall rating for the company. I guess that is the ultimate objective. If individual banks are able to develop, because they tend to rate the companies today, the rating is very substantially financial. It has to move towards the scale towards ESG. It can't be climate risk alone. As I mentioned, it has to be a function of the whole lot of items briefly, which I have touched upon. To bring those indicators together towards a risk-weighted rating for a company is what will start driving the ESG. However, how to drive it, financial institutions and banks may like to do it, but a nudge both from the government and the regulator is must in this direction. I guess, as I said, very positive happening on green bonds, Prime Minister's announcement, etc. has happened. Many things have been done by the Ministry of Company Affairs, but I guess on the side of both on the financial markets, by the rating agencies, and by the banks. Certain proactive bank like mine are already working on those models. However, it's going to be a very iterative process. But having said that, while regulatory changes are critical to nudge the companies, the capital flows to ESG compliant firms would pick up when their products are fairly robust, and they are able to, through innovation, and that's critical, whether they use digital or they use alternate products or they use sources of energy, through innovation, are able to reduce the risk and bring in very robust cash flows on the table. My guess, as I mentioned earlier, is going to be an iterative process. There will be a lot of back and forth, and that possibly will give us, in years to come, a fairly robust ESG framework through a good supporting financial system. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hitanu Chakraborty, for being with us and sharing your valuable insights. There's paucity of time, but very quickly, I have to take two questions with you. The first one being, considering you spoke of green bonds being introduced in the Indian Budget 2022, how can we advance further towards sustainability-linked bonds to advance our board agenda?
Well, as I also have as much visibility on green bonds as you have through the budget speech, But if government is raising bonds, it will go into Consolidated Fund of India, which is where the funds are fungible. However, I think they would be called green because they would be then pushed towards schemes and projects which are pushing sustainability objectives. To that extent, this issue is actually this thing itself answers the question that you mentioned.
Sure, sir. And the second question being that some of the world's largest banks have made hundreds of billions of dollars in commitments to sustainable financing, with many pledging to align their portfolios with the goals of the Paris Agreement and COP26. Are banks really going green or just greenwashing?
Nobody wants to greenwash these days because I'd mentioned there are huge transition risks one is facing. One cannot wish away the shift to the sustainability, especially on the energy side, climate risk. You cannot. The risks are very high, both on the transition side, as well as on the geographical risk, which come through the water stress, through change in climate, and so on and so forth. And perhaps 10 years back, it was possible. Today, large banks, financial institutions cannot close their eyes to it. They are already modeling the risk which individual companies' actions are posing, and transition is getting built into this. And that's critical. If you ask me, the heart of entire financial system that will drive sustainability, climate change, and ESG is risk modeling. Only then pricing of product on one side takes place, and the risk appetite of the institution. After all, again, most of these financial institutions are intermediary of public money. Therefore, understanding of that risk and pricing it correctly into the project is very critical. So the key is risk modeling. But again, few institutions internationally have done some, but it also has a very strong local flavor to it. And that's important. That and my bank is leading in the way in this, but hopefully we'll have much robust systems in times to come.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chakraborty, for your well-informed address and taking all the queries that came your way. Thank you so much, sir.
Thanks very much.
And before we move on to the next keynote speaker, I have to inform our audience that Mr. Arvind Singh, Secretary Minister of Tourism, was supposed to join us, but we are being informed that he's been pulled in for a last-minute meeting. We hope he can make time for this. For now, let's move ahead with our agenda, for we have another very, very distinguished keynote speaker with us. We have Lord Karan Moria, President, Confederation of British Industry and founder and chairman of Cobra Bear Partnership Limited with us. He shall be delivering the address on COP26 and the role of business in getting to net zero and also sustainable finance. Lord Billy Moria is the founding chairman of the UK-India Business Council, a deputy lieutenant of Greater London, a former chancellor of Thames Valley University, now the University of West London. He was the youngest university chancellor in the UK when appointed. He is one of the first 2 visiting entrepreneurs at the University of Cambridge and a founding member of the Prime Minister of India's Global Advisory Council. In 2006, he was appointed the Lord Billy Moria of Chelsea, making him the first ever Zoroastrian Parsi to sit in the House of Lords. In 2008, he was awarded the Pravasi Bharti Samman by the President of India. We are very privileged to have him with us today to deliver the keynote address. Ladies and gentlemen, today UK and India, they cherish a new golden era in bilateral and strategic relationship, and he is on a mission in bringing Indian and British businesses together. We at IOD India extend a very, very warm welcome to you, Lord Billy Moria.
At the outset, could I request you to confirm that you can hear me and see me clearly?
Yes, sir. We can hear you and see you clearly. If you could just speak a little louder.
Okay, is that better now if I speak at this
Yeah,
level?
that's much better. That's much
Marvelous. Better. Great. Well, thank you so much. Great to be with the IOD and, of course, with my my father's fellow serving officer, General Ahluwalia, and the whole IOD team. It's always a privilege. In my role as the president of the Confederation of British Industry, the CBI, which is the equivalent of the CII in India, I have now am the first Indian to be in this position, person of Indian origin to be in this position in the UK. In fact, the first ethnic minority individual to be president of the CBI in the UK, and of course, playing a major role in the enhanced trade partnership between the UK and India, and also the negotiations have now formally started of the UK-India Free Trade Agreement. And in fact, I've got a meeting with our Department of Trade coming up later on this morning and early afternoon. I was at COP26 in Glasgow for 1.5 out of the 2 weeks. And this is an area that I believe passionately in. And I think that at COP26, what has happened is that countries have now stepped up with new commitments that would have been unthinkable at the time of the Paris Agreement. Over 80% of global emissions are generated by countries that have announced a target for achieving net zero emissions, including now China, India, United States, European Union, and the UK. And here's the but. Scientists are aligned in believing that countries' near-term targets, those for 2030, are not consistent with a 1.5 degree trajectory. So we need to keep ratcheting up the ambition to fill these gaps. We can't afford to wait another 5 years to do so. And the important US-China statement shows that the political interest is there. But what's happened at this COP26 more than ever before is that now it's not only countries making commitments, it's also companies making commitments to the UN's race to net zero. In the UK, the CBI includes most of the top FTSE 100, FTSE 250 companies are members. 60 of the FTSE 100 companies have now signed up to net zero by 2050, which is absolutely fantastic. So the destination is not in dispute. It's a question of now how we get there. That, again, this COP has made a big difference in terms of specific ways to get there, whether it's in cutting methane emissions, phasing out coal from electricity grids, agreeing global standards. All this has become so much more prominent now at this COP. We've got carbon markets, we've got transparency, we've got agreement of timelines. And just putting it into context, in the UK, we've been a leader in wind power, and one of our biggest challenges is going to be connecting 40 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030. But put this in context, in the last decade, we've built 10 gigawatts. So we have another 9 years in which to build 30 gigawatts. So that's the scale of the challenge. And it's not a linear graph, it's a graph that is going to be like a hockey stick. If you look at Sir David Attenborough, now not only a UK national treasure, but a global national treasure, he has said that every day we do not act now is a day wasted. It will take planning, it will take partnership, and it will take passion for us to succeed. And only about 12,000 companies out of 1.5 million globally regularly disclose greenhouse gas emissions. So it's in our hands to build on and accelerate the progress made. It's in our hands to secure the sustainable future our planet needs and future generations deserve. And as our Prime Minister Boris Johnson said, together we can mark the beginning of the end of climate change and the end of uncertainty once and for all. And you can cut reliance on coal and grow your economy and create many skilled jobs. And to put this again, give you an example, the UK cut CO2 emissions by 44% on 1990 levels. That's in a 3-decade period. And yet over those 3 decades, our economy grew by 78%. So as the CBI have said, as Boris Johnson has said, let us seize the moment. Let us make this happen now. One of the stars at COP26, in fact, he was the chief guest at the CBI dinner attended by 700 politicians and business leaders from around the world, was John Kerry. And John Kerry, he said that this COP was already different and better than any other COP that he's been to. And he said there was a different, in terms of an increased sense of urgency than before. And business, he said again what I said earlier, business was present more than ever before, and business was taking the lead in different initiatives. And right up in the early days of this meeting in November last year, we made such progress. We had a commitment to end deforestation, but we had targets for long-term net zero and interim decarbonization, as well as the phasing out of coal. We had the methane pledge, which was fantastic. We have more public climate finance commitment. the private sector stepping up to its game, $130 trillion in private finance is available to achieve net zero. And that's up from 5 trillion in 2019. I mean, this is staggering, the level of finance that is now going to be available. So financing, of course, is key problem. London is becoming more and more a green finance center in the world. And of course, public and private sectors must work together on this. And Prime Minister Johnson has urged countries to pull out all the stops. And the exception is, of course, that the expectation is that COP26, everyone is now realizing that the race to net zero is not a zero-sum game. And this is really, really important. And is net zero affordable? People say, won't it just cost more? Isn't it going to cost consumers more? Well, the evidence is showing that green technology will boost the global economy over the next 25 years. And a recent study from Oxford University, where I'm a fellow, has suggested it could be worth up to £20 trillion. So it's going to be a benefit rather than a cost. And in the UK, we've seen the costs of renewable energy fall rapidly within the last decade. Renewable power is now the cheapest power that you can buy. The cost of electric vehicles is going in the same direction. And for businesses, it's already cheaper on average to buy an electric van fleet rather than a petrol or diesel one in the UK. The cost of solar power has gone down 15% a year since 1990. And so how can we as business go forward with this? How can we today, with millions of people across the UK now depending on cheap, reliable energy from wind farms, from solar panels, and India, of course, is a leader in solar power, from tidal generation over here in the UK. It's created lots of jobs. I had the privilege of chairing the Heat Commission at the CBI, and we've got professors at Heat from the University of Birmingham, where I'm proud to be Chancellor of one of our Russell Group universities, largest universities in the country. And with that Heat Commission, in 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions comes from heat, and half of that comes from buildings, houses. We've got 29 million houses in the UK. Only 1 million of them are up to the standard if we're to reach net zero by 2050. So this is going to require huge numbers of amount of investment, hundreds of thousands of jobs and reskilling, so that the houses are upgraded using heat pumps, using community heating, and I think the future is hydrogen. I was talking to one of our CBI members just yesterday, Cadent. They're already doing experiments, live experiments with houses of heating houses using hydrogen. And within a decade, I predict we will have houses not powered by natural gas, heated by natural gas, houses heated using hydrogen with zero emissions, using pipes into the houses that can be plastic pipes, modifying the boilers. That will be absolutely transformational. And as Boris Johnson said when I chaired the B7 before the G7, which the UK hosted in June last year, I chaired the B7 in May, he said, green is good. And at the CBI, we have, in the midst of the crisis last year in May 2021, we looked ahead to the next decade and we said, what is the opportunity? If you look back to the Second World War, in 1942, the Beveridge Report was commissioned. People saying, Beveridge Report, 3 years into war, how much longer is this war going to last? And you're thinking of planning for the future after the war when we don't even know when this war is going to end. But that report was put into practice 3 years later. The war lasted another 3 years. And when it was put into practice, the Beveridge Report transformed the history of this country, the United Kingdom, with the welfare state and the National Health Service. So similarly at the CBI, we produced a document called Seize the Moment. And Seize the Moment is our economic strategy for the next decade. And we've identified £700 billion, that's over $1 trillion of opportunity, and we put it into 6 pillars. Number one in that pillar is decarbonizing our economy. Next is putting innovation and future technology front and center. Next is reinvigorating our global trade. The next is building thriving regions and nations. The next is adapting to a changing workforce, a more dynamic, a more skilled, a more inclusive workforce than before. And finally, building a healthier nation. And of course, all these interact with each other, in particular, the first pillar, which is decarbonizing our economy. And to show businesses' commitment to this we did a survey. We worked with Deloitte, with we have the Goal 13 platform, and we surveyed businesses in October before COP26 in November. And I'll give you two statistics. 79% of businesses believe climate is a mega trend. So we are believers. There is no more skepticism about climate change. We are believers, 79% of businesses. The next statistic, 89% of businesses have at least one climate-related target. Now, this is not legislation. This is not being forced to do it. On their own accord, 89% of businesses are setting themselves at least one climate-related target. This is phenomenal news. And what gets measured gets done. And of course, the circular economy. I want to not, that is another very important part of this. And at Cobra Beer, my business, which I founded 3 decades ago, in the beer industry, is a great example of using the circular economy. The bottles that we use to make for our beer, the more the crushed glass from reused bottles, the stronger that glass is, the better the bottle is. The yeast that is waste yeast from making beer is used to make Marmite, which is a world favorite. The waste grain that we use for making beer is used as cattle feed. The waste water, a lot of water is used for beer, is treated and is through effluent treatment plants, and that water can then be reused. The CO2 that we use can be recaptured and reused. So that's the circular economy in operation. Innovation is key, and let me give you a specific example. At the University of Birmingham, we're a Russell Group university, that's the Ivy League in the UK. I've been chancellor there for 7 years. 3 years ago, we received the Queen's Award from Her Majesty the Queen. It was given to just 20 institutions for a particular department. It was given to our railway department. We have one of the best railway departments in the world. We work very closely with the Indian Railways in partnership and with the Indian Railway University. And at Buckingham Palace, Prince Charles, His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, came round to congratulate us. And I said, Your Royal Highness, our university professor Clive Roberts and his team are working on a hydrogen-powered train. We have a model at the moment in the university. One day, Your Royal Highness, we will power the royal train using hydrogen. And we all laughed. Fast forward to COP26 in Glasgow. And what started off as a PhD student's project in 2012, in less than a decade later, the world's first retrofitted hydrogen-powered train, Hydroflex, designed by the University of Birmingham, with the rolling stock company Porterbrook, with 30 companies, including Siemens, with government finance from Innovate UK. That train was up and running in Glasgow. Prince Charles was on that train. Boris Johnson was on that train. And I chaired a meeting of university leaders on that train. So this shows that we're getting there. This is the future. This is the power of universities, government, and business all working together. And I chair the Manufacturing Commission, which I'm proud to chair. And I think the potential is huge, including a country like India, which has enormous potential. So to conclude, as I move towards concluding, we need to invest more in research and development and innovation. In the UK, we invest about 1.7% of GDP. A country like Germany or USA invests 3.1, 3.2%. So we need to invest more. The more we invest, just imagine an extra £20 billion, how much more we could achieve. And finally, healthy cities. I'm on the Oxford University Healthy Cities Commission. That is so important. And again, climate change, air pollution plays a major part in it. So to conclude, let me leave you with these facts. Bloomberg, just recently, the Bloomberg NEF, only now, last month, had their 10 predictions for hydrogen for 2022. And here they are. Electrolyzer sales will quadruple, with China being the largest market. The US will see many hydrogen project announcements, but action will lag. New subsidies will spur a boom in the European hydrogen market. A flurry of hydrogen companies will go public in 2022. Hydrogen strategies will be adopted by 22 countries in 2022. Net zero will drive hydrogen demand more than carbon pricing. Heavy industry will dominate clean hydrogen demand. Green ammonia announcements will rise, and policy will keep blue hydrogen on life support. Alkaline electrolyzers will increase their market share over other technologies. And I conclude with this. I mentioned that biodiversity, and Professor Sapartha Dasgupta wrote The Economics of Biodiversity at the University of Cambridge. And I conclude with this, and I quote him. He said, nature is our most precious asset, and 1 million animal species are at danger of extinction. And Sir David Attenborough said, that this is the compass that we urgently need. Economics is a discipline that shapes decisions of the utmost consequence and so matters to us all. Thus, with the review, at last puts biodiversity at its core. And by bringing economics and ecology face to face, we can help to save the natural world, and in doing so, save ourselves. And Lord Martin Rees, my colleague in the House of Lords, the Astronomer Royal, former Master of Trinity College, Cambridge, and the former President of Royal Society, said this, and I leave you with this. Our Earth is 45 million centuries old, but this century is the first one when one species, ours, can determine the biosphere's fate. So together we can prevent this. Together, the transformation is possible. The work starts right here. The work starts right now, and it starts with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lord Karan Villimoria. We almost had a walk into a hydrogen-powered future thanks to your address. You almost made us visualize what all can happen. So just a few minutes of yours to take a few questions with you.
Please.
Yeah. So the first question that's come in is that you've been known as a distinguished leader of adaptability and resilience, and also how to turn an adversity into an opportunity. What message would you like to convey to the boardroom community to lead sustainability in this true VUCA world?
Absolutely. And this is a challenge. There's no running away from it. This is a race. And that's why I think we need as businesses to lead by example. And I can give you example after example. I remember last year, in February last year, I got a call from EY, and I declare my interest as I would in the House of Lords. I'm an alumnus of EY, qualified as a chartered accountant with them in London. And the head of sustainability for EY globally said, Karan, this year, 2021, EY is going to go carbon negative. I said, what? In the middle of a pandemic, you're making a commitment to go carbon negative? And guess what? They got there by October last year. You have to walk the talk. And so that we've got to lead by example. I gave you the example of my own industry. And this is serious. And what's also important is we need, one of my friends has started something called the Climate School. And the Climate School is all about educating every employee in a company about the importance of climate change. So it's one thing for a company to make the commitment. Well, what about every employee in the company understanding that commitment and playing their part in that commitment and believing in that commitment? So there's a lot more that we can do.
Sure. And do you think, Lord Villimoria, that sustainable finance can be given an incentive-based push?
Absolutely. So there are two aspects here. One is the actual sustainable finance itself being available. And I mentioned the GFANs and the $130 trillion. Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England, he's the one that announced this $130 trillion. So the money is increasingly going to be there. And in fact, infrastructure banks, we've got a new infrastructure bank being set up in the UK. Basically, it's going to be a green infrastructure bank. And governments can do a lot as well in terms of incentivizing this behavior. And I gave you the example of electric vehicles, where there are huge incentives to buy an electric vehicle for a consumer, and that incentive leads to an increase in volume. So there are measures that governments can take as well to help this happen.
Thank you so much, Lord Villimoria, for making time out for delivering this address at this very, very special Directors Dialogue series. It was really enlightening to hear you. Thank you so much.
And thank you to Mr. Ashok Kapoor as well. Great to see you, sir, and to General Ahluwalia. And thank you so much. A pleasure to be with you. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the next distinguished keynote speaker for this keynote session, Mr. Puneet Chhatwal, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, the Indian Hotels Company Limited. Mr. Chhatwal is a global professional with close to 4 decades of leadership experience at highly acclaimed hotel groups in Europe and North America. Under his leadership, IHCL has embarked on a journey of reimagination to achieve sustainable, profitable growth. Prior to this, Mr. Chhatwal was the Chief Executive Officer and member of the Executive Board of the Stegenberger Hotels AG Deutsche Hospitality. He was also the Chief Development Officer of the Residor Hotel Group, Carlson Hotels Worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, today Mr. Chhatwal is leading the Tata Global Hotel Empire, its iconic brand Taj, now named strongest hotel brand worldwide, maintaining same quality, same world-class service to every single guest. Millions every day. It's commendable, it's laudable, a lot to celebrate, and of course, a very big accomplishment. We are very privileged to have with us today to deliver the keynote address. Over to you, Mr. Chatwa.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be with all of you today, alongside such eminent dignitaries, especially the speaker before me, Lord Karan Vidamoria. Let me start by commending the IOD team and Mr. Kapoor for choosing the theme of ESG for today's discussions. ESG is certainly gaining more importance on the minds of companies, investors, and regulators, and is one of the key trends reshaping the tourism sector globally. I would like to take this opportunity to talk about the potential of Indian tourism and how such shifts in travel trends and customer behavior are becoming increasingly relevant for the sector. On the Indian tourism industry, with its rich biodiversity, culture, and heritage, India is now at the cusp of transformation as a key travel and tourism destination. Unfortunately, COVID-19 spoiled this journey, but we were on a good track, and I remain confident that we are getting back on the track, especially as evidenced in the last couple of weeks on the domestic front. In India, the travel and tourism sector contributed around 7% to GDP. These figures are pre-COVID because during COVID, we all know what happened. So there is no point discussing those figures, but we did 7% contribution to GDP and close to 9% to total employment. Now, this is 9% that can be verified through statistics accounting for almost 40 million jobs. But we also know that in the informal sector, there are a lot of jobs that are created. And if we accounted for that, then the estimate comes to around 13% of all the jobs in the country. And globally, the contribution of this sector, both to GDP as well as to the jobs, has been north of 10%. Pre-COVID, one of all 4 new jobs created in the world came directly or indirectly through the tourism sector. Although the number for India might seem small, actually a smaller number presents a larger opportunity. And this opportunity for tourism sector in India, if developed strategically, can help our nation become a 30 to 40 trillion dollar economy in the next 25 years when we talk about India at 47, which will help boost prosperity as well as employment generation for a population which is expected to have a median age of less than 50 years, even in 25 years from now. We need to capitalize on key shifts in customer behavior and unlock the growth potential to achieve these objectives. So firstly, customer purchasing trends are evolving rapidly. The growing middle class combined with the savings during the pandemic has helped boost the spending power of the travelers. We have definitely witnessed that in the sector, especially in the hotel part of the tourism. Customers are willing to spend a premium for new and unique experiences, and India is naturally blessed to provide travelers with unique experiences ranging from Himalayas to beaches to spiritual tourism, to health tourism, wellness tourism, you name it, you have it all in India. Travel patterns are changing to long stays and a blend of business and leisure enabled through the leveraging of digital. The term leisure was coined maybe 10, 15 years ago, but it really came to life in the last 2 years more than ever before. The pandemic has accelerated the use of digital tools. People have become digital savvy, and there are numerous options and opportunities and information available at all times at fingertips or through the gadgets that are in use. The pandemic has also led to an increased focus on safety and overall wellness, and a growing number of customers are gravitating towards trusted brands. The pandemic has increased consumer focus on the need for sustainability and environmental friendly practices. Today, an increasing number of travelers are conscious about their travel footprint and are choosing brands and experiences that employ sustainable measures in their operations. Moving on to ESG as a key consideration for the industry's future, unleashing the travel and tourism industry's potential requires creation of new experiences and new destinations, as well as infrastructure development and better connectivity. We do all this while keeping sustainability at the heart of it. Clear, well-defined, sustainable practices at hotels will soon become key consideration points for travelers, with reports stating that millennials are twice as likely to support brands with ESG embedded in their ethos. Sustainability has always been a part of our operations at Indian Hotels, and recognizing its growing significance, we have undertaken a number of ESG initiatives across the company, such as, I would like to name here a few. Very first one being commitment to the elimination of single-use plastic across our hotels. Number two, launch of India's first zero single-use plastic hotel, the Taj Exotica in Andamans. Number three, introduction of bottling plants to replace plastic water bottles with reusable glass water bottles. Number four, increasing adoption of renewable energy, and that we're doing in partnership with the Tata Power Group. The next one being collaboration with International Finance Corporation in an industry-first collaboration to create sustainable cooling solutions in the hospitality sector. As the custodians of Indian hospitality, Indian Hotels firmly believes in leveraging our value chains and partner networks to work towards safeguarding the heritage of our country while empowering local communities. In this front, Indian Hotels has been supporting the Banaras weavers for over a few decades. And those of you visiting our hotels, when you see our staff in saris, these are done by the Banaras weavers. We recognize that there is an urgent need to shift from debate to action and are in the process of creating holistic ESG strategy, and will soon be launching an umbrella brand which will become synonymous with ESG within our company. In conclusion, we must all be mindful of the shifts in customer behavior and adapt our sectoral and organizational strategies to capitalize on the trends. ESG is shaping up to be one of the biggest trends impacting the travel and tourism sector. Travel and tourism has always been a sector for the people and by the people. It is a sector that meaningfully changes the lives of the people and the community it touches. The sector both contributes to and is impacted by climate change, and therefore has a responsibility to be part of the change that is needed to mitigate impacts and adapt to the threats posed by the climate change. While ESG has indeed moved to the top of the global agenda with the UN Sustainable Development Goals, ultimately the responsibility lies with each one of our stakeholders to embed more sustainable practices into our business models sooner rather than later. The focus on expanding and developing the travel and tourism sector in a sustainable manner is key for the industry's future and is the only way to drive India's journey to being ranked among the top 3 travel and tourism economies of the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chatwal, for being here and sharing such deep insights. Just allow us a few moments for getting a few questions across that have come from the audience. If you have a few minutes, can I just put them forth?
Please.
So the first question is that ESG has always been a pillar of strength at the Tata Group, and so has at your Indian Hotels. Eco-culture has been part of your journey. So how do you actually benchmark to raise the bar further and leave some food for thought for the hotel industry?
Well, I think this is something which has continuously evolved, and like Lord Bill said, on E&Y, I think we're partnering with E&Y and Deutsche Bank to create measurable benchmarks going forward so that we are able to communicate on each of our sustainable goals, not just the eco, it's renewable energy, it's the usage of wastage, it's the food preservation, all kinds of metrics are being developed so that they can be measured and communicated accordingly to all stakeholders.
Sure. And secondly, Mr. Shatwal, what are other ESG innovations in hospitality sectors that we can bring in?
I mentioned some that we have implemented and are in the process, I think putting it maybe in very simple terms, in our palaces, we've removed plastic straws and brought in, steel or gold-plated straws in place. We have removed single-use plastic bottles. And as I alluded in the remarks I made, we are going to launch next month an umbrella brand which will incorporate all our practices from the past, our initiatives for the future, and also in how we are going to measure it so that all the three, E, S, and G, as well as whatever we have done well in the past, is covered through that brand and communicated through it. So I think there is a lot that we have done in supporting communities. As an example, I give Banaras Weavers, but we have also supported for over a decade the Ganga Seva Nidhi project, which is between the Ghat in Banaras and the Kashi Vishwanath temple for the cleaning and the maintenance of the ghats. We support a lot of local communities. It could be a community in a small place for skilling in Madhya Pradesh. It's joining hands with CII to provide skilling for thousands of people over the next 5 years. So I think there is a lot that needs to be done. There is a lot that is being done. And the only thing that will change, it will get communicated in a more structured fashion as of next month, or let's say the next financial year.
Thank you so much, Mr. Shatwal, for making time and setting the benchmark that you have for others to follow in this hospitality sector. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you so much.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our guest of honor, Mr. Sanjay Jaju, IAS Additional Secretary, Department of Defence Production, Ministry of Defence, Government of India. Mr. Jaju is a senior officer of the Indian Administrative Service and in his present capacity looks after the policies for bringing in investments and growth in defence and aerospace sectors to advance the Make in India resolve. He has also been instrumental in setting up Defence Innovation Organization for creating a collaborative platform for startups to meet defence requirements. He played a huge role in successful corporatization of Ordnance Factory Board, a long pending reform needed to improve the functioning of these factories established over 200 years back. He has worked in diverse areas like urban infrastructure, civil supplies, education and tribal welfare. He has been an ardent advocate of information technology for development and governance and successfully led various projects like Me Seva, a comprehensive flagship initiative for delivering host of G2C services, and many more. We are privileged to have him with us today to deliver the guest of honor address. Over to you, Mr. Jaju.
Thank you. Thanks, Institute of Directors, Shri Ashok Kapoorji, who's been having this organization and creating forums for such dialogues to happen. Very happy to be part of this very important panel, and I can see a lot of familiar names on the panel. This includes the entire galaxy of the public and the private sector that's now shaping India's defense production, design and manufacturing future. I think I have 10 minutes and there are other speakers also, and just try and give you a perspective into what we really are now embarking upon in terms of our journey and where we have reached. As you all know, defense is one of the country's defense is one of the most important strategic imperatives that we have. And for a country of our size, it's also equally important that our dependence on the foreign equipment for meeting our strategic requirements cannot continue forever. And I think this whole paradigm got a shift with the start of the Make in India program in 2014. And let me give you a few statistics. You know, our defense production, the commanding heights of our defense production economy, if I may use that word, was actually occupied by the public sector companies earlier, and the Ordnance Factory Board, which used to be there earlier. 2001, that sector was opened up for private sector participation. And in about 14 years, we had close to 150 odd licenses issued to the private sector to get into defense production ecosystem. Now, in the last 7 years, this number is risen to 550. So 3 times of what we had issued in those 14 years has not been done in the last 7 years. And our private sector is one of the important partners when it comes to the defense production ecosystem that we have. On the other hand, the foreign direct investment, which used to be restricted earlier, has also now been opened up. And under automatic route, 74% of the ownership can be held by a foreign partner. And we can even allow 100% of foreign direct investment if it's under the government route. Now, why is all this being done, and what's the rubric, and where do we want to take the defense production ecosystem of our country into, is what I'm trying to cover in this 10 minutes. You know, it's very important that when we start a journey, we know what our end objectives are. And I can see the likes of Lockheed Martin, BAE also present in this webinar. You know, when we talk of, and this I mentioned in one of our sessions yesterday, you know, now we've stopped talking in terms of foreign company or Indian company, because every company that has roots in India, has presence in India, we are ownership agnostic. Be it Lockheed Martin or be it Munitions India Limited, all companies to us are part of our ecosystem, and we in this department and we in this ministry are there to support them in their endeavor to create manufacturing within India, for India and for rest of the world. Now, when we say rest of the world, you know, what is the value proposition? What is it that we are offering? All of you are aware that India as a country has enjoyed the demographic dividend. We have the required skill sets which are available. The country is also embarked upon the journey of enhancing the process of doing business. Liberalization is now part of, you know, is part of our bloodline in as far as the department is concerned. The entire procedure of defense licensing has been liberalized. The entire process of granting authorizations has been liberalized. And the whole idea is that we want to encourage companies to come, manufacture in India, produce in India, and defense being a monopoly, we have also been gradually increasing the share of procurement from domestic industries over time. You would have heard it in the budget announcements made during this year. 68% of the total defense procurement budget on the capital acquisition side has now been earmarked for companies that produce within India. Now, if you look at this share, say about 5 years back, it was completely reversed. You had close to about 60% being bought from outside and 40% from inside, while now you have close to 70% being bought domestically and 30% is being bought from outside. And the whole objective now is that we're not looking at these opportunities only in terms of the licensed manufacturing that used to happen earlier. While we're doing build to print earlier, we're now talking in terms of doing build to specifications. Our companies are designing products, our companies are developing products. And I think this is a paradigm change that has happened. Most of our companies have earmarked sizable budget for R&D. Within the government also, we have created platforms. I can name a platform called IDEX, the Innovations for Defense Excellence. Under this platform, which was launched 4 years back, we have created a bridge between the startups and the defense establishment. Close to 100 different problem statements have been opened. Our contracts have been signed, prototypes are being developed, and a lot of futuristic technologies and products are now being developed under IDEX. Now, all these products would then later get commercialized and would then be used for domestic procurement and then also be available for exports. Now, when we talk of exports, India was considered as a top importer of defense equipment in the world, and we had to face this ignominy for many years. And if our countries had to be, if our companies had to become competitive in the domestic market, it was imperative that they become competitive in the global market, competitive on costs, competitive on quality. Now, a good transformation that has happened, aided by our efforts in easing the process of issuing export authorizations, has resulted in 7 times increase in our defense exports from what we were 3 years back. From a paltry 1,500 crores, we have moved to a number of about 10,000 crores. And I'm very confident that this year this number will be much higher. But for COVID, possibly we would have reached 10 times of this number by this time. And all these companies are acquiring this export business by being competitive, by participating in bids, and by outbidding other companies in the world. This goes to show that there are the inherent strengths which have come into our companies because of the investments that they have done in developing futuristic products and technologies, and the arbitrage that India possesses in terms of the skill sets and the low cost that we can offer. I think this is what is driving the defense production ecosystem in our country. Now, if you look at all the sectors, I mean, if you start looking at, say, land, we manufacture best-in-class tanks. We have the best-in-class artillery guns. We've decided that we are not going to be importing small arms. We manufacture all kinds of ammunition. In fact, I can see the CMD of ammunition company right here in the panel, and he would tell you when it comes. I think we manufacture the entire class of ammunition, and now is in fact into the export market in the last 6 months, and is able to acquire a sizable business outside India. On the other side, on the naval side, you have all kinds of ships, corvettes, petrol vessels being made in our country. On the air side, you have the light combat aircraft being made. UAVs have started to become a very important segment of our product mix now. And with the liberalized drone policy and the accent being given for domestic manufacturing of drones, I am absolutely confident that in times to come, this will be a very important product in our segments. So it's just a brief understanding into what we entail doing as part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat announcement. Defense is considered as a very important vertical, not just from the perspective of the strategic requirements of our country, but I think from the economic imperative as well. We consider defense to be one of our major economic drivers because it has huge multiplier effects. Many of the businesses have a lot of dual uses. In fact, when we talk of defense, we always say defense and aerospace sector. And that's why we're talking in terms of having a $25 billion economy of the defense and the aerospace sector in the next 3 years. And out of which we envisage 20%, that is $5 billion to come in from defense exports. Coming to the future, now we are aware of the fact that this is a very crowded market. Although this is a monopoly, but it's definitely occupied by important players, Lockheed being one. So it's important that you create a niche for yourself, you create a niche market for yourself as a country. And I think that's where we are trying to position ourselves. We have a huge potential in the non-kinetic segments, as I understand. We have a very fast electronics industry. We are the software leaders in the world. And I think this combined, we can definitely acquire market leadership when it comes to the non-kinetic segment. And I think that's one area where possibly our companies will be looking at, both in the public and the private sector. And another important change that we are trying to now drive is, until now, the entire investment in R&D when it comes to defense was flowing through the government setup, through the Defense Research and Development Organization. But a very important announcement that has come in during the budget this year is that now we want to give the leadership role to the industry when it comes to design and development. It's now imperative that we come up with important platforms. A lot of it is already happening through our IDEX and MAKE initiatives. But I think now this will become more and more a part of the broader thinking that we would like to leave the R&D efforts into the industry's hand, be it public or private. Because that only can drive in efficiency, that only can bring in accountability and possibly bring us the returns on the investment that we envisage for our R&D efforts. And I think this is a very significant shift that's happening. So I think if you look at the overall picture, we started our journey as the net importer. Then you had gradually moved into some degree of licensed manufacturing. Now we are looking at acquiring designing capabilities and in the time to come start getting market leadership in certain segments, in certain niche areas. This is how we describe this entire defense production ecosystem in our journey. A lot of reforms have been made. The defense acquisition procedure that guides the entire procurement of our ministry has been rewritten with the tenets of Atmanirbharta and self-reliance, as we call it, in place. So you will find that imprint everywhere. And then we are very, very happy and encouraged by the fact that most of the foreign OEMs, especially in the times in which we are living now, with the post-COVID geopolitical situation emerging, a lot of companies looking at diversifying their supply chains, and we're getting wholehearted participation and cooperation coming in from all the global companies to come and participate in this entire process. Finally, defense is a difficult business. Those who are in, they would tell you. I can see many of you are smiling. It's a difficult business. I know that it's a tough business to be in. As many of you would agree that it requires a lot of deep pockets. Problem is that you have very limited buyers. You have a lot of restrictions. So it's not a business which can be run like a regular commercial business. But I think one thing is pretty certain, that when you are in defense business, you are in the business of protecting the security and the safety of the people around, country agnostic. I mean, you can be from any country, but as our entire strategy is to defend, and when you defend, you need to have access to the latest technologies and latest equipment, not just to fight the state actors, but also to fight the non-state actors. And I think all that is now part of our process that we follow within the department. And we're looking at very good participation of the public and the private sector. And that's a very happy beginning. And now we also have the Ordnance Factory Board, our organizations which were there 200 years, dates back to the colonial times, have now been reformed with these 7 new companies. And all these 7 companies, along with the earlier 9, now we have 16 public sector companies, close to about 550 private sector companies, and supported by a huge segment of smaller players, MSMEs, vendors, close to about 12,000 to 15,000, who are now working day in, day out to ensure that the requirement of our country are met from domestic sources, and we are in a position to supply to all the friendly foreign countries. So once again, I'm thankful to IOD for giving us this opportunity and having a very specific panel on defense. And I'm sure many of us would be learning from these opportunities. And I would like to compliment you for taking up this, especially in times when it's even very difficult to meet in person. So great to see all of you, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay Raju. So before we let you go, we'd like to request you to respond to a few queries that have come specifically for you. The first one being that the sentiment for vocal for local has been well put in the recent budget for indigenous defense production. What kind of opportunities are available for private players?
Private players, you said, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so as I mentioned to you, we are completely agnostic now to public and private. When we say we are the Department of Defense Production, you ask anybody, I can see 2 public sector guys and there are 3 private sector guys. There are foreign OEMs, there are Indian OEMs. We're completely agnostic. We equal to everybody, and we take pride in the fact that this department is to meet the needs of the country's industries that are housed within India, and we're always at their beck and call. So I like to remove this word private because we're completely agnostic in terms of public, private, foreign and domestic. In fact, our procedure also says that a foreign company, because you have 74% automatic route, you're actually eligible for most of our Buy Indian categories once you have resident within our country. Opportunities are huge. In fact, as I mentioned to you, there's a complete reversal which has happened from the earlier 60-40, where 60% used to come for domestic, 60% used to come for foreign sourcing, and 40% was only available for domestic procurement. Now we have a complete reversal. You have close to 68% to be now bought from the domestic sources. And so there are a lot of opportunities. We have the long-term integrated plans of our services. Every 2 years, there is an annual acquisition plan which is made out. There are projects which are being developed under various development routes like the MAKE route, the IDEX route. All these products are now coming in for procurement. You have a lot of projects which have actually already been cleared. You have the 48,000 crore project given out to HAL for their light combat aircraft. You have the Tata Airbus 22,000 crore project that has already been awarded. You have lots of artillery gun projects. There are a lot of munitions projects. On the naval side, you have submarines being built. So there is a complete ecosystem which is now ready to take on and consume all this that is available. And this is huge sum in terms of the money that's available domestically. It's 68% say of say 1,25,000 crores is close to about 90,000 crores available every year. And again, the multiplier effect that sets in when you start consuming the money like this. So opportunities are huge, but again, as a caveat, this is a tough sector. So, but definitely brings in handsome returns once you have the perseverance to be in the game.
Sure. And Mr. Saju, one more question coming your way, which is that aerospace and defense is a critical component of the economy, and also at the same time, investors around the world are seeking to make their portfolios greener. What incentive our government can offer to such potential investors?
We're talking about the green technologies, right?
Yes, yes.
So I think, yeah, this is one change that we need to bring in. I mean, now we are trying to draft a plan for our department for the next 25 years. And in that, we are looking at a lot of opportunities that have to be looked at, because right now the entire segment has not really looked at some of those things. We'll have to look at all those opportunities that are available in terms of the green technologies, maybe green hydrogen. You will have the make use of the renewable sources, because I think our dependence on hydrocarbons is going to definitely slowly go down, and we have our own pledges and commitments made in international forums. So I think all that is going to play out, and now we have to start looking at some of those things. And I think carbon footprint is going to be an important factor now when we look at the future designs and development protocols. I think it's important that our companies start making use of the latest tools to understand the carbon footprint of what they're trying to do and try and minimize that, because that's not going to be the process that's going to be sustained over a period of time. So I think this is one change that will have to be brought into our understanding, and especially when you are looking at developing defensive weapon systems.
Sure. And Mr. Jaju, lastly, India has one of the largest military forces with over 5 million army personnel. It has also the 3rd largest annual defense budget behind USA and China. How do you encourage the sector to embed ESG into their business strategy?
So I don't think we have 5 million. I think we are close to about 1.5 million would be the exact number of the armed forces personnel. And yeah, as I mentioned, it has to be a very important factor. we're the largest consumers in terms of the defense, in terms of the government budget. About 5 lakh crore is the budget of the Ministry of Defense, and I don't think anybody is close to us when it comes to the central government expenditures. So it's imperative that this money is utilized appropriately, and that's why this whole accent on domestic manufacturing and domestic value addition, because it has huge imperative in terms of bringing in employment opportunities, and employment opportunities have a huge role in terms of the social upliftment of our population. Now, when it comes to the governance side, as I mentioned to you, it's important that these companies are run in an autonomous, accountable, and transparent fashion with latest governance standards. And when we have corporatized the Ordnance Factory Board and converted them into the companies, the whole idea was that you can't run businesses as departments of the government, and that's why now they are all companies and accountable to their shareholders. And with annual returns coming out, you will find that the outcomes flowing in from this change. And as I mentioned to you, use of green technologies is going to be a very important factor now when it comes to designing of the futuristic weapon systems, because the whole paradigm is changing. And this is what happens. I mean, the obsolescence is going to be so high. I mean, what you design today will become obsolete tomorrow if you don't look at what technologies we are going to make use of. And I think our companies have to be mindful of that.
Thank you so much to our guest of honor, Mr. Shaju, for taking your valuable time despite a busy schedule and being here to address this August gathering. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Moving forward towards a special address, please join me in welcoming the next distinguished speaker for the keynote session, Mr. Ravi Kant, IOFS Chairman and Managing Director, Munitions India Limited. Mr. Kant has experience in defense production industry for over 33 years. He has served as Secretary, Ordnance Factory Board for 5 years and remained a single point contact for MOD services regarding all matters related to OFB. He is well versed with the DPP and DPM and has actively participated in the formulation of the same. He has been actively involved in transfer of technology of various weapon systems and ammunition to OFB. We are very privileged to have him with us today to deliver this special address. Over to you, Mr. Kant.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Respected Shri Ashok Kapoorji, DG IOD India, Shri Sanjay Jajuji, Additional Secretary, Department of Defense Production, eminent panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like to thank the Institute of Directors for inviting me to share my thoughts on preparing the defense sector for future self-reliant India. This is a subject which is, I must say, very relevant for our country, particularly when it is in its journey to becoming one of the major powers of the world. So before taking this subject, I thought it appropriate to dwell for some time upon the journey which defense production sector in this country has traveled so far. If you see, the defense production in our country started in a structured and an organized manner somewhere around 240 years back. The British rulers that time found it quite expensive and time-consuming to transport the defense equipment, including the ammunition, from England to India. But they found that availability of natural resources, conducive climate for manufacture, the cheap labor, and wide testing ranges for various kinds of defense equipment, because here the temperature range was from -40 to +50 in the country. Probably all these prompted them to set up defense manufacturing facilities in our country. Initially, for the production and all the products, there was absolute dependence on foreign OEMs. We didn't have machines, we didn't have the designs. Transfer of technology was done to the defense production units that time set up by them, which were known as ordnance factories. Since the country did not have industrial infrastructure, all the components were being manufactured in-house by these factories. I would like to tell you that in the organized sector in India, the steel was for the first time melted in ordnance factory near Kolkata. As the industrial infrastructure started growing in private sector, the ordnance factories started transferring the technology for manufacture of all these components to the Indian industry. Ordnance factories were mainly mandated to manufacture defense equipment to be used by land forces. For meeting the requirement of Air Force, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited was set up somewhere around 1940. After independence, many other defense public sector companies such as Bharat Electronics, Mazagon Dock, Garden Beach Shipbuilders, in their existing form, they were set up and they helped in augmenting the indigenous capability of country in defense field. Over a period of time, the industry in private sector also started growing. And as far as ordnance factories are concerned, today we have almost 80% of the components coming from Indian industry, mainly or largely the MSME sector. And they actually have become the backbone of Indian defense industry. Association of DRDO and manufacturing come development partners from industry, they have yielded many successful platforms like light field guns, BMP variants, bridge layer tanks, Arjun tank, wide range of ammunition for land forces, indigenous development of LCA, then strategic submarine, tactical electronic suits, building frigates and destroyer kind of warships. These have further enhanced the firepower of our armed forces. As regards ordnance factories, all these efforts have resulted in taking the level of indigenization up to 90%. That is the percentage today. And for ammunition, if we talk in particular, which is actually very critical during any conflict, because this is the only item which has to be replenished during the war itself. The indigenization level is over 95%. That talks of self-reliance of ammunition in the country. The product range covers all types of ammunition which are used by defense forces. Over a period of time, because of less cost in the country, the cost of production also has come down and it is substantially less as compared to the OEM price today. The initiatives which have been taken by Government of India through various policies under Make in India, later on which we are calling as Atmanirbhar Bharat, these have given impetus leading to innovation, IPR generation and policy support to Indian industries. Special provisions have been made for startups, and these are really encouraging entrepreneurship, career option to our new generation. If you see the startups which are coming up in defense, they are all young, and some of them are those who have just graduated from the colleges. All the government initiatives, as was told by Shri Jaju Sahab, like IDEX, preference to Make in India, provisions for startup or MSMEs, we have also implemented all these in ordnance factories. And to encourage all such policy initiatives, government has also allocated a sizable fund in the recent budget. If you see, 68% of the capital procurement budget of armed forces that has been kept earmarked for procurement from Indian industry. With the deep-rooted experience in manufacturing of defense equipment, as I told, ordnance factories are more than 200 years old. And we have understood the requirement of armed forces. We started venturing into product development also during last couple of decades. Ordnance development centers have been created in the factories, and the focus is in technological segments and products. All these in ordnance factories, these development centers are there. Various leading government institutes and labs and certain private industries are also roped in for conducting basic research and analysis of design. Thrust on exports, driven by the vision of becoming net exporter of defense equipment. This is the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister. And the support which government has provided, that is yielding very rich dividends. Export of large platforms now is becoming a reality. The interest shown by large industrial houses in defense manufacture is very encouraging, not only towards establishing manufacturing base, but also towards R&D facilities. Interest which has been shown by foreign OEMs in establishing joint ventures, MOUs, tie-ups, that all is a testimony of their confidence in the schemes promulgated by Government of India. Now, when we talk of self-reliance, in defense production, it does not mean indigenous production alone. What it means is encompassing indigenous design as well. Today, if you see the capability of Indian industry, it's capable of building any platform provided the prints are given. But the capability to build based on specifications, as was brought out by Mr. Jaju, that needs to be acquired in many areas of defense products. We have traveled a long distance, but still there are many areas wherein we have to develop that kind of capability. The self-reliance calls for building an equipment based on specifications of the user. And by this, I don't mean that every time we have to reinvent the wheel. The efforts have to be to build new and advanced version of existing equipments. Once we reach this stage, then we can say that the country is self-reliant in defense product. In this regard, Government of India has promulgated many policy decisions. These include suitable provisions in Defense Acquisition Procedure 2020. Some of you may be knowing the first priority now in procurement by armed forces is through indigenous design, development, and manufacture, which we call as IDDM. That's the route, where indigenous design is an essential requirement. In addition to this, the strategic partnership model that was promulgated by MOD, and that also is going to go a long way in achieving the self-reliance. If I give an example, if submarine P-75I is being built to print today, then we expect that P-76 should be built to specification. The enabling provisions of Make 1, Make 2, and Make 3, and also IDEX, they are going to prove a major milestone in achieving self-reliance. See, in Make 1, Make 2, Make 3, I would just like to mention, in Make 1, a product can be developed by an industry, anyone, government is going to fund it. So the industry need not worry that from where the fund will come, because any industry, if it's going to make an investment, definitely there has to be a return on it. But here the government assures that investment, or large part of the investment, is being funded by the government. In Make 2, where we are sure that the orders are going to come, industry is asked that they can develop the product, and there is an essential buy by the government. In Make 3, in case if the transfer of technology can be taken from somewhere, from foreign OEM, that can be indigenized and the production can be done based on that. And in IDEX, which is really a wonderful platform which has been provided by Department of Defense Production, here it's all for innovation. The problem is given. Here it's a black box concept. Problem is given, solution has to be found out. How the solution has to be, how the solution will come, that is what has to be designed by the one who are taking up this problem. So this is mainly the startups or the industry or those who are there in academic institutions. They are taking up these kind of projects, and many successful things are coming forward. Though the journey for self-reliance is quite long, but with all the enabling provisions in place, which government has given to the industry now, I'm sure the defense industry in the country will make India self-reliant in defense products in the time to come. In the end, I would like to thank the organizers from Institute of Directors for providing such a wonderful platform where the luminaries from different walks of life have assembled for such a meaningful interaction. I wish all of us a success in our endeavors. Thank you and Jai.
Thank you so much, Mr. Khan. Thank you for sparing your valuable time and sharing your knowledgeable address and diving deep into the insights that you had to offer. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And now please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Mr. Banmali Agrawala, President, Infrastructure in Defense and Aerospace, Tata Sons Private Limited. He shall be speaking on manufacturing, the next big opportunity for India. Mr. Agrawala, a veteran in the energy domain, has over 30 years of global experience. This is his second tenure. In his earlier role, he was Executive Director, BD and Strategy, and a member of the very, very important. Let's move forward and let's take a look at what the agenda is going to be. As I mentioned, that we're going to be looking at especially what are the opportunities that lie ahead. In the Tata Group, he is the chairman of companies like Tata Projects, Tata Housing Development Company, Tata Realty and Infrastructure Limited, Air Asia Inter Limited, and is also on the board of Tata Power, Tata Advanced Systems Limited, Tata Electronics Private Limited, and Tata Medical and Diagnostics Limited. He also heads global corporate affairs at Tata Sons, including its international offices in ASEAN, MENA, North America, China, and Public Affairs Office, Delhi. An active member of the CII, he has held several official positions within CII and currently is also a member of CII's National Council. He is also a member of Board of Directors of the US India Business Council and Pratham Education Foundation. Very, very privileged to have you with us, sir. Over to you.
Good afternoon to everyone, and thank you so much for that introduction. At the outset, may I thank the Institute of Directors for organizing this conference, and particularly on the subject of ESG. I requested that I may be allowed to connect ESG, particularly being focused on manufacturing, and that too in the context of defense, because I do see that there is a very strong connection between the two. And let me explain why. Let me first just start by the whole subject of ESG in itself. I think finally we do have the right balance coming forward between the short term and the long term as far as companies are concerned by the, let's say, strong emphasis on ESG. I know it's been discussed by various speakers ahead of me, and I think it's for once now we have this balancing out of the two areas which have otherwise, as we all know, have really challenged all managements, all boards, and all stock markets and so on and so forth. But the point I'd also like to make is that I think it might be a mistake to club ESG as just some kind of one center of excellence. I do get the point that it makes it very convenient for consulting firms to package it as a good product, but I would argue, and as a practicing manager, that E, S, and G are three very separate and independent areas and activities that need very clear and separate focus. Of course, at a certain level, they all come together, but maybe they come together only at the level of the CEO or of the board. And I think, therefore, I did hear certain thoughts and comments about, whether a board should have an ESG committee and so on. I would in fact go so far as to say that ESG is a matter for the board to be discussing directly and spend some time on going through its deliberations rather than relegating it to a committee of the board that just reports on what has happened. The next point that I would make in the context of ESG is that let's acknowledge that I think ESG will make the cost of operations more expensive. I think it would be a misnomer to believe that we can carry on with life as earlier without an increase in cost if we really truly want to adhere to the fundamental spirit and concept of ESG. I would also make the point that we in India, I think, are well poised to use ESG as a competitive advantage rather than use it as a defensive mechanism or a statutory obligation that has to be fulfilled and therefore is some kind of a millstone around our neck. And I would want to repeat that this is a competitive advantage. I can tell you from my own experience that I've stood up a brand new factory over the last 18 months, employing over 25,000 people, catering to the global supply chain. And one of the main reasons why our global partners chose to be in India was because of the manner in which we dealt with S, or the social norms, which to my mind, again, we in India do better than many of the other competing nations. And I can go on about some other dimensions as well. But the fact that we should leverage this as a competitive advantage rather than a defensive position is something I think that we need to all understand and appreciate well. The other point that I'd like to make is that I think when we decide to embrace or understand the importance of ESG, I think it's important to start with first sensitizing the members of the board as to what does it mean for them. I think you can't paint ESG, to my mind, with the same brush for all companies. A steel company is different from a power company, is different from an IT company, is different from a consumer goods company. Within the Tata Group, for example, I can take the example of Tata Steel. They spent almost more than a year bringing in people from all over the world just to sensitize their board in terms of the importance, how can we use it as a competitive advantage, and therefore, what are the commitments that we would make. And it's also crucial that one is all in as far as the commitment to ESG is concerned, rather than simply dipping one's toes into it or making incremental changes and differences. Without being all in, I don't think we can really seize the opportunity and make the most of it. Let me now quickly try and connect this to in the context of manufacturing. As I said earlier, I think the application of ESG perhaps is the most dominant or predominant rather when it comes to manufacturing, because that is where you have all these issues relating to all the three elements of ESG that really get accentuated and that really have to be dealt with properly. And particularly when you look at some of the large legacy businesses, I think the challenge is even bigger. And it is here, therefore, as I was explaining earlier, that the cost of business will certainly increase. There is no question about it. It is therefore crucial, I think, for us to look at manufacturing as a high margin, high value added business, rather than simply a commoditized conversion or trading business. If we are not able to generate higher margins and value in manufacturing, I don't think we will be able to fulfill all the requirements of ESG that the world and that other people expect out of us. And if we have aspirations to position ourselves as a manufacturing destination and country for the world, then I think we also need to make sure that we embrace manufacturing in its true form, which is to really make sure that there is a lot of value that is created in the process of manufacturing. I'd also like to say that I think we need to stop positioning India as quote unquote a low cost destination. I think we need to position India as a high value add destination where you can do things on scale, add tremendous value on the back of intellectual inputs and know-how, rather than simply large sweatshops that are simply converting material from one form into another. And I want to underscore this point that if we do not approach manufacturing, and by the way, I'm delighted that I think we have finally embraced manufacturing as the key way to further our economy, to make sure that we create well-paying jobs and to make a difference. That's a phenomenal thrust and emphasis that the government has, but it's also important, as I said, that we add and create a lot of value in the process of manufacturing through know-how and intellectual inputs. Now, when we talk about manufacturing in this context, I think defense manufacturing perhaps is a shining example, because I think it's one high extreme end of manufacturing, which is at the highest end of technology, and particularly in the context of defense and aerospace that was spoken about earlier. Mr. Jaju explained the number of projects that are kind of going through over here, that have been cleared by the government, and so on and so forth. And I think if we look at manufacturing in defense as some kind of a lighthouse in terms of how can you create true value through technology and innovation and manufacturing, I think then the rest of the industry, particularly in other sectors, I think it can follow. In this context, I would also like to say that we need to understand, while we embrace manufacturing, the new age of manufacturing is different from the old age of manufacturing that we've been so far used to in India. For us, the agenda is not to do more of the same. That is not our agenda. I think our agenda is to embrace the newer areas such as electronics, such as aerospace, such as biosciences, and so on and so forth. And if we understand that it is this new age of manufacturing that we need to embrace, I'm confident that we will create a lot of value, and I'm confident that by creation of that value, we will better adhere to the concepts and principles of ESG that will really be able to kind of position us in pole position as far as global manufacturing is concerned, especially in the light of when the whole world is looking at a China plus one kind of strategy, or even a strategy, which is maybe without China. This is a window of opportunity, to my mind, which is here for maybe about 2 or 3 years. We need to seize this window while it is open. I don't believe that this window is going to be open forever. And if we don't make the most of this window in this period, I think we would have missed on a phenomenal opportunity almost of a generation. Also, I think what the government has done through its policies and framework is indeed extremely powerful. It is extremely, let's say, encouraging. And the ball, to my mind, is squarely in the field or in the park, or whatever term that you want to use, of the private sector and of businesses and public sector as well. What I mean to say is it is now for people like me to deliver, and companies like Tata's to deliver on the enabling environment that has been created. And if we don't do it now, then as I said, I think we would have lost it. So we need to be all in. The other part that I would mention is that it is for the larger companies to take the lead, to really go all in, to really make large investments, on the back of which I'm sure that the other ecosystem and the rest of the supply chain and so on and so forth will also follow suit. And I think cumulatively, it will make a tremendous difference. Just a quick word before I finish on the 3 elements of ESG, and particularly in the context of manufacturing and our overall objective of creating more high-paying jobs, which is what's required. Not just number of jobs, but higher-paying jobs. That is actually what we would really need to have. The environmental agenda, I think, let's accept, has to be dealt with through a phenomenal dose of technology. I think we are on our path towards it. Maybe we would need to do more. The social and the governance agenda, I think, is more a matter of culture. And before we talk about governance and so on at the board level, I think it's important to make sure what is the underlying culture that there is in the organization. Because board at the end of the day is only sees the end result, and that too, if it can, in those quarterly board meetings to the extent that it is shown to them. It all boils down to the culture that lies beneath the company, which is extremely important. And I think those are the elements that we need to focus on. Sometimes I do feel that we get lost in measuring metrics and what does the board do and what does the board do not do. What if we had a company that didn't have a board? Will it not still function? What would be the principles on which it would function? How would it be run? What would be the culture and the standard of those companies? That is, I think, what we need to focus on and to stay alive to. And finally, on the concept of S and the entire social dimension, it is, I think we in India have always respected people. And we've had respect for people of all shapes and sizes and all stratas of society. That is something that we continue to do and do even more, which, as I said, is a huge competitive advantage, which I think we have in our country relative to some of the other peer group nations that compete with us for similar businesses. So let me just end there. I know a lot has been said already by many speakers ahead of me. I once again compliment the Institute of Directors for this program. I would like to repeat that we have a phenomenal opportunity ahead of us. Let's not waste it. And let's convert this entire agenda of ESG into a huge competitive advantage and lead the world in the years to come. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Banmali Agarwala, for sparing your time. Before we let you go, just 2 quick questions with you. The first question is that how is Tata Sons meeting its decarbonization targets in this space?
I think that's a good question. And first, I think you would appreciate that if you look at the Tata Group, we are a very wide and large diversified group. We have steel and power, which are perhaps one of the most quote unquote difficult ones to deal with in terms of the impact that they have on the environment. But in both these companies, we have clearly stated our position. We have said this is where we want to be. In the case of Tata Steel, we have said this is the year by which we want to achieve a certain target. So we've gone out there and made commitments publicly. In the case of Tata Power, I think it has committed very clearly it will not set up any more coal-based generation and so on, embrace renewables. So I think it has made those public commitments. In the case of Tata Motors, where before electric vehicles was let's say supposed to be the most attractive thing, they made a commitment to embrace it fully and wholeheartedly. And that's what I mean by going all in. And today, therefore, fortunately, as a consequence of that commitment to the environment and so on, they do have a fairly sizable market share of all the electric vehicles being sold in India. So I think we've done different things right across in different companies, but the commitment towards the cause and the purpose has been very clearly articulated. Just one last point on this, that as far as the S dimension or the social dimension is concerned, I mean, we in Tatas have been known to behave in a certain way, to look at people in a certain way. And we are, I would say, we feel good that some things that we have done over the last 150 years finally is, you know, maybe there is a certain value that is being put to it in the form of financial metrics and the hard-nosed community of investors. So it feels good.
Thank you. And before we let you go, just one more question. What are your thoughts on India's privatization journey in aerospace and defense?
Well, I would say that, and I think as Mr. Jaju was also alluding to in the beginning, I think this whole thing about privatization or who owns it perhaps is becoming a little less relevant versus how do you manage it and how do you run it. But at the outset, I think the government has done well in terms of making sure that, you know, whoever can run it better or whoever can manage things better, they are kind of handing over those assets to different people, which is a very encouraging side. As you know, we ourselves have our let's say, Air India is a classic example. We've also seen in the defense space for the first time, private company like Tata Aerospace and Defense would be making a full-blown aircraft all the way from aluminium ingots, which will come in and then we produce a flyaway aircraft at the other end. Never happened before in the country by the private sector, and it was the government that said that, yes, this is what you're going to be doing to cater to the Indian Air Force and so on. So overall, I must say the actions and the speed with which actions are being taken by the government certainly sound extremely encouraging.
Thank you so much, Mr. Agrawal, for sparing your valuable time and sharing the deep insights with us. Much appreciated.
Thank you so much.
And now join me in welcoming our next distinguished speaker of the keynote session. That's Mr. William L. Blair, Vice President and Chief Executive, India, Lockheed Martin. Mr. Blair is responsible leading the growth and development of Lockheed Martin's business in India and serves as executive representative for all of Lockheed Martin's programs, products, and services in the country. Lockheed Martin has a strong history of partnership with India and is considered to be the world's preeminent leader in fighter aircraft development, manufacturing, production, and sustainment. They are committed to supporting India's vision of achieving greater self-reliance. Very, very happy to have you with us, Mr. Blair. Over to you.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. And I'd also like to thank the Institute of Directors for this opportunity and joining you here from New Delhi. And, you know, it's you know, given the topic, preparing the defense sector for the future, self-reliant India, and I appreciate the opportunity to follow after the eminent speakers before me, and in particular, working with our partner, Tata, which I'll talk a little bit about, Mr. Banmali Agrawala. It's been a great journey for us as Lockheed Martin in India. And I think given the overall topic, you know, addressing ESG, I'll try to work that into my comments as well. And because just as Mr. Agrawala spoke to Tata's mission, we share the same mission focus as well. Meet our customers' requirements and needs, but do that in a very inclusive, compliant, and responsible manner going forward, and really creating jobs for our employees and with our partners that are high value and they translate to tremendous opportunities for innovation and being inclusive and getting the most out of our teams as we possibly can, again, to meet the customer's mission. What I wanted to share with you a little bit briefly is that as Lockheed Martin in India, we've established 2 joint ventures now that are well over 10 years old with Tata. First was Tata Lockheed Martin Aerostructures Limited, and that's producing the C-130J empennages. You'll see the C-130J flying within the Indian Air Force. But through this partnership with Tata, we've produced over 170 empennages now to meet a global requirement. And so really tying into some of the comments from Mr. Sanjay Jaju, leveraging an export requirement in order to be a catalyst to help develop and accelerate the growth of the aerospace and defense ecosystem, it's a great example. In that case, we started back in around 2010, and we were importing components to produce an empennage, which is essentially the tail of an aircraft. Very high-skilled, large-scale product. Over a period of really less than 10 years, we actually indigenized the content to produce that. So we're now up to about 90% indigenous content. So for every empennage that we deliver globally, it's really essentially being produced in India, except for the import of material and a couple of critical components that we're also trying to invest jointly with our partner to be able to indigenize that here as well. The other joint venture is Tata Sikorsky Aerospace Limited, and a very similar journey over the last 10 years. Both companies had a vision towards the future, again, leverage a requirement to produce for export and then position for when the requirements come up within the Indian MOD. In that case, it's the S-92 helicopter cabin. We transitioned it from Japan to India, and now through the joint venture, we've produced 187 helicopter cabins. We export them to the US, and then it's integrated into a full helicopter and then meets either a US or a global requirement. Again, same journey where that joint venture has evolved from importing components and assembly to actually achieving 87% indigenous content. And so it's another really strong positive example. And in that journey, in partnership with Tata, there's a really important element of that skilling over 1,000 employees, employing well over 200 MSMEs that, as an earlier speaker, Mr. Kant mentioned, the MSMEs are the backbone of the aerospace and defense ecosystem. And then also engaging startups through our India Innovation Growth Program that we launched back in 2007. Started out incubating startups, and now I think, as you all know, startups are really between the US and India and other countries. India's number 2, number 3 in terms of incubating new startups and creating unicorns moving forward. And now through the IDEX program and the defense side, really feeding into the research and development and accelerating the capability here in India to meet India's defense requirements and export requirements as well. As part of our working with Tata, with our joint ventures in Hyderabad, we support a women's apprenticeship program. And this is a really unique apprenticeship program where they bring in women from remote villages, give them an opportunity for on-the-job training, skilling, mentoring, and it's gone through many, many years of transformation and evolution. And now you have women that have come from a remote village that are now supervisors on the floor, training other new apprentices coming on board. And the reason I mentioned that, because they're creating value for themselves and their families as individuals, but through that diversity, and I have to applaud Tata for that initiative, that diversity is actually a competitive edge. It helps us grow our talent, but do that in a very inclusive way. And it's similar to the initiatives that we drive within Lockheed Martin. And then another dimension, as you look forward, that's the foundation. But going forward, I'll build on what Mr. Agarwal Banbali spoke to, and that is the future. High value manufacturing. We at Lockheed Martin have launched several just last year, factories of the future. And so when we look forward, what is a factory of the future look like in India to meet global requirement as well as India's requirements? I think that's tremendously an important opportunity. Another dimension I'd like to share, beyond the JVs that we've established, beyond how we tie into our global supply chain, or really tie into it, you never probably think about Lockheed Martin as having an energy company, but we have a component within one of our business areas where we're developing high volume energy storage for renewable energy. For those that are involved or aware in the renewable energy area, part of the key enablers to really take renewable energy up to a much greater scale is the ability to store power that is either from solar or wind or other sources that in those down periods, overnight, for instance, 8 to 12 hours, deliver an energy storage solution that can actually create much greater reliability as well as grid stability as we bring more and more renewable energy online. We have a company, Camlin Fine Sciences in India, that's delivering the Nega-Light. There's a positive and a negative ion that we bring together that provides that energy storage capability. But it's just another great example, I think, of innovation and ingenuity and capability where we're sourcing that from India. And frankly, I see a future where we can adapt and transition that 60 hertz technology from the US through the technology we've developed and translate it into India to meet a 50 hertz requirement here as well. I would just say, and in the interest of time, India offers a very unique opportunity. One of the largest defense capital investment, in terms of capital defense budgets, one of the largest in the world, and really shifting from importing to indigenous production. We at Lockheed Martin, we're committed to support that going forward. So when you look at the upcoming requirements, whether it's a multi-role fighter aircraft, where we're offering the F-21, which you can see behind me, or meeting the helicopter requirement, both for naval utility requirement, but as well also meet a civil helicopter requirement. India has probably one of the largest untapped or unfulfilled civil helicopter markets in the world, and actually is in a unique position to build complete helicopters to meet a global requirement, but also to meet India's requirement as well. And then another dimension that we're working with Midhani in the aerospace and defense materials sector. India actually has one of the largest sourcing capability of raw material for aerospace and defense materials, high strength aluminum, titanium, and rare earth metals that actually is critically important in terms of a reliability of supply, a sustainable supply chain, reducing our dependence on Russia and China. And so I see that as part of our future working together, and doing that in a sustainable way is critically important to meet India's requirements in a reliable and I said sustainable manner, and meet our export requirement as well. So thank you for the opportunity to share some of those thoughts with you. I think the foundation is tremendous and the future is incredibly bright, working together with partner companies, many of which are on the panel with us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Blair, for your well-versed address and sparing time and sharing all your valuable insights. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And please join me in welcoming our next distinguished speaker of the keynote session, that Mr. Ravi Nirgudkar, Managing Director, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, BAE Systems. Mr. Nirgudkar is instrumental in establishing BAE Systems as a trusted partner of Indian Armed Forces and Government of India. BAE Systems is a technology and innovation leader specializing in defense, aerospace, and security solutions. He is a strong advocate of Atmanirbhar Bharat and has developed a strategy to form business partnerships with Indian suppliers for strategic business initiatives as well as global supply chain opportunities. He has 27 years of proven skills in international business development, capture management, foreign government policy and program management in defense space, aerospace, and international markets. He has built a persona of trust, respect, collaboration, and commitment with Indian defense and civil aviation community. Very, very glad to have you amongst us, Mr. Ravi Nirgudkar. Over to you.
Thank you very much, and thanks for that introduction. On one side, I want to express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Ashok Kapoor and the Institute of Directors for providing us a forum to discuss a very urgent and important aspect of preparing Indian defense industry towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, as well as giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts on this topic. So thank you very much. BAE Systems has had a very long innings in India and shares 7 decades of aviation heritage with Indian MOD. We have supported the Indian Air Force by manufacturing multiple Indian aircrafts like Vampire, Jaguars, Avro, and more recently the Hawks. The ongoing partnership between BAE Systems and HAL has successfully delivered 99 made in India Hawk aircraft, and we look forward to continue our partnership with HAL to build additional Hawk as well as light combat aircraft and AMCA combat aircraft in near future. Also, I will be amiss if I did not mention our partnership with Mahindra on M777 ultralight howitzer guns. Since 2016, we have assembled, integrated, and tested these guns with Mahindra in India, one that involves high level of collaboration, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic. So that's about what we've been doing in India so far. In regards to looking forward, BAE Systems' strategy for India is to support Indian industry with technology transfer to build the Indian ecosystem, and it has proven true and valid ahead of its time as it continues to be reflected in an ambition of co-creating for self-reliant India. In addition to our partnership with the major Indian OEMs that I mentioned earlier, we are also working with about 80 plus MSMEs across India on other national priority programs. In other words, our focus is in identifying long-term partnerships, whether it be strategic partnership or a joint venture, rather than a campaign-to-campaign model. This strategy not only generates business opportunity for BAE Systems in India, but also supports BAE Systems' global defense needs by expanding our supply chain to include Indian partners. It is our mission to be the trusted partner of the choice of the Indian Armed Forces. In a sense, this means helping ensure Indian government has the best possible solution to protect its national security, critical infrastructure, and vital information. As a global OEM, we do welcome the policy changes and reforms incorporated by Government of India in recent past. For example, in DAP 2020, the category of Buy Global Manufacture in India will promote indigenization. This category will encourage making of entire parts, assemblies, or sub-assemblies, and MRO for equipment through subsidiaries in India. This shift will promote Indian MSMEs at various levels. The recently announced budget is also a step in aligning India towards self-reliance, with 68% of the capital defense budget earmarked for the domestic industry. In addition, the defense R&D, as Mr. Jaju mentioned, will be open for industry, startups, academia, with 20% of the defense R&D budget earmarked. This paves the way for the private industry participation in the defense R&D. And what it does for us is it will encourage us to partner with the private industry in the R&D phase. In terms of the bilateral relationship between India and UK, I'd like to spend a few minutes on that. The bilateral relationship between UK and India is also peaking at the right time. In 2015, UK and India established the Cameron-Modi Understanding of Defense and Security Partnership, which uniquely enables the UK industry to transfer strategic capability between the two nations, including defense technology and manufacturing in the areas of mutual interest. It led to the UK-India Defense Technology and Industrial Capability MOU, which was signed in 2019. Under this MOU, the two countries will be able to conduct research into various new areas to progress their defense and science technology collaborative projects. Also, last May, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Johnson put together a vision of 2030 roadmap framework in support of the two countries' shared interest in having a prosperous and stable Indo-Pacific region. This framework will promote enhanced partnership between the two countries in defense and security. And finally, just recently, just last month, in January of 2022, UK and India kicked off the discussion on free trade agreement. A trade deal with India will boost the British exports through lower tariff and increased investment opportunities in India. The bilateral relationship between US and India is also going well, with the key foundational agreement like GSOMA, COMCESA, and BECA in place, as well as an operational DDTI construct. Finally, the ongoing dialogues between like-minded groups of countries like Quad promotes joint military exercises committing to interoperability in defense and security. So in summary, India is well placed to mature its defense ecosystem and become self-reliant. However, having said that, India should take advantage of the lessons learned from other countries who have gone through the same process. It will assist India to be ready for the challenges and have mitigation and contingency plan in place. For example, India will need a contingency plan for defense items that cannot be indigenized initially, and or the technology transfer may not be possible. India also needs to take an honest gauge of its industry readiness to start the manufacturing high-end technologically advanced products, as it may not, so as not to have impact on the Indian Armed Forces operational preparedness. And finally, to build a formidable defense ecosystem, India will have to invest in building up other industries as well, including logistics, supply chain, finance, legal system. As we say, it takes a village. So in conclusion, at BAE Systems, we support India's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat by proudly partnering with indigenous industry and leveraging BAE Systems' high-quality, innovative, cutting-edge niche technology. India's importance in our company as a strategic growth market also reflects our commitment to supporting the ambitions of the Indian government and the armed forces. In short, we are proud to provide our customers across the Indian armed forces with a competitive edge in air, maritime, land, space, and cyber domain, and to work closely with our local Indian partners to support the economic development by transferring technology, skills, and knowledge. And finally, I would like to close by saying that BAE System is committed to a strategy of co-creating for self-reliant India to make sure Atmanirbhar Bharat, as well as India's defense export ambitions, are achieved. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nirgudkar, for your well-read address. Thank you very, very much for sparing your time and being here for this special global webinar.
Thank you.
And now let's move forward to our next distinguished speaker for this keynote session. That's Mr. Rajinder Singh Bhatia, President and CEO, Defence and Aerospace, Bharat Forge Limited. Mr. Bhatia is an Army veteran and a prominent defence industry leader in India with over 40 years of experience. Under him, Kalyani Group has forged partnerships and collaborated with major defense and aerospace OEMs of the world and is today in the forefront of defense and aerospace landscape in the country. He is a key member of the strategic policy initiatives and directions as part of the government-sponsored bodies for defense and aerospace. We are privileged to have him with us. Over to you, Mr. Bhatia.
Thank you so much. Mr. Ashok Kapoor, DG IOD, General Ahluwalia, fellow panelists, it's indeed a pleasure to be here and give our viewpoint as the Indian company which is stepping into the arena of defense and aerospace. The journey for the policy framework transformation actually started in 2002. It was a slow journey in which the so-called the defense business or the aerospace business was moved from reserved category to licensed category. But there was fits and starts, and it really took steam in the last few years. Taking an example, it was as early as 2006 when the Kelkar Committee, for which I was member of one of the task forces there, recommended corporatization of the Ordnance Factory Board. It took a will of steel and perhaps a decade and a half to implement that earlier last year. But these are the signs which do indicate that India has stepped on a journey. And it is not the question of whether it will happen. The question now is when it will happen. Taking a look at the situation, just to give you one more little indicator, in 2002, the defense procurement procedure, which has now become the defense acquisition procedure, was a secret document. And if somebody was to put parts of it into the public domain, he would be court-martialed. To imagine to a situation roll on to today, when the defense acquisition procedure 2020 was actually made along with the industry reps participating in its formulation. I am giving this example to indicate the change, the transformation in the policy framework which has taken place. I had the opportunity to have a meeting with a policy framework group called Defense High-Tech Innovation Forum. And we did have the opportunity to meet Defense Secretary about 4 days ago. His own opinion was that India today is at a momentous time in the transformation of defense and aerospace sector. If this opportunity is not grabbed now, probably we'll never get this opportunity for a very long time. So the self-reliance or the Atmanirbharta or the collaborative effort, which all my friends talked about, this is the time to put it forward. So my talk, and I had a presentation but decided against showing it for the paucity of time, will move around basically two major points. First is, for any defense industry to flourish, it has to have two bases. There are two pillars. The first one revolves around technology, and the second one revolves around manufacturing competence. The technology can further be subdivided into research and development, innovation, and breakthrough technologies. Innovation and breakthrough technologies, word over, has been the preserve of the startups and the small MSMEs. So what has galvanized the Indian Sea? Let me give you an example. India last year India is second to United States of America in having the startups. Last year, India had 8,000 new startups. Till 2020, most of them were not in defense and aerospace. But in 2019 and 20, we had some 500 startups in defense and aerospace space. And what was that galvanized that space was mere one small initiative, which is called IDEX Challenge. And if I tell you the amount of money spent on IDEX, it will be laughable. We have spent close to only $4 million on IDEX Challenge, but you have 500 startups which have come up in that. We have all seen on the Republic Day parade or on the day preceding that, a swarm drone display where 1,000 drones took. The cost for that particular show, including making of those drones, runs below $100,000 US. A similar thing done anywhere in the world would have costed people in millions and millions of dollars. So what does it show? That India can kick at the innovation journey with a very little financial requirement, but just making an ecosystem. Light at the top is not that far away. Interesting part in this whole journey was that so many startups have started, so many challenges have been accepted. Now there is an ecosystem around this. The technology part is already taken care of. But on breakthrough, a number of such technologies are being taken up by IDEX. The second thing which really changed the scenario for research and development in the country was the activation of technology. Large companies have started to operate. We are actually picking up projects not alone, but with partners, with foreign OEMs, with foreign technology providers. A number of prestigious projects are already underway. And the third major change on the technology domain was the budget statement of 25% of the R&D budget being reserved for Indian industry. Now that can kickstart very many large platform developments, and need is to give impetus to what we call Make One, where 70% funding used to come from Government of India and 30% used to be done by the industry. So here is an opportunity to now start working on platform. We heard both our foreign OEMs talking about collaborative effort, bringing in their technology, joining hands at research and development. My last point, and I'll sum up after that, would be towards exports. Exports in a country can be divided into two parts. The first one revolves around what we call getting into the supply chain, which could get probably a breather or a kickstart by the offset obligations of the various OEMs. But that is a journey which exactly is China +1 or +1 alone by itself, but it is getting into the supply chain of the global OEMs. And now this will come on the strength of the Indian industry. This will come on the strength of our competitiveness into this domain. But exports also have a second area that India itself is looking to have a prominent place in the Committee of Nations. And hence, certain platform exports to the countries where we can go in are certainly to be looked at. And this will require government support. This will require government-to-government dealing. This will also require effective use of line of credit, which is available with India to provide to many countries in Africa and Southeast Asia. I think these two things can take a look and give a flip to the export which industry needs. Any major platform work in India would have a hacksaw curve, which means there'll be a demand followed by a period of lean period over a longish time. We need to ensure that we have some kind of a stability to the business by providing exports. With these two thoughts, I'd like to thank IOD and fellow panelists for giving me a patient hearing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rajinder Bhatia, for being here and sharing your insights and your knowledge with our audience. Thank you again.
Thank you.
And we invite our next speaker. That's Mr. Rajesh Chaudhary, IOFS Chairman cum Managing Director, Advanced Weapons and Equipment India Limited. Mr. Chaudhary is a senior officer of the Indian Ordnance Factory Service. Advanced Weapons and Equipment India Limited is one of the 7 new defense PSUs formed by converting the Ordnance Factory Board into fully government-owned enterprises. We are very, very glad that we have it this evening. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Chaudhary. Over to you.
Yeah. Good evening to all of you. Shri Ashok Kapoor, DG, and other officials of IOD, Shri Sanjay Jaju, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Defense, and fellow panelists. I have sincere thanks to the IOD for giving this opportunity to share my ideas on the preparing the Indian defense sector for self-reliance. I will start with introducing my company initially. The All India Limited is one of the 7 DPSU which has been carved out of erstwhile Ordnance Factory Board with the objective of improving the autonomy, efficiency, and accountability. This format will allow us to collaborate and explore new opportunities in domestic as well as global markets. This company has a very comprehensive range of weapons and equipments with all necessary infrastructure for production, quality assurance, including proof ranges. Our turnover stands at 1,600 crores approximately per year, and we target to achieve 2,000 crores in the next financial year. Our customer base includes all defense forces, that is Indian Army, Navy, Air Force, and also paramilitary forces and state police organizations. We also serve to the Indian defense PSUs, including shipyards and the civil market as well. Our product range includes weapons and ammunition hardwares of all calibers, that is large caliber, small caliber, medium caliber, catering to different variety of customers. In the small arms production area, we have a wide variety of products which are being supplied to Indian Defence Forces and civil paramilitary forces and state police organizations, as well as the civil trade customers, which are very popular in the civil market as well. R&D is a focus area for us, where we are having making special effort in all the product lines across, that is artillery guns, the small arms weapons, the mortars, as well as medium caliber weapons. We are looking for cooperation with the Indian industry in different formats. That is, first is co-produce. That is in the area of air defense guns, the field guns, and the howitzers, the naval guns, and all variety of small arms ammunition. We are also looking for development partners in all these areas, and we are also looking for the co-creation of various products. And for that, we have identified a lightweight recoilless mortar for development with the Indian industry, and we are going to float a EOI very shortly on that. We are also looking for the partners as a supply chain partner for our reliable supply chain for executing the orders which are available with us. That is in terms of the major assemblies, components, raw materials, as well as spares. We can engage with the industry in various models, that is through the co-production or the joint venture, the SPVs, or the contract manufacturing, and also through the market and export of defense products. The bottom line of the organization is to engage positively and aggressively to exploring the domestic as well as global defense equipment market together. But why anybody would like to collaborate with us, and that is why all India has to be chosen as a partner. The major strengths which we are having is a very vast experience in the field of weapon production with skilled manpower, a strong R&D infrastructure, the state-of-the-art manufacturing facilities. We also have an added advantage of having the 4 defense manufacturing units located in 2 defense corridors identified by the Government of India, that is Uttar Pradesh and Tamil Nadu. With this, I would like to once again thank the IOD for expressing my ideas and how we would like to collaborate with the Indian defense industry for taking the cause of the Atmanirbharta and defense production together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really nice to hear you share your experience and your insights over this subject. Thank you very much once again for sparing your time.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our next distinguished speaker of the keynote session. That is Mr. Adapalli Krishna Sai Kumar, Whole-Time Director Operations, Apollo Microsystems Limited. Mr. Krishna Sai is the Whole-Time Director Operations of Apollo Microsystems Limited. He is an engineering graduate in electronics and communications with 22 years of varied experience in marketing, finance, and operations. He joined Apollo Microsystems in 2003 at entry level and gradually grew himself along with the company, and with exemplary performance became one of the board of directors. How inspirational. As Director Operations, he handles new vertical development in emerging markets, joint ventures, M&A, investor relations. His immense passion towards technology is a driving force for several product and engineering innovations in the company with able team. He has established good corporate governance in the company. With his comprehensive technical and financial knowledge, he plays a key role in the top management under the guidance and leadership of Managing Director of the company. Thank you so much, Mr. Sai Kumar, for joining us this evening. Over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I thank DG IOD, Shri Ashok Kapoor. I also thank Shri Sanjay Jaju, Additional Secretary, Department of Defense Production. So unlike the other panelists, I would like to present about our company for a few minutes, and then I would also like to give a small addressing on the future of defense production. Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is, sir.
Thank you. So Apollo Microsystems is a 37-year-old company. The founder and managing director of this company is Mr. Karunakar Reddy. Today, he had to attend some sea trials, so he had to on an emergency leave to Vizag, so couldn't join on this webinar. So I'll be addressing this meeting. The journey all started by him 1985, and we are very proud to to share that he started his journey with 500 rupees capital and as a simple board design company and for Department of Space and DRDO. That's a business where we have started our journey with. Now, as other eminent panelists has told, and Sri Sanjay Jaju ji also has commented now, although this is a very niche and tough market, but now it's very crowded. But unlike those days, there was no industry who supported DRDO for their small or big works or engineering requirements or design requirement, which they wanted to outsource the scarcity of the time and other things. That's where this company was started, and fortunately, we have gotten a lot of opportunities. We have proved our mettle, and slowly from a small company, we grew ourselves to a listed company. We are an AS 9100 certified, Similac certified company, and we have been working on almost all major indigenous weapon programs of the country. You name any ATGM, surface to air, air to surface missiles. We work on all different verticals, the avionics side, the missile defense, the naval defense. We also have contributed a lot of work we have done for Department of Space for their ground checkout applications. And we do a lot of security systems for Indian Army and other, critical asset infrastructure monitoring areas. And also we are a bit in transportation sector. Railways. So this is a journey which I was talking about, started back in 85 and slowly graduated ourselves developing right from a design services company. We graduated ourselves to be a board development, successfully indigenized a lot of onboard electronics for indigenous weapons, both missile programs and underwater weapons as well. And we did a lot of work for ISRO. In the year 2000, we have supplied a fully indigenous payload checkout system for ISRO. It's a direct import substitution which we have done. So we have been telling to all various of our financiers and other fraternity that the Make in India, which now a government is pushing for last few years, we have been talking about Make in India as such for last 37 years, and I thank a lot of visionaries and and a lot of panelists and who also contributed for this, and also for different governments that have come from time to time, who has made this a kind of indigenous and the importance of indigenous systems and making India self-reliant, something which was very important, which we have been talking about for last so many years, and we are thankful that the day has come and we are progressing towards it. Like that, the journey has continued gradually from small company in the year 2015, close to 30 years of from where we started. We reached 100 crore turnover, and immediately in couple of years we have doubled our top line. And 2018 we got listed in both the stock exchanges of India, NSE and BSE. Then we started acquisitions. We have acquired an RF company, and we are now able. We used to offer a digital designs, systems. Then we acquired an RF company offering both RF and digital, both. And this year we will also be coming up with a weapon integration facility back in Hyderabad. We are a Hyderabad-based company, and all our development manufacturing setup is in Hyderabad, although we have offices in Delhi, Bangalore, and Visakhapatnam. Presently, I am addressing here from my Bangalore guest house. So we offer right from build to spec, build to sprint, the engineering designs, complete qualification and testing. Since morning you have been there, the video was running. We have all the ecosystem in place. So we have a 150 workforce who specifically do work on R&D designs for various applications. So this is a software capability. I'll just run through so many things. If you see a complete launcher system, the launcher controller for surface to surface, surface to air, air to surface missiles, and air to air weapons, we have been working on. And launcher controller is a flagship technology that we have been, supplying for different programs, both for DRDO and also for large-scale system integrators like L&T. Also, we have been supplying this. This is a spectrum of technologies that we have developed for as a weapon system electronics, right from SAMs to pin actuation controls to different stages of the weapon actuation controls, the avionic modules, the signal process for radio proximity fuses, the onboard computers, whatnot. Almost any onboard electronics in a weapon for different programs, we have developed for DRDO, and we have been a very important contributor for various strategic weapon programs in the country, and we are very proud about it that we have contributed ourselves for it, and we also thank DRDO for giving us an opportunity and we delivering and reaching out to their expectations. And on the avionic side, naval avionic onboard systems, we have done a lot for programs called TAL and all for the control panels, the fire control systems, the relay boxes, and all such stuff. This is one weapon which it's a favorite. We have almost 5 different weapons which India is presently developing, and some of them are developed and gone in for production. We have contribution almost all of them. And I'm also very proud to share that we are the only private company in India who have been consistently developing the homing systems for Indian torpedoes. The first batch around more than a decade back have been shipped to Indian Navy, and presently this particular weapon is being exported to different countries. And the first weapon that is exported from India, and that comes where the major systems we have partnered with defense PSU who in turn are exporting, and we have a significant contribution in it. The naval side, we have done a lot of work in expendable decoys. We have done the gun control systems for ships. Then we have been part of the nuclear sub programs where we have contributed a lot of the entire power supply chain. The nuclear subs are supplied by us to one other defense PSUs. And torpedoes, as I told that, we have huge contribution for almost all the torpedo programs indigenously developed in India. So this is how you can see, the various technologies that we have developed for the torpedoes, which are air launched, torpedoes which are ship launched, heavyweight torpedoes, and some strategic, torpedo programs also, presently under development and trials. It will hit for, the trials would be complete in few months, and results of satisfactory as on date. We have about it. Ground defense side also, we have done a lot of work for unmanned tanks, tactical modems, and other engineering control systems. And the first gun control system for the Arjun tank for CVRD was developed by us. And the navigational systems, the vehicle, internal vehicle monitoring, the health monitoring systems also we have done for unmanned tanks. For Department of Space, for the border surveillance, we have developed acquisition systems for critical programs, which are very sensitive with customers like EDRIN and NTRO combination. And for all the IRS series acquisition systems have been developed by us, and the RSIT, MidSat, all these programs, the acquisition systems have developed by us. As I told, the first payload checkout and acquisition system as a import substitution was developed almost close to around 20 years back by us. That was like we have supplied to ISRO at less than 1/10 of the cost of their at the then import cost. So in that way, we have been a key contributor in Indian indigenous systems, working towards self-reliance is right from the beginning. This is a typical process flow, and we have the entire infrastructure and ecosystem in place, right, for electronics, for the mechanical, for the engineering, for the ESS facility. All our staff are fully trained, IPC certified. Apart from being IPC certified, they're also qualified, specially again by DRDO, panels. Almost you name any, all the requisite infrastructure for a typical manufacturing company in defense we have. So that's where I position myself. This is a glimpses of the facilities. You name any organization in working for defense, we are there. We have been working with them for the last so many years. So that's basically about our company. So I would like to take up a couple of minutes in terms of self-reliance. Lot of eminent panelists, much experienced than me, have spoken, but I would like to share a few points in the perspective of smaller companies like us. Primarily, the overall economy is all driven by MSME companies. So it is an undoubted fact which cannot be negated or denied. And in this entire growth journey, where we are targeting a $5 billion exports from a country which has been the largest importer. Now we are talking about exports of $5 billion. This is really a kind of a it's a very, very big figure for which the contribution has to come from the grassroots level, from the companies who have been working with defense. And it's a lot of welcoming gesture that a lot of startups have been coming, few hundreds of startups, like some of the panelists were talking about. It's because the business is growing, the ecosystem also has to grow if the defense production has to be met. So developing a technology is particularly because we are an electronic company and we develop a lot of weapon electronics. Developing a technology in electronics is something different for developing a technology or electronics for a weapon or for a defense requirement or a military requirement. So it requires a lot of understanding of the environmental condition, which platform it is going, and all that stuff. So there should be a good cooperation and collaboration between the large conglomerates who are a large system integrators who has deep pockets to actually manufacture weapons. Now that a lot of privatization talks is going on, and the companies who have already a matured, production, knowledge, something companies who like me, many other companies are there, and startups who have a good technology. So we as a company, we are a technology company. Also, we are a production company. Yes, but we are not a large SI like us. At the same time, a lot of other technologies, upcoming technologies, we are talking about artificial intelligence, so many other things, which are further required, analytics, a lot of analytical, technologies which are required for which a lot of startups are working, so these three different, segments have to be, working collaboratively and hand in hand. And a proper framework also has to be there where at every level, they are not actually trying to kill the next level company. They should nurture the company at the next level and try to ensure that, their cash flows are protected. Like a system integrator, large system integrator should protect the cash flows of a smaller system integrator. And they in turn should try to see that, if they can protect and encourage some startups for a value-added technology or a value-added, IPs that they bring in. So in that way, in this kind of a collaborative framework, if something is prepared, so that the entire ecosystem keeps growing, and it will actually expedite the kind of a mission with which we want to make us fully self-reliant. So when I talk about, because we have been predominantly working on weapon system, today we can proudly say more than 90% of the indigenous weapons that presently are there, they're fully indigenous. 90% indigenization. That's really a remarkable kind of figure that has been achieved more than 90%. So this is something, which was there in my mind, which I wanted to, express as a part of thing that, a proper framework has to be there to protect the interests of different levels of the industry from a larger system integrator perspective. If it comes from the government as a proper framework, that would be really great for the industry to grow, further and really make India self-reliant in this niche space. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to hear you, rather. It was very insightful to know all the details that you shared with us. Thank you so much. And now let's move on to our next speaker of the keynote session. That's Rear Admiral R.K. Shrawat, AVSM retired, Chairman and Managing Director, Naval Group India Private Limited. Rear Admiral Shrawat graduated in Electronics and Communication Engineering from IIT Roorkee and did his postgrad in Radar and Communication Engineering from IIT Delhi. As an electrical officer, he served the Indian Navy for 36 years. The main purpose of Naval Group to be in India is to support the indigenization through Make in India activities, to develop the Indian defense ecosystem, as well as to develop design services in India with talented Indian engineers. Naval Group in India has displayed continuous efforts of participating in various defense endeavors for the Indian Navy by empowering Indian industrial partners to cater to the requirements of the Indian shipyards and the Navy. Very, very glad to have you with us. Rear Admiral Shrawat, over to you.
Thank you very much, IOD. I must thank IOD, the moderator, for introducing me, and of course, respected Shri Kapoor, who has been in touch with me. I've been working with him closely for a long time now. Now, the challenge of speaking at this sequence in a discussion is that whatever you like to speak has already been spoken by everybody else. So the subject has already been covered in detail by so many speakers, and who are all champions in their own sphere. So, but let me see. I will try to be brief to save some time for the moderator, because I'll not exceed certainly the time allotted. Briefly, if I say about self-reliance, my topic I would like to cover is self-reliance and the Indian Navy. Now, a lot of things have been said about it, but I like to summarize in one way that the Navy has demonstrated what is the meaning of self-reliance. It is a demonstrated performance of the Navy that today, in the field of whatever the platforms required for the Navy, they're all being made in India. As of today, 40 plus ships are being constructed, and all these ships are being made in India. There's nothing being imported. Now, that does not mean that we don't have dependence on for something, but it is very limited. And I would give the credit for this situation or this achievement to, of course, the visionary leadership of Indian Navy, immediately after independence during the 50s, that we acquired the three shipyards, Mazagon Dock, Garden Reach, and GSL in 1960. We acquired these shipyards. And the first warship was built by GRSE. It was a seaworld defense boat in 1961. And in 1961, we made the first ship for the Indian Navy. Around the same time, the Naval Design Bureau was set up at Naval Headquarters, Delhi, to supplement and take the design of future ships. And thereafter, we have not stopped looking. We have not looked back. At MDL, so many major platforms have been made. We started in collaboration with the Yarrow shipyard from UK. Leander class ships were made, 6 of them. Then we improved the design of that by a new designer. We made 16 ships called Godavari class. Then we repeated them at Garden Reach, called it Project 16 Alpha. All these were steam ships. Then Navy became more ambitious. We made gas turbine ships. We made a destroyer. Of course, in collaboration with Russia, we took the help. And as we speak, we know the turmoil in Ukraine. The gas turbine that we have on ships are mainly from Ukraine. They came from Ukraine. And then we made another very stealth ship frigate called Project 17, again made in Melbourne Dock. And this time the technology came from West. We used the gas turbine LM2500 from General Electric. They were used, and it was very stealth. So a lot of things have happened, and naval designers have done well. Today, I think 4 frigates are being made in MDL, 3 in GRSC simultaneously, all using these Western gas turbines and latest weapons. The other capability that we did was we gave the choice to the customer, to the end user, the Navy, that you decide, you get the weapon from anywhere, we shall be able to integrate them in India. So the WRSR facility has been developed, an organization called VESI, Weapon and Electronic System Engineering Establishment at Delhi in R.K. Puram. They have the ability to integrate, you get the weapon sensor anywhere in the world, they will be able to integrate. It's a great facility. No other country in the world has this ability because most of the countries who are making ships of this class or this type are very advanced. They are not developing countries, and they perhaps don't need. We are the only ones. We have integrated Russian weapons, we have integrated Israeli weapons, we have integrated French systems on a single platform. And this has all been done by the organization called VESI. So this is called system engineering ability. And we have also made the real-time combat management system also have been developed by the Navy. We use using their own offices and with industry. So great capability has been built up. That's why I'm saying the Navy is a living example of a self-reliance in defense. Okay. Now coming to the submarine side, conventional submarines and nuclear submarines. I think somebody talked about nuclear submarines. Yes, first I'll take the case of conventional submarines, which have been built at Melbourne Dock. So in the beginning, we were importing complete submarines from Russia, mainly Foxtrot class and the Kilo class. They came, and then during 80s and 90s, we built 2 submarines at Melbourne Dock in a license collaboration with the HDW Germany. We know about it. 2 of them were made in India, 2 were imported. And the next time, but there was a gap and so many problems came. We could not continue. And after a gap of almost 25 years, we have commissioned Calvary, which is a part of P75 program, being made again at MDL in collaboration with Naval Group, DCNS France. So 6 submarines are now being built. So in the conventional submarine, but these are being built under license, under collaboration agreements. But much more has been done in the case of strategic submarine, and I think it's a huge program. Whatever it's many information is available in the press, so I'll only talk about that. I've been a part of that program also. I think it's a great achievement by the country. It is not a navy; it's about the country. A nuclear submarine program envisages such a vast areas of technology and programs. Of course, we need power reactors or BRSR. We need a huge missile program, so DRDO has done that. We need to develop a lot of the platform design, and of course, then the industry pitches in for the machinery. So this has been going over the last 2-3 decades, in more than 3 decades. But today we have the ability that we have done it, the complete thing in India. And as you know, we have heard of INS Arihant, which is there, which is with the Navy. It is operational, and I think it is. Not many countries have this ability beyond the superpowers. I think we are the only country in the world who has this ability. Why we have done it? Because nobody will give you. So it was no choice. If we had to do it, we had to do it on our own. And I think the government of India, the Ministry of Defense and the Navy invested in this. The country has invested in this. And today we can say we are the only country outside the Super 5 who has the ability. So this is what we achieved. I think what we need to do more is something about the shipbuilding side. I would say certain equipment we have been importing, such as gas turbines and high-power diesel engines. I think we should do something about it. It is doable. We need some investment is required, and I'm sure government MOD will do it. because that is the only area where we are dependent. And of course, weapon sensors keep getting developed by DRDO and Bell, etc., which is, I'll not talk about that.
Sure.
On the conventional submarine side only, I think what we need to do is build a similar capability that we've done for the strategic submarines. So today we are manufacturing these things under license, but we have the ability to do it. We just got to do it, make a program similar to what we've done for nuclear submarines, for conventional submarines, and we will have it in a few years. So I will only say, but I must also say that the complete ownership has been given by the Navy, by the DRDO, by MOD in putting together all these efforts that have been made by the Indian Navy, and I think must compliment. That's where I will end my talk. I think I have taken, if I've taken more than 10 minutes, I'm sorry, but that is what I thank Mr. Kapoor for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Admiral Shawat, for taking time out and joining us and sharing your thoughts for this very, very special Director Dialogue series. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And now we have a very special talk by a special guest who is joining us all the way from Canada. Please join me in welcoming the next distinguished speaker of the keynote session, Ms. Kerry Sabin, Vice President, Corporate Sustainability, Stantec Inc., Canada. Thank you so much, Ms. Kerry Sabin, for joining us all the way from Canada, despite the time difference. Before I actually pass it on to you, just a few words about her. Stantec Inc. is an international engineering professional services company engaged in design and consulting services. Ms. Kerry Sabin has over 30 years of experience in sustainability, community engagement, operations management, with more than 12 years of managing projects with staff from around the world, different parts of the world, including Argentina, Belgium, India, Italy, Netherlands, New Zealand, UK, USA, and much more. Committed to sustainability and special partnerships, she focuses on effective change management, stakeholder adoption, and attention to cultural norms. As manager for the overall sustainability program, which encompasses an environmental, social, and governance approach, she oversees internal change management and performance reporting. We are very, very privileged to have you with us. Over to you.
Thank you very much for having me. I'm really excited to be here. It is very early in my morning, but I am happy to join. So I am going to talk about how ESG has brought business value to our company. And I really think that it is applicable to most companies. And so hopefully some of the sharings will be things that other individuals can take away. So let me start talking a little bit about who Stantec is. So we're a professional services company focused on engineering, planning, environmental science. We're 25,000 employees around the globe. We are headquartered in Western Canada and publicly traded on the Toronto and New York Stock Exchange. We have operations around the world, including India, with our largest presence being in North America. And we average about $5 billion Canadian per year in annual revenue. We are really happy to be recipients of the Golden Peacock Global Award for Sustainability. In addition, we were named by Corporate Knights Global 100 as the #1 most sustainable company in our peer group. And then the Royal Highness Prince of Wales offered us an opportunity to submit for the Terra Carta, which is a sustainable markets initiative out of the UK focused on sustainable business. And we're one of 45 companies that were selected for that. So why do we focus on sustainability? Why has ESG become very synonymous with Stantec as a brand? So primarily it's because we want to do what is right. It's one of our stated values as a company, and it's really a part of who we are and our primary focus for sustainability. but it is a huge brand enhancer. It is something that has given us quite a significant amount of prominence. Additionally, it actually introduces efficiencies. It saves us money. It saves us money in the standpoint of, from an environmental standpoint, being more efficient in how we approach our impact, our use of resources. And then it really has been a big motivator from a recruitment standpoint, a retention standpoint, when it comes to employees. As a professional services company, it is very key to how we support our clients, because our clients are all dealing with some of the same issues that we are, addressing climate change, paying attention to social value. How can a company be more sustainable? And Stantec as a company can help. And then we have a direct response to our investors as well. So Stantec has become a socially responsible investment option, and it has brought in investment capital to us as a company as well. But really, one of the primary motivators is from an employee standpoint. So a bunch of research has been done, but you can see it when you're dealing with individuals. Sustainability is a big motivator, especially for our younger generation. So some research has been done by Deloitte that says 70% of millennials listed that their company's commitment to communities, to sustainability, is an influencer on their decision to work there. And the research went on to say that 50% of millennials say that they would take a pay cut to find a job that matches their values. So huge from a retention, from a recruitment standpoint as well. So for Stantec, we have directly aligned sustainability to our values. We have identified 4 value criteria that focus on excellence. We really think that sustainability gives us excellence as a company. It helps facilitate innovation. It's key to our people, as I've mentioned, and those all together help enable our growth. We have 5 different operating units that all put a focus on sustainability. So we're organized around the concept of sustainability. Our operating units include infrastructure, buildings, water, environmental services, and energy and resources. And in all of those, we have overlapping and complementary services around sustainability that touches each of those operating units as well as our global operations. How we have organized the framework we have decided to work against is the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So there are different taxonomies all over the place. The sustainability space is nascent, it's evolving, it's moving quickly, and lots of groups are trying to make sense of it. And instead of adjusting to each of the different frameworks, we said, let's do the overreaching umbrella of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And we identified our core SDGs, the ones that are most prevalent to a company like ours. And we said, let's organize our efforts around there, and let's focus on improving the impact that we have against these core SDGs. And we've very conservatively been able to identify that at least 50% of our revenue directly applies to the SDGs. And we say conservatively because we wanted really to focus on where we were sure that our impact was felt, and to give us an area for potential growth to help us chart ourselves into the future. And so again, back to our strategy connected to sustainability, we identified 4 strategic growth priorities where we are focused on our future growth as a company. And those include coastal resilience, ecosystem restoration, smart cities and urban places, and energy transition. And then we've even connected sustainability to our acquisition strategy. We grow through organic growth, so development of the areas that I've mentioned, but then we also have a very strong acquisition focus. And we've, an example of this is our most recent acquisition, which is a company named Cardno. And this company helped us from a global footprint standpoint, but also had a serious augmentation of our sustainability services and our advisory services around ESG. In fact, this Cardno acquisition augmented our environmental services company or portion of our business by 60%. Now I'll just talk a little bit about how we approach ESG. So from an environmental standpoint, our biggest impact comes from emissions. Again, we're a professional services company that is really focused on the people delivery. And our biggest footprint comes from the offices that we occupy. And so we set a science-based target that is in line with a 1.5 degree C trajectory that we had approved by the Science Based Target Initiative, which includes 2 targets. So one focused on scope 1 and 2 emission reduction of 47% from a 2019 baseline year to 2030. And then we set a scope 3 business travel reduction, very similar in nature as well. And that's the first step in our net zero commitment. So Stantec has made a commitment to be net zero, and we have defined it in 4 phases. So the first phase, and really one that goes throughout the 4 phases, is emissions reduction. So we're really focused on reducing our emissions as much as possible. And then our second phase, we're calling carbon neutral. And so this says, as we are on our trajectory to reduce our emissions, for all the residual emissions, we will balance our impact through compensation, through the purchase of renewable energy certificates and carbon offsets. But we see that as temporary. And our third phase is what we're calling a net zero transition. And that transition says, instead of compensating, instead of paying a third party, what are actions we can take? What's the additionality that we can provide as we continue our emission reduction targets? And then our fourth phase is we're calling a science-based net zero. So as part of COP26, the Science-Based Target Initiative came out with new net zero standards that we, as well as companies around the world, are evaluating to figure out how to comply with the really strict but very scientifically necessary requirements. From a social standpoint, our primary focus is really around inclusion and diversity. We have partnerships, mentoring, scholarships, employee resource groups. We train our employees on unconscious bias. We participate in big global efforts such as the UN Global Compact Targeting Gender Equity Accelerator Program. We disclose our data to the Bloomberg Gender Equality Index. We sign on to the UN Women Empowerment Principles. So there's a huge focus on the processes and procedures to really make our workplace a very inclusive spot. We have seen the results because our employee retention is quite high for our industry, or we have a very low turnover of our employees. And then we additionally put an effort into our community engagement activities, or philanthropy, the volunteering, the connection back to the communities where we work and live. And we've been well recognized with awards and the like for our successes around the social side. From a governance standpoint, and I've heard a number of the presenters talk about this, we really put our focus on governance at the board level that trickles down throughout the company. So I'm the Vice President of Corporate Sustainability, and I interact with people from around the world, all different levels of the company. But I answer to a committee that consists primarily of C-suite members, as we call it, our Executive ESG Committee. And that committee has direct contact with the board on a regular basis. And our board is so engaged in the topic of ESG on a regular basis. I get questions, inquiries, can we do? And it really helps set that tone for the company. We also have set up global integrated management system so that we've got consistent policies and procedures across the company so that anyone can work anywhere and collaborate together. And then finally, back to our board, we put a focus on diversity of our board members from a gender standpoint and on knowledge from an industry, but also a sustainability standpoint as a criteria for board membership. And then just my final point has to do with accountability. So it's really nice to put programs in place, but if you're not holding yourself accountable, you never see progress. And if you spend all your time measuring and not acting, you never see progress. And so we have a sustainability pay link for our executives. So the incentive plans for our executives are based off of evaluation of progress around ESG categories. And each year the board evaluates the progress and sets the incentive accordingly. And we disclose this in our public disclosures, the sustainability report, but as well the management information circular. And then finally, this last year, we have instituted another level of accountability. We set up a sustainability linked loan, and there are two criteria, one from an E standpoint, one from an S standpoint. So our E criteria is meeting our science-based targets, focusing on accomplishing our emissions reductions. And then we are the first company in the world to set a social target around gender equity connected to the Bloomberg Gender Equality Index score. And what that's really nice is it helps companies set a roadmap and set very specific targets to improve the gender representation of their company. And then we said, you know, we're going to get some financial benefit from this SLL. But the reason we are doing it is not so much to make money on this topic, but it's to further our ESG performance. So we're the first company in Canada that's committed to give those proceeds back to programs that further climate action and social equity. So that's just a little bit about what Stantec is doing as it relates to ESG, sustainability, and how we've integrated it into our strategy, and we have found ways to get direct business value as a company. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kerry. Excellent practical insights. We can't let you go without putting forth a few queries that have come for you in the chat box. May I?
Yes, please.
So the first question that's come for you is that how can directors implement responsible business practices given the tightening of regulations around implementation and reporting disclosures around sustainability?
So I would actually flip that question and say that that is what is enabling some of the change. I am actually very supportive of moving forward in a consistent way. Right now, there are frameworks galore that are competing. There's so much information, and frankly, it allows for a lot of greenwashing, and you spend all your time responding to requests versus focusing on performance. And so picking something that will become a regulation or picking something that is quite rigorous, it just helps you clear the noise. It helps you focus on the business value. And really, the way we approach it isn't so I am someone who cares so passionately about sustainability, and that is the motivator for me. But the way we approach it from a business standpoint is, how do you get business value from this? It's not doing it just to do it or doing it because you have to, but doing it because you're really connecting it to the purpose of the company and connecting it to the way you should be operating. And so I feel that those regulations are just going to help us stay focused. They're going to help us approach things in a meaningful long-term way.
Sure. Kerry, you set an ambitious target of net zero by next year. How do you drive this initiative?
So we're not net zero by next year. So we, for our 2022 emissions, we will be carbon neutral. And that's what we are defining as carbon neutral. There's not really a definition out there. The first consistent definition is that science-based target initiative net zero, and it was just released with COP26, so lots of companies are trying to figure out how to approach it. So what we have said is do that phased approach so that you're making consistent progress. And so for next year's emissions, so 2022 emissions that are reported at the beginning of next year, for everything we haven't reduced, we will be purchasing carbon offsets and renewable energy certificates. That to us is an interim goal. It is the actions that happen to further reduce our emissions and then to create additionality. That is where we're putting our focus as a company.
Sure. Thank you so much for answering that. And before we let you go, what is that one message you would like to leave the boardroom community with?
So I think there are a lot of senior leaders that are participating in this event. And I've heard it said before by other presenters, just make it part of your DNA, part of your identity. Don't have it be an add-on extra. Don't make it feel like a chore. Find a way to really integrate it into how you operate as a company, and it will provide benefits. It will provide business value if you let it.
Thank you so much, Kerry. Thank you once again for joining us, despite this being so early in Canada. We really, really enjoyed your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We really value our audience engagement with our distinguished speakers more than anything, and we're really delighted to see the entire deliberations have been highlighted with relevant questions from our audience to all the eminent speakers. So a big thank you going out to all the eminent speakers today, and of course the gathering, our audience, and a lot of you sent so many questions in the chat box today and made it a lot more engaging, and a lot of them were very, very thought-provoking. Thank you so much. And now it's time for us to head into the summary of recommendations presentation by Professor Colin Colson-Thomas, Director General UK and Europe Operations, Institute of Directors India, and President Institute of Management Services, UK. Over to you, Professor Colin.
Thank you, Ritika, and greetings from the UK to all participants, and particularly to IOD friends and colleagues. We've been listening for several hours now on ESG strategy for the board, and so I'm about to give my thoughts on some recommendations for turning rhetoric into reality in a VUCA world. If we are living in a VUCA world, it is one that we have collectively created. There's growing consensus, clarity, and certainty regarding the environmental consequences of human activity. The negative impacts are unambiguous, the evidence is explicit, and it's all around us. Unsustainable growth, development, lifestyles, and business activities are damaging the environment, reducing biodiversity, depleting natural capital, and contributing to global warming and climate change. Boards need to urgently identify, recognize, assess, and address the negative externalities of corporate activities and operations. Responsible boards avoid proposals that are unsustainable or would consume natural resources likely to be required by future generations to cope with a higher adaptation cost, losses and damages they're likely to face from climate change, and development that might trigger tipping points and result in escalating and unstoppable harm should be avoided. Boards should pay particular attention to activities within their supply and value chain. For many companies, this may be where the bulk of negative externalities might arise. Investment proposals that take the negative increasingly wide range of people organize existential threat. They have a common interest in the development and adoption of affordable, sustainable, and more inclusive solutions to shared challenges and unlocking and benefiting from related opportunities. Boards should be open to cooperation and collaboration, like-minded, complementary, and compatible interests. They should identify and pursue shared goals, whether these involve mitigation and adaptation measures or traveling together on transition and transformation journeys to more inclusive and sustainable business operating and organizational models. Stakeholders increasingly voice ESG concerns, embrace ESG considerations, and are influenced by ESG criteria. ESG credentials, as we have heard, can attract talent and encourage longer-term investment and stakeholder support. All items on the boardroom and investment agenda board and investment stewardship and
please bear with that. There seems to be some technical issue there.
ESG criteria should apply to all corporate and investment proposals. They should underpin corporate and investment purpose, vision, values, goals and objectives, and the strategies, policies and behaviors to achieve them. Boards, investors and other interested parties should be aware of the consequences of corporate activities, alert to developments in the business environment affecting them, and sensitive to changing stakeholder views about them. Directors should proactively take steps to ensure corporate activities have more beneficial and less damaging impacts. Closer engagement with stakeholders may enable opportunities to be identified for less environmentally detrimental and resource-intensive ways of delivering value. Greater awareness of their ESG concerns and changing aspirations and priorities might sustainable operation. Boards and investors should proactively seek positive opportunities and collective initiatives to create, enable, and support operations, activities, and ways of working and learning, and urban and rural living that are desirable as well as sustainable. While pursuing ambitious environmental and social goals and objectives, boards should be open, receptive, and flexible in relation to new opportunities, emerging possibilities, and changing stakeholder aspirations, concerns, and priorities. They should inspire, enable, and support responsible innovation, enterprise, and entrepreneurship. Boards, investors, and other stakeholders should work together to ensure their purposes and priorities, their roles and reporting, regulatory and governance framework, encourage and support transition to more responsible and inclusive forms of stakeholder and collaborative capitalism. Creating more responsible, inclusive and sustainable corporate features and lifestyles may require significant, if not radical, changes of priorities. It might also need a switch of focus from current activities to outcomes that concerned stakeholders increasingly require and seek. ESG strategies are about opportunity and responsible innovation, enterprise and capitalism. Boards should encourage the offering and in harmony.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thank you. I think there was some network issue, but we finally managed to get you back now. Thank you so much, Professor Colin, for presenting the recommendations here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now may I request Mr. Pradeep Chaturvedi, Vice President, Institute of Directors, India, to please present the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It is a great pleasure for me to propose the vote of thanks on behalf of the Institute of Directors. We had a very wholesome program this whole day, and it was quite absorbing. We had a directors dialogue on the topic ESG strategy for the board, turning rhetoric into reality in the VUCA world. A large number of this could be a successful program because of the contributions of the eminent personalities who really made it a day. They included His Excellency Mr. Alex Ellis, CMG, British High Commissioner to India, Mr. Amitabh Kant, the CEO of Niti Aayog, Mr. Sanjay Jaju, IAS, Additional Secretary Defense Production, Mr. Ashok Lavasa, Vice President Asian Development Bank, and for their guests of honor addresses. And we are really grateful to them and are grateful thanks to all of them. We also had some distinguished speakers, Mr. Arvind Singh, the IAS Secretary, Ministry of Tourism, Dr. Rajesh Kumar, IAS Chief Secretary, Manipur, Lord Karan and Billy Moria, CBEDL, President, Confederation of British Industry, and Chairman of the Cobra Beer Partnership Limited, London, Mr. Atanu Chakravarti, Chairman, HDFC Bank and former Finance Secretary, Ms. Helen Brand, OBE, Chief Executive Association of Chartered Certificate Accountants, UK, Mr. Puneet Chetwal, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, the Indian Hotels Company, Mr. William L. Blair, Vice President and Chief Executive, India Lockheed Martin, Mr. Banmali Agrawal, President, Infrastructure, Tata Sons, Mr. Ravi Nirgudkar, Managing Director, India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, BAE Systems, Mr. Rajesh Chaudhary, IOFS, Chairman, Managing Director, Advanced Weapons and Equipment, Mr. Dinesh Wagmere, IAS, Principal Secretary, Energy, Maharashtra Government, Mr. Praveen Kumar, IAS, retired, DG and CEO of the IICA, Mr. Dr. Sanjay Mukherjee, IAS Vice Chairman, Managing Director of the City and Industrial Development Corporation of Maharashtra, CIDCO, Mr. Rajiv Anand, Deputy Managing Director, Axis Bank, Mr. Ravi Kant, Chairman and Managing Director, Munitions India Limited, Mr. Rajendra Singh Bhatia, President, CEO, Defense Aerospace, Mr. Kerry Sevin, Vice President, Corporate Sustainability, Stentech from Canada, Dr. P.K. Jha, IAS Secretary, Tourism, Manipur, Ms. Helly Blank Jorgensen, Founder and Chief Executive, Competent Boards, Canada, Mr. Kamran Khan, Managing Director, Head of ESG Asia Pacific, Deutsche Bank, Professor Colin Colson Thomas, Director General UK and Europe Operations of the IOD, Dr. P.K. Jha, IAS Secretary, Tourism, Bound, Manipur, Colonel Ashwini Kumar Pundhir, Additional Chief Executive Officer, Uttarakhand Tourism, Rear Admiral R.K. Shrawat, AVSM, retired, Chairman, Managing Director, Naval Group Corporation, Mr. Arepalli Krishna, Sai Kumar, whole-time Director, Operations, Apollo Microsystems et al. Their intellectual inputs were were really important in making the whole day's conference a success. On behalf of the Institute of Directors, our wholehearted thanks to them for their contribution and look forward to their continued help and support in future. Also, this event could be made possible because of the support that we had from a large number of our partners. Our principal state partner, Manipur state government, India, we are grateful to them. Our principal strategic partner was ACCA Global, the Association of Chartered Certificate Accountants. Our principal partners were Bharat Forge Limited and the Indian Hotels Company Limited. Our platinum partners were Tata Sons, City and Industrial Development Corporation, Maharashtra Limited, Apollo Microsystems, and our gold partners were Maharashtra State Electricity Transmission Company Limited, Munitions India Limited, Advanced Weapons and Equipment India, Uttarakhand Tourism, and Tamil Nadu Tourism. The silver partners had been Garden Reach Shipbuilders and Engineers Limited, India Optel Limited, and our associate partners are BAE Systems, Mishra Dhatu Limited, and Rajasthan Tourism. Their contribution and their support for the program made this program wholesome, and we could really bring it to all our stakeholders and our participants. At the end, I must thank all the participants who spent the whole day listening to it, interacting it, making it very useful for other participants, and also to Mr. Ashok Kapoor, the Director General of the IOD, and Mr. Manoj Rao, the CEO, who really worked hard to put this program together, and the events team of Sushil Kumar, Manish, and Rakesh, and the technical team, and all the IOD staff which took part to make this a success. And I must thank you all, and we look forward to seeing you at the next webinar that we have. Thank you very much.